Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us here. I'm amazed that we actually sold out. I didn't know that was going to happen, so that's wonderful news. Just to let you guys know that I am doing this at home like most people, and I have two dogs. So if you hear barking, that's probably from my end. Like one guy's actually in my lap right now because he wanted to sleep. So this is one of them. So with the other thing I want to ask actually is, where are you guys from? Like, I know that a lot of people are from Toronto. Was anyone from another country by any chance? Because I'm curious, because it's because of the virtual stuff. Oh, where are you from?
From Los Angeles.
Whoa, Los Angeles. Nice. Anyone elsewhere besides Canada? I'm curious. Santa Fe. Wow, wow, states. So somebody mentioned those are from Santa Fe. Anywhere else? I want to see who's the furthest one, just for myself, actually. Okay, well, you know what? You can obviously answer that at any time in the chat. I may miss questions on the chat because I'm doing the workshop, but don't worry, I'll get back to your questions. If you type in the chat, I will look at it before we close this session. And there are other people here who will be helping out to check on that as well. So I'm going to start it off. If you give me a second here, let me put here. Okay, and here we go. So can everybody see me and see the first screen? If you can't, do let us know. Because if everybody's okay, I can move on. So I'm going to start it off. So I want to welcome you to How to Make a Comic Book for Beginners, Things to Get You Started. This is workshop 1 of 3. We're going to be talking about story to script, part 1 of 2, and I'm your host, Howard Wong. So as you know, this is hosted by Figment, as well as Unlocking the Secrets of Creating Comic Books, which is my own funded project for doing these kind of workshops to educate people about how to make your own comic book. So let's get started here. So today we're going to be talking about a little bit about myself, then we'll go through what ideas are, story to script. So as any comic book person, we usually go from one to another to the script, but I'm going to tell you right now that this isn't always the way it works. And I'll show you that as we go through today. I'm also going to talk a little bit about lettering, which is basically putting the words on the page. Compositions and layouts just a little bit, because Jason's going to be doing that tomorrow as well as on the Saturday. And we're going to have a special thing called story time. And obviously at the end, we're going to have questions. So in case you guys did not bring any yet, if you can grab pencils or pens and some paper to write on or to draw on, that would be great. Don't worry if you don't have it right now, but definitely have it later on when we get to story time, and I'll give you some time to grab some during that time as well. So a bit about myself. I do comic books. Basically, I write. So I write everything from superhero comic books, and well, obviously that's Iron Man, to biographies, giant robots, and even all ages illustrated books as well. And I also work in mobile games doing the same thing, where I write stories, where you write dialogues, right here, like stories like this for RPG games, to fun stuff like descriptions, which some people find it a weird job to write probably 10,000 items worth of descriptions, but I find it interesting because it's sort of challenging as well. I also work in toys, where I do story development, and in this case I did a comic book for it, but usually it's just a story. So when you see in your box you have a little tiny paragraph of a story, that's usually something that I do as well. This is another toy that you're probably more familiar with. This is Dave from Minions, and yes, that is indeed the fart gun, which we played a lot with in the studio. So I would write stuff like this, and also dialogue from the app itself for this kind of toy. So besides that, as a writer, you also work in copywriting, which is basically articles and web content and stuff like that. So all of that stuff I mentioned follow the same things we do in comic books, which is going from an idea to something. It doesn't matter if it's a comic or a cartoon or an illustrated story. It's the same process, because you always have to have a good idea first, something in your head to write about. Then you turn that idea to a story, and then depending on what you're working on, you turn it to a script. And at the end, you do art. So today, we're going to look at ideas, story, and a little bit of the scripting part. So ideas, where can you find inspiration? Here's a list here that I find very useful. So as you can see here, we go from reading books, movies, playing, listening to music, doing chores, doing art, looking at art, and talking with others. I'm going to tell you a big secret now. This is one of the biggest secrets here. The best place to get inspiration is doing chores, for me at least. And the reason why is because your brain is now not actively looking at something. It's on its own. So when your brain is calmed down from looking at Netflix or playing video games, it starts creating things out of nothing. And to me, when I'm like doing the dishes or something, I get my best ideas, which is also the worst time because you're actually doing the dishes and you actually want to write. So one tip right now is to have like a pad of paper and a pen nearby when you have these moments to just jot something down and work on it later. So with that said, let's start off with our first story time. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I would like you guys to grab some paper as well as a pen or a pencil to write with. If you don't have it with you, I'll definitely give some time to do it right now. And what we're going to do with story time is to create your own short story together. So you can build your own character. It doesn't have to be a person. It could be an animal or an alien or a robot or a monster. And I also want you to draw a place, write or draw a place where the story will happen. Now, let me see if I can flip back to my page. So as you guys are doing this, let's see who's going to do that. As you guys are doing this, I am going to do the same thing. And I'm going to share that as well. So as you guys are building a new story from scratch, I'm going to do the same thing. And unbeknownst now to Jason, I'm going to ask him to help me draw it out and stuff. So let me think. What am I going to do with this? Do I want a dog? Do I want high school? You know what? I'm going to say a high school student named Gio. I'll name him Gio. So I'm going to have a high school student named Gio. And for where is it going to happen? So sometimes when I'm stuck like this and I don't know where I'm going to go with an idea, I look at things. So let's see, what would I look at? Let's see here. I could look at pictures. So let's see. I have some here to give myself some ideas, and maybe you guys can get some ideas from here too. So it could be a boy, a girl. Right now, I just named my character Gio. It's a high school student, so he could be a girl or boy. I'm not really sure yet. And maybe on a foreign planet, maybe on a city, or maybe a city on a planet. So I'm going to make mine probably in a city for now. I'm going to write that down myself so I don't forget. And let's see here. And I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to have it in Toronto because that's a fun city to me. So there I go. So I wrote that off screen because flipping back and forth is going to take some time. That's my dog there. So is everybody okay there? Everybody got their character idea down and they got a place for the story to happen? If you do, we can continue and move on. And if you don't have an idea right now, don't worry about it. You'll have time today as well as tomorrow to catch up and do stuff because sometimes you can't create right at the moment. So don't worry about that. And if we have some time at the end, I can tell you a fun story where I was asked to do that, and then the challenge of doing a story right at the get-go was very, very exciting and scary at the same time. So let's move on then. So every time we see a story time in the purple pencil, that's where we're going to start working on our story together, okay? So let's move on here. So I'm going to move on to here. This is the next part. We're going to write or draw the kind of person your character is. Are they kind? Are they mean, shy, outgoing? Whatever kind of character your character is, you should just jot some notes down. So for the younger kids to the older kids here, we have to create a character, not just the way they look, but also the kind of personality they have, what kind of person they are, because that will tell you how they sound when they talk. So if you're doing a cartoon, then you know what kind of voice they have. In comic books, we do this so that we know how we would write their dialogue. So basically, what we'll get when we get there, the words that coming out of their mouth, literally, how it would sound. So this is important, very important for us. And I will show you a little bit later a character that I created that I was asked a lot of these same questions I'm giving to you. And sometimes it makes you think about your character in a different way, which helps you create the character. So I'm gonna, let's see here. So is everybody okay with that? Everybody got their characters? Basically, write down the per kind of character are. Okay, so all thumbs up. I'm gonna check my message box. Yeah, my message box pops up and down. I'm still making a character. So if you're still making up your character, don't worry. Trust me, because anything you're doing right at this moment is only for this moment. When this workshop one is done, you will start doing more things with your character. That's the idea. This is just to start the idea. So don't worry if you're a little bit behind or you don't have a good idea for your character. Just jot some notes down, or scribble a quick art piece for it. So don't worry about that. So I'm going to go back to the screen so we can move. So is everybody okay? Everybody's carrying me all right? Everybody okay? Because I'm making sure, because this is technology. I just want to make sure everything's all right. All right, wonderful. So let's move on here then. Okay, so let's see. Oh, ahead of myself. So what we just did, and we're all some of us working on, so we did some world building. We decided to choose a place for a story. So that's part of world building. And we're creating our character. So that's two components of a story. The third component is plot. Plot, for those who don't know, or maybe you do know, is basically what happens in your story. Not how, but what happens. So, for example, if I said, George went to the store to get a carton of milk. That's what happened. How did it happen? It could be George took a rocket ship, flew to the moon to the furthest, farthest, place to buy a carton of milk, and then rocketed back to Earth. That would be the how. So the what is really important for us because it helps us have an idea of how the story will go. And after that, once we have our plot, we usually go to our story. And depending on what you're doing, we have things, things that we do in different projects of things, be it comic books, animation. Sometimes they ask for a synopsis or breakdown. Don't worry about that. I put those words there because we have younger creators and a little bit older creators, so you can look up those words on your own. And I'll be honest with you, it's literally the same thing as writing a story, but in a different format. It's meaning that you're doing it a different way. So that's why I grade them out. So when I get asked to, can you break this down to make a breakdown for this, or make a synopsis of this, it's still based on your story, which is also based on your plot, your characters, and your world building. So it all connects. So don't worry about those words. And at the end, we're going to get to here where we get to a comic book script, I hope, because that's, for me, is a very exciting part of the creation process. All right, let's see. So I'm going to show you a quick example of something I did from Marvel Comics. they asked for a quick synopsis for a story idea. Now, remember I told you sometimes you can't create at the the last second right there when someone asks you to do something. This is what happened for real to me. I was asked if I could create a story for well, at that time it was the very first Marvel attraction in any Disney park. So it was the Iron Man ride. So they asked me if I could have an idea how to make a story around that. So it was sort of that right now, like we just started talking about it. Like, yeah, can you do it? So I'm in a big room with people from Disney and Marvel, and like I build it up. So this is actually one of the things I said, which was to have Iron Man in Hong Kong for Stark Expo, because they have a Stark Expo built up at Hong Kong Disneyland. Where evil Hydra robots attack, a new hero emerges to help him and the Avengers. And at that time, I did not have an idea for what kind of character I wanted for my new hero. I just knew I wanted one. Well, at least I hoped they would allow me to do it. And they obviously said yes, so I had to create a hero, and we'll go back to that in a second. So from here, I would technically write this a little bit longer, have more information, more details for a story. But this is plot. So from plot to story, we go to script. This is part of a script, and you can see here it basically highlights different information that we'll talk about in more detail today. But the important thing is, as a writer, we go from our idea to the plot, to the story, to the script. And then if you're very crazy talented, which I'm not, you get to do this part, which is to draw it. So either you're doing the art or you're finding an artist who can do it. So that's really quickly showing you how fast we go from our idea to the script to a full-page comic, which we're going to be doing today, actually. So for those who are not in the know, comic books uses things called panels. Now, as you can see here, this is something I sometimes do, and I usually do. I do this by hand. I would draw out the little boxes, and they don't have to be square. They can be rectangle and circles and triangles. Sometimes it doesn't have to be any normal shape at all. But I do that so I can see how my story would look like on a page. And it makes it much easier before you write. Now, this is weird, because remember I showed you the page before. Let me go back real quick here. That here it shows you how I wrote what happens in every panel. But I don't do that first. I do this first, because it makes it much easier. Now watch this. That's what the artist did with what I basically sketched out and I wrote. So they turned it a little different. So you see I have a rectangle here and about 4 squares here. So panel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But he changed it. Look at the shape here. This is not a rectangle. In fact, he made it so that it took up the entire page and put the small panels inside. And you even notice they are not square or rectangles. They are different shapes. And it works. So as an artist, you get to have fun to do that kind of stuff, which you definitely be talking to Jason about later on in the workshops. Now, the important thing about comics, and this is the biggest secret, and this is one of the things that doesn't matter if you're working for Marvel or DC or writing your own comic books or you're working with other publishers, this is the one thing that they always ask. Even when you're writing comic books for years and years and years, they make sure this is what's happening on every script and every page of comic book that they get handed, is the Z pattern. Or if you're American, the Z pattern. Doesn't matter. It's basically the shape. So this is the direction we read comics in. We go from left. I'm not sure which one's left for you guys. We're left to right and down. So as you can see here, we basically go from panel 1, panel 2, 3, 4, and then 5. So yes, it's weird to say that. I know I always get that question, but the Z pattern here is sticking out in panel 1. Yes, because we want to make sure that the panels flow this way. So if I had this into, say instead of having one giant rectangle, I have the same amount of squares on this side as well, it would still flow this way. So we're making a bunch of Zs or Zs down the page. Now, even though as I said before, I sketched it out for the artist to see, the artist decides the page layout at the end. Because once you finish a script, it's not done. It gets to the artist, and they start working on it. And we're going to show you in workshops, especially workshop 2, how we do that together. So it's a lot of exciting stuff that's going to happen. So right now, we're going back to story time, and there's the purple pencil. So we're going to talk about, let's see, write or draw how your character gets their powers, skills, wand, running shoes. Now, question, do I have to make a superhero or a supervillain story? No. This is just for me to give you a spark of inspiration to give you ideas. You know, like what I talked about before. Sometimes you talk to people, you read, or you find something. So if you're not making a superhero or supervillain story, absolutely great. That's fine. I do this because I like superheroes, obviously, because I like writing them. So to me, it's sort of easy for me to put this together for you guys, but you don't have to do this. But whatever your character may be, give them something special right now. So it doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be a power or skill or whatever. It could be as silly or as fun or as wacky as, I don't know, a magic teddy bear that farts out wishes. I don't know. Whatever you want to do, but write down the idea or draw it. So I'm gonna give you some time for that. I'm going to go back to my screen and figure out what I'm going to do because I haven't actually written this, as you can tell. So I'm gonna go here and try to figure out what I'm going to do with number 3, which is what, let's see, I have to fill that out myself, so I have to go back to that, which is totally fine. So what kind of things are going to do for them? I don't know, magic, something, sock, glove. So the thing is, the idea here, guys, and gals, is not to be hung up on grammar or spelling, but get your ideas out as quickly as possible. And you never know, because if you get, and I say this too, because I know a lot of writers that do the same thing. They go back and they change it. Oh, maybe the spelling is wrong. I got to change. No, don't. Keep moving forward because your brain is now working. It's creating. You can always go back to fix something. Just like school or work, once you finish something, you can go and change it, correct it, spell check, whatever you may need to do. But if you don't have something there to fix, then you have nothing to fix. That's the whole point here. So I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing right now, and I might come up with something. I'm not really sure yet. I don't know. So I'm bringing them some ideas right there for myself, and then let you guys some time to work. As you can tell, I missed this part because I was talking, but I had some ideas of for my character. I'm not really sure yet, but so well, I'm not sure. I used to, for me, I put a question mark, and so I can go back and go, do I really want the character to be like this or not? You know, so don't be afraid of writing your ideas down or drawing them out, because as long as you get your ideas out, then you have something to work with. So as I said, I'm going back and forth. I might end up deleting all of this and starting from scratch after we're done. But right now, I'm just putting some stuff down so I remember what I'm going to be doing. I'm gonna see if I can stop sharing for a second here so you can see. So how's everybody doing with their idea of that one thing that your character is going to have or come across? Are you guys okay with that? Any questions?
Some people have a question saying,
Yes.
I'm sorry I missed this at the beginning. Is there a way that we can get a copy of the worksheet or the slides after the presentation?
That's a wonderful question. And yes, at the end, I have a giant recap for everybody because okay, honest, I attend workshops of friends of mine too. And sometimes the internet cuts out and the technology is not great. So don't worry, everything I'm showing you right now will be recapped at the end and also recapped in workshop 2 a bit. So that's how it works. I know it's, it's not the ideal sometimes if your computer is a little slow, so don't worry. But I just want to show you what I'm doing as well. So I'm trying to keep the time so that I can have, allow questions and also to go back on things too. So it might be a little fast for you guys. Don't worry, because I've been doing this for a long time professionally. So I go a little quicker than I guess some people, but reality-wise, no one has the perfect creativity time clock. There are some professional artists that I love, totally love, that take years to do one comic. Years. Reality is that only a few people are allowed to do that in professionally in Marvel and DC. Most people, like people who work and do stuff for them, we have about a couple of weeks to a month at max. So for like a 20-page comic book, you have 1 month to draw all the art. So it's really intense. People always like, how long it takes you to do a comic book? For scripting, when they gave me when they okay my plot, which takes a long time. Sometimes the editor will, can you do it better? Can you change this? Can you add this? Can you start from scratch? We made a mistake. We this character doesn't exist anymore in the Marvel universe, which happened. So your time is locked in. So you would have about I would say about almost a month to scripting, but that's like from idea stage all the way to finished scripting is about a month. And for art, for pencils alone is about a month, 30 days. And you have inking and coloring, which we'll get into mostly with Jason. But each stage takes time. Can you do it more quickly? Absolutely. I know some artists are insanely fast and they go lightning speed. And then some people go slow, but their art looks completely amazing. So you wait for it. So there's no fast or slow. There's no like you're too slow or you're too fast. None of that. No one ever says you're too slow or too fast to anybody in the comic book industry. That's why I love comic books. People do it on their own time. So don't worry if you're if you feel like you're behind the group or whatever, don't worry, because at the end of the day, maybe your idea and story is going to be so amazing. So don't worry about that. Is there any other questions before I move on? Let's see if I can.
Yeah. How many panels are your scripts?
Great question. So remember, those panels are the square things that we have on the page. So in theory, there are no limitations in how many squares you do. So
no, I was talking about the entire script, like the whole comic, like a standard comic.
Honestly, I've never counted my panels. Actually, that's a good question.
Yeah. I've gotten the hundreds.
I honestly have never counted all the panels in any of my comics that I've written. Now you're making me think about it, but
yeah,
I can tell you right now, the comfortable panel, the number of panels on a page, because a page is basically like only so big for a page, right? For a comic book.
Yes.
So if I fill this with, say, I can technically draw, I don't draw, but the artist could draw like say 20 panels, but you can't draw art in there. You can't put words in there. So that's what you got to think about. How much space do I need for my art and my words? So if you're writing a really long dialogue where the hero's talking like hundreds of words, you're not going to have a lot of panels because it's impossible for the artist and the letterer, the person who puts the words on the page, to do that. So my ideal panels per page would be 5 to 7. That's like the comfortable where you have a good balance between art and dialogue. It's not perfect because there's people who like Alan Moore who did a comic book where he did like a 9-panel grid every single page, which is basically your page is really small because 9 panels is almost like only having the character's head. But he made it work, which is insane, but because he figured how to write the dialogue shorter. So if your characters you're speaking a long speech, then you can't have a tiny panel because all you have is maybe just the words and no head even to talk about. So it's about balance, and we're going to talk about that and show that too. So I like that question. Now you're making me, I'm going to do that one day, count the panels in one of my books, just because I never ever thought about doing that. It's kind of a deep question.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, I number mine.
Perfect. Well,
that's how I know.
We're going to talk about that too, because actually that's part of the scripting where you're jumping a little bit ahead, but that's part of the scripting technique that we do for that kind of, for the panel counts and stuff like that. So let's move on. I'm going to go back to the work. Let me see here. Where did that go? There we go. So let me get back to here. So we're going to move on a bit. Don't worry. As I said before, we're going to have a recap. And I might end up changing my own stuff when I do that. So don't worry about that too. All right. So we were talking just now about a dialogue. Dialogue is basically what the characters say. Now, word balloons are how we show how the characters speak. Now, if you notice, these three balloons right here do not look the same. In fact, they're all different for different reasons. But these two balloons here, the first one over here and the third one over here, you'll see something that both of them have. It's called a balloon tail. This usually points to the character who's speaking. So we try to point that to the character's mouth, because if I pointed the balloon tail to, say, Tony Stark's nose, it looks like his nose is speaking and not his mouth, which does not make sense. And it's kind of weird, though it's funny. Now, we'll also see a balloon tail here that looks a little bit different than this one. Why is that? Well, here we can basically see him, so we're hearing his voice. When we show him in his Iron Man armor, he's speaking through a microphone. So that little lightning bolt, which we call a burst tail, is to show that it's actually sort of like a robotic voice coming out of his mouth. But what about this word balloon? There's no tail, so who's saying this? Well, this again is called a burst balloon, which is basically jaggedy edges, which I'll show you guys in a second. I'll probably draw some for you. This is to show that someone's speaking to somebody, maybe through a radio or a phone, who's not physically there, but they're in their ear. So in this case, somebody is actually talking to Iron Man through his little radio receiver in his ear here. So that's where this sound is coming from. So these are the word balloons on this page. Now, if you look at here, that's a lot of arrows I just shot out there, right? But if you noticed, the word balloons are not covering a lot of the art. In fact, you can see most of the action in the art. You see Iron Man's face, you see him flying, you see his entire face here. You see him blasting a giant spaceship over here, but you notice that the word balloons are not covering the art. This is one of the things in lettering that's important. We don't cover things with words that are important. We have to cover things though. This is what we call the balance in comic books. If we don't have words, it's kind of hard to have a story. So the secret of this is to make sure as you write your script to be flexible. Because in your head, you would write like one sentence for a character to say. But when you get to the art stage, you realize the space that you have for them to say that line is too small. That's when you have to change things. So as I said, anything you're writing down and drawing right now, it will change, and it will change again and again because you're making it work for the idea of your story to become better and better. So I'm going to move on here. Same thing. This is called a sound effect. When you read script, sometimes we want to be a little bit lazier, so we use SFX instead of writing the whole word sound effects in our script, which I will show. You'll be seeing the script later on. This is how we tell what sounds are happening in a story. Boom, kaboom, splat, what have you. Now, is there a correct spelling for sound effects? No. You can use any kind of spelling that you come up here for your sounds. Because if you look up what I have here, which is like an energy sound, which is brrrr, it's not in a dictionary. It's not. So as you write comic books and you get to the sound effects, you're making up words. And it's fun and exciting. And guess what? Just like the word balloons, you're going to cover some of the art, but you don't want to cover up the important parts. So I have the sound effect here, as you can see from the blue arrow, but I'm not covering the dialogue here, and I'm not covering up too much of the spaceship over here. So that's a really quick way of showing you guys how to put word balloons and sound effects. But there's one more thing you could use, what we use words for in comic books. But let me get here first. Before I move on, so this is an example of a short script. Panel 1, 5 panels. This is panel 1. This is Captain America saying blah, blah, blah. So far looks good. He's actually in the right place. The tail is coming out of his mouth, but something's wrong with this. Does anybody want to give a shot at why I would say if I was editing this, I would not accept this because something is wrong with this. Now remember, the balloon tail is pointing to the mouth. Great. The words he's saying, absolutely right. Right. Character too. It's Captain America saying it. It's Captain America saying it. But what is wrong with this? Does anybody have any?
Can I try?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's covering up the art.
Right. If you look here, if I was the editor, I would probably stare at the letterer and ask him, do you remember which characters are on the page? Because you're covering Black Widow's face right here, as well as the entire face of Iron Man over here. So we would technically try to move this word balloon maybe down here. Because if we do it anywhere else, we're covering up the characters' faces. And we can't move it here because then we're covering up one of the iconic things, which I said, the important things, which is Iron Man's star. Because Iron Man's uniform, basically, Captain, I'm doing that again. Captain America's iconic things are three, or trifecta. One is the capital A in his head, the star, and his shield. So if I cover any of those three things with a word balloon, it sort of messes up how people see Captain America. But if I put it here, right about here, basically I am covering Captain America, but I'm not taking away from the important parts of him. So this is a thing that you'll be playing with when you get to that stage of your comic book, when you're putting words and figuring out where to put them. That's what you do. You play with it. You're moving things around, and sometimes because you're also the writer, which is amazing, you can change it on the fly. I mean, you change it right at that moment. It's like, okay, maybe I don't need this sentence to be that long because I'm going to cover all this amazing art, so I'm going to shorten my sentence, or maybe move the whole dialogue to another panel. So be flexible when you write. So as I said, it's a very interesting thing with comic books where we deal with this all the time, and good letterers.
Oh wait! I need a pen. Oh.
All right.
My bad.
No worries.
I was done for my kid. I forgot.
No worries. As I mentioned before, we have word balloons, we have sound effects, but there's one more thing that we put words on the page for, which is called captions. We use the short form on when we script, CAP. We use this for a few things. We use this to show how we give information to the reader, and we also use it to show what a character is thinking. So if you look here, I'm describing where we are. So it says here, somewhere hidden in the folds between dimensions. So now we know where we are beside the art. But this blue box, as I mentioned here, we can also show what the characters are thinking. So we can use this. So the reason why we use this instead of having a word balloon, most characters don't talk to themselves out loud. And I'm pretty sure you don't, and maybe you do, I don't know. But most people don't. So we try to show them thinking. And sometimes it's really neat to use in your writing, because when a character's thinking, when other character is talking, which we have right here, most characters can't hear what other character are thinking. So you can have a character thinking one way and having another character talking about something else to make your story more creative and more exciting. So we use that technique. Now, some of you might be very familiar with a thing called the a thought balloon, which is basically the circle, and then the cloud. We used to use that a lot. I miss that. I miss that so much because I read comic books when I was a kid. So that was like really quickly, that's a character thinking. But because of how we transferred that into the caption box, it made it work. And at first I didn't like it myself, but it made it work because if you look at the page now, if I had thought balloons right now, like especially here where this is basically one of Dr. Strange's secret places where he keeps dangerous artifacts from the universe. I don't know where would thought balloon be coming from? Would it be coming out of one of the windows out here, which is kind of weird? Why would you be thinking out in the folds of space? Technically, he would be inside here. So this allowed us as writers to have thought balloons, but thought captions anywhere, which opened up the possibilities of writing, and it made it more exciting for us to use that part of scripting, which is the thinking of the character. So let me move on here. So story time again. So now we're going to get to write or draw your character using their special thing. Doesn't matter what it is, but show them doing either something good with it or something bad with it, one or the other. So I am going to look at what I have done myself here. I might have to catch up actually myself here. So let me get there. So I'm going to go back to my own screen, to my other screen here. I'll repeat it one more time. Mary, you're just going to have to write or draw your character using their special thing, be it powers, skills, wand, whatever, to do either a good thing or a bad thing. So I'm going to go back to my screen here. So far, so good. Here we go. So let's see, what do I have here? Oh, it actually went down a bit. That's interesting. So let's see. So what am I going to do? Am I going to do a bad person or great person? Let's see. Save something, I think. Let's go to the old one. School bus filled with children from amongst runaway car. Invasion. So as you can tell, I'm not writing sentences really. I'm just writing down my ideas. So if I was doing this by hand, I'll be doing this or even more, because I usually would sketch and draw at the same time. But for me to show this to you without me moving my entire laptop, this is the easiest way for me to show you guys how I would do this. Yeah, I think I'm pretty actually okay with this. I think I will choose something from here. So if I had a pen or something, I would highlight something that I like. So in this case, I like this idea for now, so I'll keep that. But as I said, these things change. I might go back to an alien invasion attacking a school bus full of children. Ooh, actually, that sounds kind of nice. I might do that too. So I'm going to highlight that for later. So I'll keep that as well. All right. So how you guys doing out there? You guys doing all right? No good? Okay, wonderful. Okay, so let me get back to, so as I said, don't worry about if you're still working on it and stuff. Don't worry about it, because we're going to come back to this. I have it for a recap, so don't worry. Let's see what here we have here. Let's get back to here. Okay. So this is where I show you a script. Now, before you copy this idea and stuff like this, I'm going to be frank and tell you that there are hundreds of ways of writing a comic book script. I'm showing you one way because I have been asked, requested sometimes, or I have to follow a certain way. Marvel does not write this way. DC writes a different way. Other publishers write a different way. This is one way of writing a script. So guess what? No matter how you write your comic book script, it's going to be right. But the information that you have in your script will be the same as this one. So I'm showing you this one because this is the one that shows you all the information that you need for any kind of comic book script that you're going to use ever in your life, okay? So don't worry about copying the details of this one, though I'm going to share it with you at the end as well. Just know that there are hundreds of different ones, and I've done them. I have done them in columns. I've done them numbered, where you numbered each and every single sound effect and caption and dialogue. You numbered each one. So it's different ways of doing it. I have ones that are almost like film scripts, which are completely different way of writing. than this. So does it matter? But the information I'm showing you right now should be in your comic book script. So first, jumped again a little bit, but the first thing you should have is your page number. Now, I have here the number of panels here. This part here where I write the number usually will go last on every page I write because I don't know how many panels I'm going to use yet. This is a part where I sketch my panels out before I know how many panels I'm going to have. So that'll be blank, but this information should be there. Page number and how many panels there should be, because it tells the artist quickly how many panels are you going to have to draw on the page. Now I have here panel 1. Panel 1 tells them which panel this is, and all of this is an information you should have. Does it have to follow this order? No, it doesn't have to follow this order whatsoever. There is no order of how much, where the information goes. But you should have this information. Now, you should have it all? Honestly, no. But the more you give your artist or yourself, it's easier to draw because you don't have to remember, do I need to draw this red shoe because it was in the other scene before this? I can't remember. Then you're flipping through your script trying to remember if that red shoe is really important enough to draw again. And if not, you just spent your time doing that. So having it there in your script is really important. So we talk about usually what panel I mentioned, the time of day, it's daytime. Let's see, location, in the sky with clouds. Who and what is seen? So we have Doctor Strange here, Hawkeye, War Machine, Black Widow, and Captain America. What is seen is them. Camera angles. Now, this is the one thing that I'm going to pause here real quickly. Don't worry about camera angles. Camera angles is basically using your phone and showing it from different angles of how you want someone to draw something. This is just a suggestion from the writer to the artist. Now, if you're the writer and artist at the same time, it's just a suggestion for yourself. It might be an idea at that moment for yourself. So don't worry about it. You don't even have to have it if you don't want to. Important things to be seen. This one I left at the end because you have to have this in your script, because if it's something important and you didn't write it down, it won't be drawn, and then you will have to fix your story at the end, which is terrible, really hard, believe it or not. So this is the most important, one of the most important things is what is seen in your script. So I have here, or it's an important thing here, we have here, Dr. Strange is casting a spell. Captain America should be at the bottom, leading in charge of the panel. Now that's an important thing to see. Why? Because when I write the dialogue here for the word balloon, the first person to speak is Captain America, like before, saying blah, blah, blah. So, and we'll also have a sound effect, which is a whoosh sound from them jumping down. So that one giant panel, remember that giant panel I showed you with, you know, all the Avengers coming down? So this is all happening though. All this writing here is for that one panel. And having a script like this shows the order of things where you have, you know, what page and panel number you're on, what panel 1 has, what panel 2 has, 3 and 4 and 5, and what the letterer, the person who puts the words on the page, and it might be yourself. I do lettering myself, so I do that too. Where and what is basically the text should be. Is it a sound effect? Is it a person speaking? Is it a caption? Is it a caption that's actually a thought balloon? So this is what we do with that. Now, I'm going to show you some secret tips quickly. This is a typical page layout. Do I use this, or do I know artists who use this? Yes, I know artists who use this. Do I use this? No. The reason why is because I don't have a printer that big to print this. So what I use is honestly scrap paper and a pen or a pencil, and I just draw it out. So what do I draw out? Panels. And why is that important is, as I said, for me to see what I need to draw. And it's important to me to do that. And now another thing that's really interesting about having this drawn out. So if I were to work on a page, I want to show you quickly what I mean by this, because I'm drawing it out right now. So 1, 2, 3. So right now you see on the screen down here, page 2 and 3, because 1 is always by itself. So page 1 will always be like one page here. But page 2 and 3, let's see if I have an example. Okay. I'm just gonna come here for a second. I'm gonna stop this here so I can see myself, so I can see it. So I'm gonna use an example for talking about page 2 and 3. So this is something I contribute to called True Patriot. A bunch of Canadian creators here who created own original superheroes, all ages, because we didn't think any American publishers, sorry, American friends, publisher would print it. And we were right because we did it ourselves, and yay, it's here. So page 1 is usually this. So this would be page 1, right? You can't see page 2 or 3 right now, correct? So far, so good? So what happens if I flip the page? So I'm reading a comic book. As you can see, I'm opening it like this. You can't see my face, but I'm reading it. So if I flip it for you guys to see, this is how you read a comic book. This is page 2. This is page 3. But when you, so think about it as a reader. You look at both pages at the same time. You won't read it at the same time because that's kind of impossible, but you would see the art at the same time. So when we write, we have to realize how to use this to our advantage. Page 2 and 3 are facing each other. So it's really cool. So why is that cool? Why do I like that? Well, right now we've been talking about doing one-page comic books, one-page art, one page of this, and so forth and so forth. But why the importance of having it having 2 pages facing each other? Well, this is it. We can do this. Before we're showing one panel, 2 panels, and what have you on one page. But with this, when they're facing each other, page 2 and 3, 4 and 5, 6 and 7, we can do something called a 2-page spread. We can stretch a panel all the way across both pages. Why is that important? Imagine art. Now you can draw across both pages. You have a giant landscape, or a bunch of heroes, or who knows, a rock slide going from one page to another page. So you can have something really epic and big because you have 2 pages with. So you can put your panels practically anywhere you want. Now imagine if you have a lot of words you want to write. This is the time to do that because you have so much space to do it on one panel. But look at panel 1, it goes across both pages. I can have like 4 or 5 characters talking at the same time. Now, going back to the Z pattern or the Z pattern, depending on where you're from, does it work here too? Absolutely, it has to work here. So we do that, left to right down. So this will be panel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So no matter if it's a 2-page spread or a 1-page normal page of comic, we still do the Z/Z pattern. So that's one of my tips because a lot of people forget the 2-page spread because they're facing page. They keep writing it as one page after one page. Use that space because for a writer, it's one of the most fun things, and ours as well, because they can draw something really epic and big. Okay, it's story time again, guys. So this is the last part of our story time. We're going to write or draw how your character makes up their mind to become whatever they may be. So if you're not doing a superhero story or supervillain story, whatever they are, this is a time to come up with an idea. If you don't, unless you already have one, I'm going to take this time to look at the chat to see if any miss any questions, to answer questions. But take this time to jot some ideas down for that. Let's see what we got here. How much longer is that going to care? Let's see. Oh, question of how long? It's going to be over actually in a few minutes, actually. So no worries about that. Someone is asking how much longer. Okay. I'll be running over about maybe 3 more minutes at max, unless you want to stay for questions. So I think the answer is that. So to save time, I'm not going to show you what I'm going to write, but I'm going to talk about it. I think that my character is going to decide to be a hero because he's going to save people. So I'll write that down for now as to why feels that he makes a difference. Okay, so I'm gonna write a note down for myself for later. I'm gonna move on with this because I think this is an important thing for people if they need to leave. This is a recap of all the story time elements together. So for those of you who've been following from the beginning, and those of you who maybe came in the middle, this is something I've been doing together with the group. You make up your own story, which we're going to turn into a one-page comic book script, which is crazy to think about. So you don't have to do a superhero story or supervillain story. You can do any kind of story you want. But these elements help you build a story because it kind of follows a structure which we call the hero's journey-ish. I'm taking some liberties with that, but if you follow and answer these questions, and once you put them together, you actually have a story idea or plot, whatever we call it, that you can build off on really quickly. So what we have here, you have your character that you created, doesn't matter what it is, a place where story's going to happen. Your character is something. Are they nice, mean, like a personality of your character? How does your character get their special thing? Doesn't matter what it is, magic, or maybe it's a golden ticket, like for Charlie and Chocolate Factory, he got the golden ticket. That's something like that. Your character is doing something good or bad with that thing, so whatever it may be. And at the end, what we just talked about, they make a decision of doing something, being something or someone. So at the end, I'm going to come back and I'll show the screen again, so don't worry, but I just want to show another screen. But the comic book script, don't worry if you didn't copy, I'll go back to that. It's just in case some people need to leave earlier. So the comic book script style that I was talking about, this is it. As you can tell, I did not fill it with a faux script or actual real script that I used. You can see here that I basically list out what things that you need and what they are for. So if you want to take a screenshot, this is the time, or use your phone, you can use that. As I said, this is not the only scripting style out there for you to use. So I am going to move on because I know some people need to leave, so I'm going to move on. I'll come back to this and put this on the screen, so don't worry about it if you didn't copy it yet.
Howard, I'm going to.
Yes.
Somebody had a question. A couple people, they wanted
Yep.
to show their characters that they've been working on.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? Let me.
On their screen, maybe.
Let me stop sharing. See that? Yeah, go ahead, please. I can see everybody now. Oh, whoa, that is something creepy. I like that. That's cool. Anyone else want to share? It's up to you guys. You don't have to. Like, I mean, I didn't sketch anything yet, so.
I'm not finished mine. I'm starting my drawing.
Yeah, you know what? I actually sketched my stuff out, but because of time, if I start doing that now, then you'll be watching me create something. But let me show you something really cool really quickly. So this is, like I said, the Iron Man comic book I wrote here, which I created a new character for the Marvel Universe. Let's see if this character here, let's see if I can show it here. So, okay, there we go. So this is Wong. She's actually a SHIELD agent who's sent to protect Iron Man's stuff in Asia, but Hydra robots are attacking to steal stuff, so she sort of borrows his experimental suit. So I created a new suit for Iron Man to wear, but she took it to help protect the high-tech stuff that they're trying to steal.
Cool.
So remember that small little blurb I had, there's a new hero who emerges, who helps the Avengers and Iron Man to defeat the Hydra. I had that at the meeting when I was talking to grown-ups. I'm a grown-up too. And then when he asked me, so what kind of character do you have? Like, I don't know. I just made that up just now. So I would sit here and do that. So I had to sit in a room with a bunch of people at Disney, with the Imagineers and creative directors and stuff, and do what we just did now, but with people staring at me, waiting at me to do it. So it happens. And I actually created her during that time. So you never know. But then obviously she changed from the time I created her at that time. And as we were working on it through the months and months we were working on that project, she changed. She changed from, her haircut changed, the color of the Iron Man suit changed. It always keeps transforming, as we call it, to become better and better, hopefully. So is there any questions before I want to show that it can, I'll go back to the screen. I know some people want to catch that screen grab and stuff, but is there any questions before I go back there? Let me go back to the chat here as well.
Is my mom just asked, is this a 3-day
Yes,
thing?
it is a 3-day workshop. You know what? Let me let me share that screen. Let me get back to that. Okay, so our next one is workshop 2 or 3. It happens tomorrow at the same time from 4 to 5. I know I've been a little bit running over. So we will continue story to script part 2 of 2, which we basically show how to transform your story to a script. And then halfway through that, I'm going to throw it to Jason Lapidus, who's an amazing artist and a good friend of mine, who's going to show you how he turns my script into a layout that works. Now, does that mean that my script is perfect and he can draw it out as a layout and have good ideas? No, that's what we're going to find out tomorrow. And you're going to also see how artists and writers work together to, everybody thinks it's called fix. It's not fix, but to push the story forward, both visually and through words, because what writers do, we have words on a page. So we're going to do that tomorrow. And on workshop 3, which is on Saturday at the same time at 4 o'clock, it's Jason Lapidus pushing that forward, showing you all the tips, tips and tricks of the trade for doing layouts and how to, hopefully my script's not that bad, to fix writers' scripts to make it work, because sometimes what we have up here, what we write down, cannot be drawn easily. So he'll show you how to work around that as well. So that happens so tomorrow at 4 p.m. and as well Saturday at 4 p.m. Definitely feel free to show up. It's a really cool thing if you do, because it's the first time I'm doing 3 workshops like this. Usually you only get to do one, the time constraints of things, so you get to do a lot more this way. Does anybody want me to flip back to any of the screens by any chance?
I'm almost done doing like a little tiny bit more of the shadow.
Oh wow.
Drawing.
Okay. Sorry, I have a question. Yep, that shadow. We've been running shadows and stuff, and you're rendering. I know it's an art term. Why those? Okay, that's actually one fun tip for writers out there who are purist writers. If not, that's still okay. Why do I know art terms, and why do I know about color theory and lettering and all that? Because as a writer, you need to know all this stuff to write a comic book for people to be able to do that stuff. So I learned these things so that I can help the team that I work with to do their stuff easier and better, to be honest with you. Please show a page with outline of class. Okay, I'm getting questions. Give me a second to catch up on that. Stick around for FAQ. Yeah, I'm going to be here for questions until 6, so don't worry about that. I'm just wondering, I have any questions? Give me 1 second, guys. Do I have a direct question? Okay, page on. Okay, please show a page outline. All right, so as I mentioned, somebody asked about a page with the outline workshops. So the first one, obviously, we went through, so you have an idea that I'm basically showing you a bit of the theory and practical applications of how to write a comic book script and how you build a story. Tomorrow is basically taking that story and sticking it into a script format that an artist can then take over and do the comic book layouts and stuff with it. So that's a broad strokes. Obviously, there's a lot of things in between, as you can see from today. There's a lot of things that you get to do with the information I just mentioned. Okay, I'm going to stop share here so I can see people. Okay, so some people want to show their drawings. Who wants? Yep, please do. Hi, Cash.
Okay, so I did this. It's supposed to be a cat with a sock on his head.
Okay.
And he's an alien. And he's this is not his face. He just drew a face on the sock.
Okay.
And he's supposed to be like light blue, but he's not light blue yet.
Don't worry about colors, believe it or not. That changes all the time. I did colors on like the character we showed you. Our artist did like 3 different versions of colors, and Marvel didn't like any of them. So colors can always be changed, and also your designs can be. But I love that sock over the head with a face on it. Brilliant. I love that. Anybody else want to show anything?
So it's a cat alien with a sock on its head?
Okay. All right. I see a theme here. That's great. Anybody else?
Do you want to show yours?
Yep, go ahead. Go with, okay, Rashawn? Oh, wow. Did you just do that now? You did do that now, did you? Okay, because that's crazy fast because you did rendering as well. Oh, I love that. Oh, people can see Rashawn's screen there. If you saw that he had one panel without borders. You know, that's actually a thing you can do. It's called a borderless panel.
You need that?
Eyes.
Yeah.
So if you see Rashawn's second panel, panel 2 there, there's no lines around that art. So that means it's borderless, which is not really a special term. It's just what it is.
Oh my god.
That's really cool. Thank you very much for sharing that, man. That's awesome
Did you do
stuff.
that just now?
No, I hope not, because that's scary fast. No, I think it took him a while. Rashawn, can you tell people how long it took?
No, I didn't draw that.
Oh, you didn't draw that.
I'm a writer. I come up with
Awesome.
stories and then
I feel
I have
better.
other people make the stories.
Oh, I feel better.
Make the drawings.
I feel good
That's how
because
you do it.
there's a lot of talented people who can do both. I'm like, no. So it's good.
Oh yeah, not me. No one else.
That's awesome. How about anybody else want to show some artwork? Doesn't matter if it's good or bad, because mine is pretty horrific. You'll see some of that tomorrow.
I know Kevin and Brandon wanted to share some of their
Oh,
art.
Kevin, Brandon, can you show me what you got?
So just saying, I'm Kevin and he's Brandon. So Brandon is going to show his art.
So basically this is a person who works at Subway, and he found magic gloves in a trash can, and now he after a few days he figures out that he could actually use them.
Love it. I love that.
And mine's is just a sketch. It's about how the skeleton is supposed to redeem this golden gauntlet from the Ultimate Warrior.
Wow.
And
That's
so I've
really
already got his description here and the objectives and where the story is going to take place.
Nice. Excellent. Look at that. I love these ideas that you guys are coming up with. Like, it's like so like vast and different. But that Subway one just threw me back because I worked in Subway during high school. Ooh. Any other person want to share stuff or ask questions? It's a good time to ask that. Ask questions or something.
My sister wants to show.
Yes, definitely.
So it's a little.
Don't be shy.
It's a little cat.
Don't talk in that voice.
It's all right.
At
Keep
the
going.
beach.
Okay.
And that's his floaty. And it's from this book, this really funny Pusheen book.
Ah, I know that cat. I love it. That's a great drawing. I love that. And I also love being at the beach. I miss that so much right now. So you guys have a lot of you guys have wonderful art and ideas. I love it. It means we're going to be having a lot of fun tomorrow too. Does anybody want me to go back to show anything I just talked about today? I'll actually open my chat box.
I'm good.
You're good? Let's
I got a question.
Yes.
When you're making an upshot, do you identify that in the beginning, or do you just write it in and then expect them to figure it out?
If this is like a good writer to artist question in the script, remember I talked about the panel description, and you have like your panel 1 has all the information of like who's in there, what's happening, what time of day, And then I talked about camera angles. Do you need to put camera angles in there? No, but if you're writing and you have an idea, you put that in there. When it gets to the artist sometimes will not do it because they have a better idea. In fact, you hope they have a better idea. Now, the quick question of what an upshot is. Jason's actually is a great artist that you're going to be talking about tomorrow. Jason, you want to clue in here? Come in here?
Sure. You have to always keep in mind when you're working on something that your goal is to get the project done as best as you possibly can. It's not to get it done your way every time. So if Howard and I are collaborating on a comic and Howard has an idea for a camera view, and like you said, I might say to you, actually, the page will flow better. The story can be told better if you do it this way. If Howard says, no, I want it my way, then he's putting his feelings ahead of what's best for the comic. And then we're going to have a problem because we should get it done right together. So describing a camera view, sharing ideas is always good. It's always healthy. But we never want to put our feelings about our own idea ahead of what's best for the story. Story's got to come first. So you want to also play to your strengths. You know, maybe Howard's best thing is comedy, and he writes amazing comedy, but he doesn't write like maybe his vocabulary with like science is. So maybe he calls another friend, says, can you put some science words in here for me? Because that's not my strong suit. We always want to just use our strengths, know what we're not good at, and try and build a team that has all the little pieces of a strong team that's going to make the book good. So yeah, put your idea for the angle in there, but it might not be what gets used, and you're not going to get sore feelings about it because we want to have a good book. All right.
Thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you.
Howard, Jonah wanted to share something with you.
Yes, please do. Hello, Jonah.
Hello.
Hi, Jonah. What do you want to show?
A picture of the human.
Whoa, I think you have panels already? Oh my God. You're ahead of me even. I already have, as you can tell, I already wrote down a bunch of ideas. That looks great. So can you tell me what you did?
I just thought of like a random, I don't know, monster, and then I found like a bunch of like information stuck in my head, and then I just drew an artist.
That's perfect. That's exactly what I want you guys to do. Because when you have ideas and you stop and you think about it and then you don't write it down or don't draw it and then you go away and you forget, that's the worst feeling on earth, because then you don't get to go back to it unless you forget. So down ideas and drawing them, absolutely. I can tell you right now that you can't see because I don't have a camera here, but I actually have paper that's all around me all the time because I always jot down ideas. I may have, because I was working on a story with you guys at the same time, I did drop down ideas on a pen as I was talking because it came up, something popped in my head, I wrote down, or sometimes I sketch a little and I have an idea for something. It's never gonna be perfect. It's never gonna be like, I'm gonna use everything I just wrote down or drew. Nope, you don't. Sometimes you don't use it at all. It happens all the time. But I love the fact that you did that and you have it all in columns. Jeez, it's so organized. I'm so unorganized with my ideas because I have like I said, loose leaf paper. So I can just show you, like, I have this random paper floating around me all the time when I do this kind of stuff. So I love that you did that. I love that you brought me ideas. That's what I want you guys to do. Don't worry about spelling. Don't worry about being perfect art. That ruins everything. Actually, sorry. Okay. Sorry. I have two dogs, so one of them just been on my leg around. So this is Tapioca. I'm just going to hold her for a second so she stops gnawing on my leg for a bit.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
One of those.
Oh, that's good.
That's right over there.
So
yeah, it's funny.
So yeah.
I
have two dogs, so they've been actually running around my legs for the last little while. So you got sorry about that, but
that's so funny.
It is, and it's great, and they're wonderful companions. So you want to go back down now? Are you good? I hope so, because yeah. Okay, good. All right.
That's so funny, man.
But yeah, so remember, drop down your ideas, draw, whatever works. So remember I said that sometimes words don't come first for a writer? For me, it does not. I actually sketch out stuff first and then I write down notes. Then I go backwards and write. And then reconstruct it slowly, meaning put it together. It's more like Lego. Like, okay, I have a story now. I don't know how many panels and pages I'm going to do, but I'm going to start sketching it out and see if it works in my head by showing it to myself. 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work the way I thought it would work, and I have to change it. And then I go back to writing it. So that's one of the easiest way for me to explain that you don't write first. You don't write the whole thing out first. You sort of work your way visually first as a comic book writer. Any questions or anybody wants to show any other things? Because I know I keep missing the chats because I think I'll go back and forth, but
Kevin and Brandon.
I noticed that in the chat. That's great. I like cats too, but unfortunately some people in my household are allergic to cats, so we have dogs.
Hey, I've made comics before, and I do the art and the writing.
That's awesome. You see, you guys have like the most talent. I end up writing because I don't know, it's weird. My art wasn't the greatest, and I focused on writing, and I became known for writing. So it's kind of an odd thing. But if you can do both, and that's Jason can do both. There's something unique when you can do both. Remember I said that writers usually think visually first for comic books. If you're an artist/writer, you can technically work backwards. It's a weird thing for me to say it out loud. It sounds weird too. You can technically draw your comic book out quickly and then figure out the words afterwards. And because you're drawing it, you can always make changes when you go, oh, I have a better idea now because I want them to have this big long speech instead of this panel of him standing there and doing nothing. Then you can change it really quickly. So you actually work sort of backwards, but not, because you were doing it at the same time. I know a few people who can do that, and they always work visually first. They always do the art first, and then sometimes they would scribble in the word balloons and then basically write down what they think would be there. So it's a weird thing to see, like even for me to see them do that, because in my head I'm like, I would actually do the layout a bit and then figure out, how I want the art to flow and where and what they would be saying. But you're sort of doing the art and words at the same time. So it's a weird mixture of things, which I know Jason's going to like jump into tomorrow. I don't want to jump into his stuff and share all his stuff today, but Jason is amazing at that. I mean, I said, if you're an artist writer, you use a different set of skills. It's not saying that as a purist writer, it's bad, because as I said, we learn things. You learn all the art theory, the color theory, the lettering stuff. You learn all the things to make a comic book because you have to be able to write a script so that people can do it. If I take a really bad example, I won't mention names, but I'm semi-famous movie screenwriter, meaning write movie scripts, tried to write comic books and could not do it, and contacted me, and he showed me his comic book script, which wasn't a comic book script. It was a film script. So if I asked you, even though you're not right, if I asked you this one question really quickly, I have a panel where this person is running and jumping and then catching this giant ball. Can you draw that one panel easily? No, because
No, you can't.
Exactly. But his entire comic book script was that. And I was like, no, because comic books don't move, for one thing. So it's a different thing. You have to basically pick the best freeze frame of your action. So if I was saying going to reach out for, I don't know, a magical item, do I show in each panel, do I keep showing the hand going closer and closer? Maybe that's what you want to do. Or you can show the hand here, the next panel you see the hand and the object, and then the third one is the hand touching the object. Then you have 3 panels doing one action. So it's a thing that movie screenwriters have sometimes it's hard for them to switch their brains to comic book writing. Comic book writing is a different art style for that. This is day 2 of 3. I'm going to start off with before I start off into my stuff, I'm just going to remind you guys, remind everybody that today's a special day because it's just not just me today, but also Jason Lapidus. As you can see, they're waving up there. He's going to be doing the art portion of this wonderful workshop of how to make comic books for beginners. So before I start, is there anybody who have any questions for me so that I can get those out of the way as quickly as I can so we can stay on time and be on time today? So you can either type them or you can, I guess, unmute yourself at this moment for the next, I guess, I say 5 minutes for questions. And then if there's none, then I can just move forward.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Hi, Jason. Hi, Howard. Just wanted to tell you guys that when we went to go sign up on Eventbrite, it actually had you sign up for just one of 2 dates and it didn't show anything about tomorrow. So I'm glad that we're going to get the recordings because it was a little wonky with sign up.
Ah, okay. Well, from what I understand, it was what Eventbrite does. You can't let you do 3 days at once. So that's what I found out because I had some emails to myself from people who found out my email and then asked me the question like, I don't know. And I found out, and this is what I found out. So it's unfortunate, but it's going to be recorded as you heard. So, if you miss it, to leave early, you can come back and look at it later.
Great. Thank you.
No worries. Anybody else have questions? By any chance? I don't think so. Did I miss any? If anyone's in on the chat, guys, let me know because I'm going to start maneuvering my desktop here. Okay. Oh, actually, I may have the same here. I looked at 3 repeated sessions. No, it's not a 3. It's not a 3 repeat. It's actually 3 different things. Basically, it's stacked on top of each other. The workshops. So therefore, the idea is for you guys to be able to get a overall view of how to do it, from beginning to end, hopefully. So it's definitely not the same for each thing. So if you look at the recordings, it should be 3 recordings at the end of all of this. So definitely check them all out. I'm going to start prepping to share stuff, if that's okay with you guys. And if you have any other questions, feel free to, let's see if I can do this quickly. Here we go. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chats. And let's see, can get this started. Okay, there we go. Here we go. So as I mentioned, today is how to make comic books for beginners, things to get you started, workshop 2 or 3. I'm Howard Wong. So I'm going to finish part 2 of story to script, but don't worry, we're going to be going over it really quickly, what I did yesterday, and to continue that. And then the other half will be done by Jason Lapidus, who's going to take story to script part 1 of 2, and the second part of that will be tomorrow at the same time. So let us get through that. So I run through today. Introduction quickly for those who didn't meet me yesterday, story time recap, story to scripts, scripted layouts, and we'll have some time for questions at the end. We should be finishing today at 5 and then leaving an hour from 5 to 6 for questions or if anyone wants to go over some things. So for people who don't know, I do comic books. I also do mobile games and work in toys as a writer, story developer, narrative designer and stuff like that. So I write quite a bit. At the end of the day, my job is to honestly make stuff up, which is kind of fun. So yesterday we talked about how we go from idea, from inspirations from different things, to story and script, and at the end we go to art. But today, since we already have our idea and we started a bit of our story, we're going to focus on here, story and script at this moment. So yesterday we did a thing called story time where we actually did some world building, character development, and today I'm going to show how all of that becomes your plot. So let's get here. So for those who weren't here yesterday or those who were here yesterday and they get a chance to do a screenshot of the storytime recap, this is what we did yesterday. So if you want to take a quick photo or a screenshot, this is the time to do it. And if you haven't grabbed your stuff from yesterday, the work that you did yesterday, or you're new today, definitely grab some paper, pencils, and pens at this point, because this is what we're going to be using to help you guys create your own story. And as you do that, I'm going to show pull up my file here. Let's see if I can grab that. There it is. Okay, so let me go back to the chat. All right, so let's see if any questions here. I think I had something pop up on my screen. Let's take a look, see. No, I don't think those are questions for me. All right. So does anybody have any questions before I move on with this? No? Doesn't look like it. Okay, great. So I'm going to move on and show you what I did with this. It's going to be kind of fun. All right, so let me actually share this a little better. And pull this down a bit more. There. Okay, you guys can see that? You should be seeing basically what we did in story time, but with with what I filled out. So for the first one, I asked you to write or draw your own character, and anything that I highlighted yellow is basically what I picked out, so that you guys can see what I picked out. So I decided to create a character who's a high school student named Gio, and not very creative, but he's going to be living in Toronto because I don't know. That was the first thing that popped in my head, and I thought it was fun. So write or draw the kind of person or animal, alien, robot, or whatever your character might be is. So I had some ideas written down yesterday, but I decided for him to be curious and a little bit adventurous, not totally adventurous here yet. And then the next thing I did was to choose what kind of thing that would make something special for the story. So powers, skills, or wand, running shoes, teddy bears, what have you. I decided an alien gauntlet. I think I heard somebody say gauntlet yesterday and it stuck in my head. And I like the alien, I was thinking of the alien hat, I guess, that yesterday as well. So that's what I ended up with. And here what I have here on number 5, write or draw your character using their special thing, doing a good or bad deed. So I had some ideas here, as you can see, from, save something like a school bus full of children, maybe from a monster or something. So I picked a couple of things, and I decided to go that he will stop an out-of-control truck from crashing into a school bus filled with children. So that was an idea. And why? So write or draw your character making up their mind, becoming a superhero or a villain or whatever it may be. It depends on your story. So I decided he will feel happy being able to help others. So this is all done yesterday. And if we weren't here yesterday, don't worry. You will have time between today and tomorrow to do this. I'm going really quickly so I can give Jason as much time as he can to do his part. So what you do with all those 6 questions, all those answers, you're going to squish them together. And when you put them together, you will hopefully have something like this. So if you look at all the highlights I have here are the same things I highlighted in every single section that I showed you just now. So what happens when you squish them together? We have this. A curious and slightly adventurous Toronto high school student named Gio finds an alien gauntlet that gives him weird powers. He uses these new weird powers to stop a truck from crashing into a school bus. He decides to be a superhero because it makes him happy being able to help others. So is this a story? No, this is what we call a plot. That's what this is. Because, as I mentioned yesterday, I said I'm going to speed up a little bit. If you have any questions, definitely pop in, ask a question. This is a plot because a plot tells you what happens in the story, but not how. How is where the magic happens for us as writers and artists. So this is a plot. It tells beginning, middle, and end for a story. Very simple. You understand it. You will have this done for yourself as well. If you follow those 6 steps and then push them together, this is what you got. Because of the time for a workshop, we can't go into how you create a story from your plot. But I'm pretty sure you guys have great imaginations. Obviously, yesterday with a lot of creativity, so I'm not worried about that aspect today. If I have a question, does somebody have a question or no? No, sorry. No? Okay. So what I'm going to do is take this wonderful plot and turn it into a script in front of you guys. I'm going to try to get through, say, maybe 2, possibly 3 panels or so, maybe more, depending how fast my brain works. I'm basically going to make up a story as I do this. Usually I don't do that. Sometimes I have to do that for work, preferably I don't, but I'm going to show you how you take this and then start scripting it out. But before we get to that part, let's go back to this. So I'm going to do a quick refresh of yesterday so that we can work on it together as well. I'll keep the screen up where I break down stuff like this. So, somebody's here. Okay. So my kids were using my laptop yesterday, so I might have some squiggles on my screen. That's hilarious. Okay. So minus the squiggles on my screen that were left my kids, thank you very much. Let's see if I can move this back here. I didn't mean to click that. Okay. So we go, this is a format of scripting for comic books. This isn't the only format for scripting. So there's hundreds. As I mentioned yesterday, there's ones set in columns, in Excel sheet. Not my favorite, but there's things like that. To the film screen format, which is not the best for comic books because you can't do a lot of things you do in TV and movie scripts you can do in comic books. But all the information that I said before is the same over here. Okay, so what can we do with this? Well, we're going to take our plot and put it in this format. And I'm going to show you slowly how I'm going to do that. But before we do, let's go through refresh for those who just joined with us today. Comic books are divided in panels, as you can see here. These are panels. So it's panel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Panels are small boxes that we divide the page with. Every page is divided up like that. So this is an actual page from a comic I wrote called Iron Man Hong Kong Heroes. Sometimes I forget titles of my own books. It's panel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as you can see them. And we read comic books in the Z or Z patterning depending on where you're from. So this is Z pattern. I'm going to say Z because I'm Canada. So if you're Americans, it's Z. It's totally the same thing. It's always this pattern. No matter how big your page is or how small it is, we read comic books this way. So when you write or draw, it should follow this flow. No matter what kind of story. It could be a story about space aliens or pirates. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So remember this. This is one of the most important things to remember because I have friends who do work in comic books who sometimes forget that. And when you point it out to them, they sort of stand there and go poop because then I have to remake the page, rewrite it, or redraw it. So as a writer, we write a script, and then we follow the Z pattern. And then the most funny thing is all the artists decide the page layout. This is something that Jason's going to go over with you today. So it's kind of special that I can say it, and you can see it today too. And for those, again, for those who weren't with us yesterday, these are word balloons. And we use these to show how people talk. So if you look here, let's see if I can get this. There we go. So if you see here, you see a little thing we call a balloon tail. This always points to the person's mouth. You can see even here with Iron Man's face here, balloon's mouth. Different word balloons for different things. This is for when we see people talking, when we have a little lightning bolt kind of thing, which is called burst. It's for like things for radios and stuff like that, or a speaker. And disembodied word balloons, we use burst to show it's from a phone or radio or something like that. Another thing we put on comic books, of course, are sound effects, which we use the SFX to signify that to the letterer who puts the words on a page. And these words are made up. So any word that you can make up in your head that you can write out in words, that'll be fine. There's no correct spelling for that. Trust me, it's a lot of fun and also one of my cruxes because you can make sound effects forever. And it's a lot of fun, to be honest. Let's see here. This is captions. My computer's a little slower than when I expected. So these are captions. So this is the last set of things you would see word-wise on a comic book. And we use this to show how we give information to readers, also characters' thoughts. So for example, here I have in the first box here, somewhere, let's see, somewhere hidden in the folds between dimensions. So now we know where we are. And then this one is basically, I can't read my own box because it's a little small here, but Dr. Strange's inner thoughts. So we can use this as a writer to give information to people about where we are as well as what characters are thinking. So this is one of the screens that I'm going to keep up for sure. So if you give me a moment, I'm going to do a few things. I'm going to copy this so I don't forget it. And I'm going to move it to a blank document. Let's see here. And this is actually going to be interesting. I'm trying to make it so I can see people at the same time, because yesterday I had a problem with my laptop and I couldn't see people at the same time. So today I'm going to try to have both. Now at this point, I might have to turn off, and I think I will have to, my video screen, so I don't see anybody. So if anyone has questions, just start talking or type in the chat and somebody will let me know.
Yeah, I'm watching the chat. Don't worry about it, Howard. I got you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jason. That's very cool. All right.
Box is back again. Oh, never mind.
No. I'm configuring the page so I can do it. So don't worry.
All right, great. Thank you.
No worries. All right. So let's see if I can make this a little bit more this way. So you can see that. Come on. There we go. So on one side, you just see a green page here, which basically is telling you one format of comic book scripting, which I'm going to use over on this page here on the white. So let's see what we have here. So if you guys have a pen and paper or something to write with, I'm going to move this a little bit higher. Definitely use it now. If you have this done already from yesterday, great. If you don't worry, continue working on it, because you can always continue after the workshop, because I don't think I can finish a whole story within, I think 10 minutes at this point. So I'm looking at this, and usually I would have my story here, and I would start writing it. Usually my story would be on one side and this on this side. So I'm going to start with page 1, because we're in the first page, and I'm going to write down how many panels there are, and I usually bold it. Now, am I going to write exactly how many panels? No, because I don't know how many panels I'm going to have yet. You guys can see that? Is that okay, or is that you want it bigger? Let's see if I can make it bigger, actually. Let's go 16. How's that? Is that good? I hope so. So first thing is panel 1. So you can see here on the green page, I'm already here. Let's see here. I'm actually going to be doing this part here. So I'm going to be doing the panel descriptions where I'm going to be filling this information on. So I already have panel 1, so I already got the first point done. Now, time of day and location. Let's see here. I'm going to go daytime, afternoon. Now, I think I'm going to go afternoon. Where I'm going to be. Okay, this is something that I'm going, I did a short form for that, that's fine. This is interesting. This is called a establishing shot. This is what we use when we introduce a new scene, which we're doing right now. So every time you change a scene, that's one way to tell the artist that it's going to be a different scene and being a different area, or maybe a different part of the world that you're going to be telling your story with. So establishing shots, and I did say Toronto, so Toronto. I was going to say skyline, so we know that we see the skyline there. And it's going to be in the afternoon. So now I have a time of day and a location done. Who and what can be seen, and note important items for your artist to draw. Yeah. So I think Gio would be walking, let's see, walking home from school, but I would have establishing shot here. Let me think. And he finds an alien gauntlet. That's kind of long. I know. We see what we think is a meteorite, maybe crashing down.
Howard, is it crashing down near where he is, you're saying?
Don't know yet. Making it up as I go along.
So,
I'm thinking.
Do you want some collaborating or not yet?
Not yet, man.
Okay.
I'm still trying to see if I can establish the scene here, and then I can follow really quickly. The thing about writing, the funny thing is that once you get your first panel done, it sort of becomes magically easier for some reason, for me at least. So 7-shot Toronto skyline, afternoon, we see what we think. And don't worry about spelling and stuff. It's a mirror crashing down into the city. Okay, that's not into a park. Joe walking home from school notices it. Okay, I'm going to be sketching this screen out. Are you guys okay if I actually sketch the screen away for a sec so you can see? Let's see if I can do that a bit. I'm going to move it a little bit more, and I'm going to scroll up a bit because I don't think we need that yet. Rest of my plot there. Okay. Joe, school, but noses it. What else do I need? Camera angles. I don't think I'm going to. I want to leave the camera angle out and let Jason handle that. Let's see. What can I need? How about sound effects? I don't know. Boom. Nah, that's kind of boring. Kabnam. I gotta go head boom. Maybe. I don't know. I know. Good. There you go. So that's a sound effect. I don't know why they didn't let me do that. That is weird. It's doing that. Formatting issues again. That is weird. There we go. So that was a sound effect. So if you look on the green screen here, you see that it says, I have captions. I'm not using a caption yet. I put a sound effect. That's the first thing that came in my head was the sound of what we think is a meteorite, which is going to be the alien gauntlet, obviously. So I want Geo to say something. So I write down Geo's name. Oh, that is interesting. What am I going to say about Geo's name? Geo, what am I going to say? Geo. Let's say, whoa. And we're right. Let's make him go get it. So obviously, getting that down. Do I need a caption? Maybe I'll put a caption so that we know where we are. So like, get proper Canada, ... So this is my first panel now. So I've established a shot of the Toronto skyline. In the afternoon, we see what we think is a meteor crashing down into a park. I probably should put a note here. And maybe in brackets for him. Actually, it is the alien. Did I say gauntlet? Yep, gauntlet. I don't think I need anything else here. Let's see what we have. So panel 1, establishing, let me save this. Establishing shot of the Toronto skyline. In the afternoon, we see what we think is a meteor crashing down to the park. Actually, it is an alien gauntlet. Geo is walking home from school and notices it. So, anything else? Maybe, see, as you can see what I'm doing, I'm thinking of it visually, and that's what you should do. So when I write, I think visually, and as you notice, I'm going back and forth. When I have an idea for a sound, I put it down first. It might be completely changed by the time I get back down there, but I'm going back and forth, and that's what you should do. Don't worry about following a script from beginning, like page 1, and then doing it all like that. It never works that way. As you can see what I'm doing, I'm going back and forth and filling in information as I'm making it up because I don't have a story written out. If I had a story written out, I would have done that already, so I can basically fill it out much easier. But because I'm just working from a plot, it's okay to go back and forth. And if you're able to work from a plot to go straight to script, do that. That's incredible. I can do that every so often, depending on the story. It does save time, to be honest. But don't feel bad about going back and adding things or changing things. That's what the whole point is. You're working this together, and a comic book is always about pushing the best story forward. Now, even when you hear Jason come in and be talking to me because he's so happy to watch me script, no, usually it doesn't happen. Usually you finish your scripting and you give it to an artist, and then they give you critiques and questions and comments and stuff like that. So I don't know how this is going to come out as yet. Just show, I think, user profile. File here. So if you see, I put question marks here. Is wide open or not? Wide open. Shock. Expression. So I'm putting down instructions and comments in my panel descriptions that anything here will not be seen by the reader. The reader only sees basically what the artist draws and what you wrote here. So these are instructions or comments and suggestions from me to, in my case, it's Jason or yourself, even if you're the artist or an artist you're working with. So you notice here, I wrote down, just show Gio's profile here. Profile means basically the head, because when I think about a establishing shot, it's just basically of the city. So it's gonna be a long, far away shot. You can't, then Gio will be probably like this walking home from school, so you can't see him. So if you just show his profile, meaning that his head is really close to the camera, like something like this, and then in the background you see the city, then you can see Gio, and then you know that he's the one talking. So I have that suggestion. Maybe we can just use his profile instead of drawing him really teeny tiny. Jason might have a wonderful, better idea than this. So I'm gonna just leave this like this for now, and go further with my stuff, meaning I'm going to script this as you work with Jason. And if you want to see what I'm done, what I finished, hopefully I finish, by the end of this, feel free to stick around. I'm going to be working on this in silence and try to bang out a one-page story. Now, for you guys, from now until tomorrow, you can do that. Definitely try to aim for making this to a one-pager. If you can't, and you want to do 2 pages, even better. I'm just giving you the idea of trying to aim it for 1 page because it's an easy, attainable goal. You know, if you can do 2, 3, 4, oh Lord, if you can do 2, 3, 4 pages in 2 days, that's faster than me. So that's great. But I'm going to turn this over to Jason at this point, if that's okay. Unless anybody has any questions? Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, there seems to be a question here. Oh, maybe Jason replied.
I did.
Oh, very good. Okay, never mind.
Happily.
You did? You did? Okay, so if it's any questions for me, even after I turn this over to Jason now, I'll be here from 5 to 6 along with Jason for questions. I'm going to work on this. So I'm going to stop my share here. And I can see everybody again. So Jason, you can take over, and then you can talk about all the stuff that you need to do.
I'm just going to share my screen, and we'll go from there. And you can see, right? I can see that you can see it.
Yes.
I am using Photoshop, which is just a digital platform, or, software that I use to draw. Sometimes it helps with certain parts of my process, but it allows me to show you what I'm drawing easily. So I'm using a stylus, which is the pen that goes with a drawing pad here, and it will show up in Photoshop, and I can make notes, and I can draw things, and it doesn't have to look perfect because whatever I draw, I can erase. Just like in real life, when I work traditionally, it's no different. Before I do introductions and all that kind of stuff about who I am and what I'm planning for this next few minutes, I'd like to just continue right from where Howard was, so we keep the momentum and keep the flow going. So I knew that Howard wanted something around 8 panels, so I made an 8-panel doodle. Right? I know that I have 8 panels, and I don't think these are going to be the panels that are there at the end. I really don't think so. But I need a place to start. So I'm going to just start with 8 panels that are about the same size. And as I read the script from Howard, I'm going to make little notes as to what I need to have in my drawing so that I know what to draw well, so I can remember while I'm going, because there's a lot of information coming from my partner writer or coming from myself at a different time that I wanted to write down so I don't forget. So I know I need to have an establishing shot. I know I need to have the Toronto skyline. I know there needs to be a meteor crash. I know we need to see Geo for the first time. And I know it needs to be in a park. And as Howard was talking, I got a vision as to a spot in Toronto where you can see a park and see the skyline and the sky, which is really beautiful here. And I can imagine this character walking home from school. So for those of you who are local, if you've ever walked along Broadview, south of Danforth, north of Gerrard, there is a stretch where you can really see the whole skyline of Toronto, including the CN Tower, which would signal to anybody that this is Toronto, no matter where you're from. If you've ever heard of Toronto, you will recognize the skyline. So I imagine it in my head. And I also know that since this is an establishing shot, this little panel I have here, it's too small. So I need to change it. I need to probably use a bigger panel. So I've given myself a little bit of space to make some notes. So I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to do this one instead. And I'm going to take my notes away. So I drew this while Howard was talking. And I have a character walking. I know Howard said he wants a much larger shot of the main character. And maybe we'll get there. But for where I'm starting in my process, I'm starting with the character being small. And it's for a few reasons. One is because I want to show the scale of Geo in his world. He's not the biggest thing in the world. He's small. Maybe he's a little shy. So this doesn't just show the character's face. I'll have a chance to show his face in the next few panels. But I thought maybe I can show that the character is small in the whole story, that the city is really big, and that the meteor is happening. It shows how far away it's happening to him. And also maybe it shows that he's walking alone. He's walking home alone from school. I don't know. It's just an idea. And because we are going to read from left to right, I have the meteor coming in that way. So it kind of animates a little bit. So as the meteor comes in, our eyes also go across the panel. I've got the CN Tower there in the background. I'm going to have layers of things in the background, like the park, and then the Don Valley Parkway, and the Don River, and Cabbagetown, and then parts of the city as we get further and further back. And I'll have a nice sky in the background. I'm already thinking ahead of what's going to be there. But honestly, this drawing took me probably about 15 seconds to doodle that. And that's part of my process. I go through and I doodle really quickly. And I guarantee you, if this page was ever to get published, none of these lines would be there. I'm putting down lines that I'm never planning to see again, because it just is a place for us to start. It's a starting point. And we're all really good at seeing things and saying, I like that or I don't like that. But it's really hard to change what you can't see. So I'm going to start with a place where I can at least see something. And this is the point I'm starting from. And I can delete any of it. I can get rid of it. I can change any of it. It doesn't really matter. So it's just my starting point. And as we continue to discuss what's going to be in this page, I'm going to change the size of the panels. I'm going to rearrange things. I can move parts around. Just like if I was working with paper and pencil, I would just erase things or choose a new piece of paper and start again. And that's just part of the process we go through. And it's a normal thing for us to do, to go through those changes or those iterations of an idea. All right, everyone okay so far? I can't really see anymore if there are any questions, but if there are, Howard, just hit me up and let me know if there are any questions or problems in the chat or whatever's happening.
Sure thing, man.
So
No
my name is Jason. My last name is Lapidus. And if you pronounce it differently, that's fine with me. I don't mind. And I want to talk about layouts today. This is like the process of laying out your ideas on paper. And I want to first talk about comics as a language, thinking about it as simply that, and about this idea of thumbnail sketches, which are, as Howard talked about yesterday, these little sketches that we make, and things that we need to consider when it comes to how we make our art, what we need to think about as we're going, and the idea of always being ready to make changes. No one is going to make art perfectly. Nobody does. And the best artists out there are the ones who are absolutely open about continuing after they've made a mistake. They recognize their mistakes and they make a change to it. They don't give up. They don't stop. They don't think they suck. They just make a change. However, that's digital or traditionally with a pen and paper, you make a change and you keep going. And that's a really important thing. And then if we had time at the end, I would review Howard's script with some of the things I was thinking about as we were reading, which I kind of already did at the beginning, because that's where the flow of our conversation was. So if we were to really have all the time in the world, yeah, we could talk about fundamentals of art, like shape and line, balance, form, tone, or we could spend hours talking about just drawing the human figure or capturing movement or how to make it look cartoony or how to draw objects in the foreground or the background and how to use ink, coloring, lettering, printing, publishing. Or as we were talking the other day, you and I, Howard, about distribution or the history of comics. There's so much to discuss, and that's fine. But it can't be today because we only have so much time. So this idea about comics as a language. All right. You have to remember that the primary goal of any comic is to communicate your story to a reader. That's all we're trying to do, trying to communicate. It's not about make it look like this or make it look like that. It just needs to be clear communication. So if something comes up that gets in the way of the way we communicate, we got to make a change. If, let's say, like Howard said yesterday, if a panel gets in the way of a character's face or the loop tail coming out of the word balloon, the balloon tail, goes to the wrong mouth or not the person's mouth, it's unclear. And we really want to make sure our communicating is clear. So we're always thinking, is this clear or does this make it unclear? If everything's in shadow, is it clear or unclear? There's a reason that, if you like Ninja Turtles, there's a reason that the cartoon Ninja Turtles, when they went to color, they decided they needed to have different color bandanas and masks. It's because it became more clear which turtle was which. When the comic was first done, it was in black and white, and the only way you could tell them apart was the weapons, right? But clarity is that really being important key. So we always want to keep things as clear as we can. Now, the way we communicate that's our style. So maybe you want to be entertaining, maybe you want to be emotional and tell stories that make people cry, or make people feel incredible joy, or maybe you want to give a lot of information and it can be educational or informative. Whatever way you want to do it, that's your style, that's up to you. But your goal is always to communicate whatever that idea is. And when it comes to comics or suspense, absolutely, suspense is great too. And we create pictures in a sequence, and that's how we tell our story in comics. We're just putting things in sequences, and that's how we go. Most often, yes, we use words to communicate, and our dialogue or the script that we have the characters say or the narration can explain a lot of what we don't have room to show. So for instance, in Howard's one-page script, we don't have a lot of time to say that Gio is coming back from school or what his school is. There isn't room to show his entire day and all the things he's been through. But if he's had a day where he is feeling lonely, we can illustrate that through making him small and making him alone. If he has a day where if he's a very social person and he has a lot of friends, I can draw him in a crowd and the center of attention. So you can really illustrate a lot, but we don't have a lot of time in comics. So sometimes we use the words to just speed things along or say what city he's in or say how old he is because we don't necessarily have time to show. So the dialogue and narration can help a lot. We really want to have our pictures illustrate as much of the story as we possibly can. So here is a page that is loading up. This is a sketch that I did for a page of an upcoming book called Peregrines that I'm illustrating. And so this is a drawing that I did. It's about 8.5 by 11. It's just a regular piece of printer paper, and I would have taken a couple pens to this and sketched things out. And it's going to look different when it's in the book, but this is where I started. I gave myself very simple panels, nothing too complicated. It's sort of what they would call a 9-panel grid because it's a page broken up into 9 pieces, but I use the middle panel for one picture. So if you see this, can we already tell what's happening on this page? I mean, it's one page out of 24 in a single issue. Can you tell what's happening? Like, did I do a good job communicating or did I leave something out? I mean, I don't know if anyone can tell. So if you want to unmute or throw in the chat what you think is happening on this page, I haven't told you who the character is. I haven't told you what year it is. I haven't told you where in the world. I haven't told you anything about the main character, what they're doing. You have no ideas, no information. This is not a one-page story. It's page 13 out of 24. So there's a lot that comes ahead of time. But I wonder, what problems did I create by the way that I drew this? What questions am I leaving my readers with so they won't be able to figure out what's happening in this page? And if I did a good job, readers will know what's happening without any questions. So does anyone have any idea what's happening on this page? Sparring with a dummy. I see that. I'm gonna read this one here. So Glenn says, sparring with a dummy and it breaks as somebody else arrives. And then it says, it looks like he's fighting someone. There you go. That's from Alyssa. And fight training from Jules. Okay, these are all great things. So a couple things that I did poorly right away. I did not clearly illustrate that this is a woman. This doesn't mean that you read it wrong. It means that I did not make it clear. Now, so that means when I go to draw my good copy, I need to do a better job of making sure that people can tell it's a woman. So there are some subtle hints. It's not too explicit, right? It's not too over the top. I didn't make it ridiculous like Wonder Woman where everyone can tell it's a woman every time no matter what. This woman is covered up, but yeah, it's a young woman. Olivia says, looks like she's practicing for battle, right? Aisha says, training for a karate fight. So yeah, we have this character who's punching a dummy, and the dummy is wearing an army helmet from a very specific country, a very specific war. And so if there are students of history, they might catch exactly.
Yeah, oh, nice.
Glenn wrote German World War I. Boom. Okay. So that means I'm doing a better job than I thought. So this woman is practicing fighting a dummy that has a helmet on from Germany in World War I. She knocks the head off of it, and the head bounces, and someone else walks into the room. I see down there, at the bottom, it rolls up to someone's feet. There are no words here other than the sound effects. In the script, it just says that the character is fighting and loses her temper. And I got to play, and I get to choose, how I'm going to express that. Oh, okay, Beckett, thanks. Beckett's telling me that that's their name, and sister's name is Willa. Well, nice to meet you both. Aisha is your mom. So can anyone tell which panel is the most important on a page like this? Which one do you think that I'm trying to say is the most important moment in this page? I think it's easy to tell, and I'm hoping that you're going to figure it out. Adam says the middle one, it has the most detail and is the largest. That's what I'm going for too. Now, this character, the last one. Ooh, that was good too. I'll get to that in a moment.
Yes.
Denise is the last one, and we'll get there. That's a really important point. So the middle panel, for me, is the most important because it's punch, 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 or punch, kick, punch, and the big crack. It's showing that this character is using more aggression than they need to be practicing on this wooden dummy. And I just want to show that they've lost their temper. Now the last panel, because I'm doing more than one page, I'm doing 24. I need to get every single person who reads this comic when they reach the end to ask the most important question, which is, in every story, what happens next? So what happens? Glenn's got it. What happens next? So we want to know whose foot is that, and what are the consequences of this woman punching off the head? What's going to happen next? So I try to leave every page that has something coming after it with a little, I don't want to say a cliffhanger, but just a little panel that makes you want to turn the page to see what happens next. I don't want you to get bored after my first page or in the middle of the book and stop reading. I want you to have to flip that page to see the next one. So I always leave my last panel ready to flow into the next page. And I try and make sure that the panel that has the spirit of the page, the most important part of the page, is going to get the most attention. Howard says he would love to see motion lines in panel 4, maybe more aggressive expression on her face. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that the page turner, good point, that motion lines can be really helpful. When I render things, when I would draw things for finishing, I sparingly use motion lines. And my reason for that is I try my best to make my characters and the objects have motion built into them without relying on motion lines to show you that things are moving. Like, for instance, if I'm watching a famous boxing match and a character throws a punch in the boxing match, if I get a still frame of Muhammad Ali throwing a knockout punch, there are no motion lines.
Yeah.
So I want to see the character off balance. I want to see a twist in the body. I want to see all sorts of things with the way that the figure's been put together. Objects in the air, that the drawing has motion in it. If I need motion lines to throw a little extra, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
A normal thing in comics is to see motion lines. But if I do it, I'm going to do it at a later stage. I want to try to make sure the body is put together the best I possibly can to create as much motion before I get to my final result. Remembering, this is process. I'm going to draw this probably 2 more times from top to bottom before I actually finish it. Glenn says he digs how in the sketch I show the ball compress and bounce. And by ball, he means the dummy head. If I did compress it, it's probably a fluke, or maybe just I was using the force and drawing by instinct. But thank you for the compliment. For sure. It's a fun one for me to draw. So that one's coming, like I said, from an upcoming book. And that's a fun one. So we'll see what happens. I also try to draw things as simply as I can, but that's again a choice of style. I try to make it so I'm not drawing more than I need to draw to get the idea across, because I try to have a page started and finished in the same day. So if I can't do it in 8 hours, then it's a style that is maybe I could spend forever drawing because it'll never be perfect. So I try and give myself a limit. Okay, the next page here is some thumbnails. Here is a thumbnail from Group of 7, A Most Secret Tale, which is the book that my partner Chris Sanigan and I published this year. Great time to publish a book during COVID, by the way. And this is, on the left is the thumbnail that I sketched that is probably only a few inches tall. And on the right is the finished drawing that I did that's in the book. So it's sort of you can see some of the changes that I made between those two steps. Originally, I was thinking about panels on angles to kind of create a little bit of chaos so that things were happening a little crazy. And by the time I got to actually drawing it, I was more interested in not having it that way. I wanted the rhythm. It was the only page in the whole book that was going to be crooked, so I decided not to. But you can see in panel 3, they're almost the same between my little sketch that's just a couple inches tall and the final, which is 17 inches. I mean, it's a full-size piece of paper like that big. So a lot stayed the same. The way it's being read stays the same. And that idea that I said before about the meteor, about how it comes into the page from left to right, I did the exact same thing here with this rocket fire that's landing. This is a scene that takes place in South Africa in the South African War in the year 1900. So these characters are running away because they're getting shelled by rockets or from, I guess, artillery fire. And I wanted to show that that as new shells are coming in, they need to run. But this is not the same pardon me. That's not the same character running across the panel. It's 3 different characters in different stages of running away. So it kind of feels like there's a lot of motion there. And then at the bottom, I did a strange view in the final panel where it's from way up above, because I wanted to show the reader that the characters were getting surrounded. They're at a rail yard in South Africa. I wanted to show that they're getting surrounded. Now that I look at it here, it's really hard to see the people that are coming to surround them. It's really hard for me to see. I did not do a good job communicating the one idea that I needed to, which is they're getting surrounded. If I look really closely, I can see these little lines that were supposed to be people, but I was probably too scared to make bigger lines at the time and probably had to move on to other things. So it's not always perfect, but the book needed to get done, so it got done. And my round edges around these panel borders are because, in this case, it was taking place in the past. And I wanted to make sure that the reader could see the difference between what was happening for the characters now and what was happening to characters in their memory. So I shifted from round panel borders to square or right angle panel borders to help the reader know that they're 2 different time periods. Just a little subtle thing. But that's a thumbnail that I would do with a little pen, and then that's how it would kind of end up as I finish the page. Crazy stuff. So where do we start? It's kind of hard to figure out, but because it's a language, you have to learn all the vocabulary, and you have to learn how tone makes a difference in a language, and how volume and like how loud you are makes a difference in a language. So I like to think of a 6-panel page, just like 6 panels stacked on top of each other seems to be a pretty common place to start. Some of the greatest artists ever in comics, guys like Jack Kirby, would do these 6-panel pages all the time. It's just a very traditional way to go. It's practical. I would say it's meat and potatoes, nothing fancy about it. It's your basics. It's safe, steady. There's nothing wrong with it. You can't go wrong with a 6-panel page. It's not that interesting. You're not using your panels to express ideas that are different. It's just a safe place to start. If you want to start with 6 panels, safe, no problem. Nothing wrong with that. Now, if you do a 5-panel, all of a sudden, that one along the top, this panel here along the top, panel number 1, it gives you a little more time and space. It slows things down a little bit, right? It gives the reader a little bit more time to read. You can put more there. You can use how your panels are. You can use the size and the quantity of your panels to control how quickly a reader reads and how much attention they give to different panels. So you can go 5-panel if you want to. This one is a 9-panel page. You see this in the famous book Watchmen, and it is a very measured, very controlled way to lay out your page. Tick tock, tick tock. It just moves all the way through. And you can, of course, you can make one of those a full tier of panels. You can do whatever way you wanted. If you compare these ones, I mixed the 6-panel style and the 9-panel style. And then at the end, I tried playing with one in version B there to make that one even bigger, to say, oh, okay, something big is happening in the last panel. So you're allowed to change. It's ugly. Howard doesn't like it. That's the expression I saw on your face. You don't like that?
No, I'm actually trying to finish up the script as fast as I can.
Okay. I'm sorry. I
These
didn't
are
mean
the
to read your
faces of a
expression.
writer.
Pardon me. Yours are the only face I'm really watching here because I'm trying to keep my screen clear.
Yep,
so
no worries.
Depending on how big you make your panel, and you can have them overlap each other, right? That's a way to, again, show that something is more important than something else. It's a way to almost make a panel shout at a person. And of course, you can, as Howard said yesterday, you can change the kind of line you're using on your panel to make the panel shout even more. You can use a jagged line, make it look electric, to make it all shouty. You can make it on all sorts of triangles, right? You don't have to use right angles all the time. You can play with it any way you want. It's very expressive. One word that I have not heard yet in the workshop is the word gutter. And this is an important word. It is the space between the panels, right there, on version A here, between panels 1 and 2. That space between panels is called the gutter. And the gutter is where your imagination goes to work. We don't always know it, but our imagination completes the sequence between panel 1 and panel 2. Whatever happened in between it, our imagination does it, and that happens in the gutter. You can use the gutters to put objects in. You can decorate the gutters. You can do whatever you want to complicate things. You can keep it simple and clear. You can have characters bursting out of a panel and have part of their body go over the gutter. It's really okay. It's up to you. But you'll find if you do anything too much, the reader will get bored, or the reader will get tired, or they'll stop noticing. An artist like me, I break panel borders maybe once a page. I have something that's really important come outside of a panel and maybe go into the panel next to it a little bit, but not too much. I try and use it sparingly. But again, that's your choice of style, how you want to do things. It's completely up to you. Here is another page from the upcoming Peregrines. And this one is using that 9-panel grid I showed before. And it's supposed to be a scene where they're in a military environment, so things are very controlled. And the main character who's controlling the scene with all the power is a very controlling individual. So I kept the structure very neat and tidy, 9 panels. And this one's lettered already, so I've already done sort of the typing part and played with my letters. I haven't played too much with sound effects yet. But I'm not exactly sure how well or how easy it is to read, because again, this is page 11 of 24. So you don't know what happened just before. You're not sure what's coming next. I don't mind a little bit of suspense and a little bit of mystery. I don't mind having readers not have all the answers right away, depending on who your book is, or who your comic is being planned for. Some readers can go many, many, many pages without actually knowing what's happening, and they put the pieces together as they go. So it depends on what you're asking of the reader. In this case, I'm asking them for a little bit of patience. They see that, there's a hand holding a helmet mask of some sort and then putting it in the desk drawer, and they're sitting at a desk, and I see a portrait of, in this case, I know it's the king, but someone walks into an office carrying a bunch of paper. You can't see what's on this paper because I'm adding it digitally afterward. I'm adding like blueprints or schematics, like very formal design drawings. And the scene goes, and there's a lot of conversation. Now, I find that this page has more dialogue, more words than I would like, but that's where the partnership comes in. The partner that I'm doing this with is, again, his name is Chris, and Chris writes a lot of dialogue between characters. So I try and get the dialogue done as concisely as I can. And when the action's happening, because I only have so many pages to work with, I really make a point of having action done by having conversations done after a certain amount of pages. We need to get action moving, and I try and pace out 24 pages so that almost every 8 pages, something exciting has happened. So I don't want to have talking for 8 pages. I want to have the talking done, get to a bit of action, talking, some action, some talking, and some action. So there's quite a bit of conversation happening here, but it works out okay. And when I'm doing my layouts like you're doing, I have to figure out how small do I need to draw these characters so that the words will fit. And I'll do these, sometimes I'll draw them more than once. I'll draw a character in and I'll put the words in type, even roughly. I'll type the words in so that I can see how big the word balloons are going to be. So I know I should need to shrink a drawing. And I'll do that. I'll shrink drawings and move things along. Drawing a falcon here is terrifying. Oh, one last thing. I know I'm getting toward the end of the time, or I'm at the end of today's. Yeah. But one thing I want to mention, just from a drawing point of view, I don't know how this happened to the world, but I have noticed that people that don't draw very often are sometimes really amazed by how people who draw often draw objects or people well. And one of the things I've noticed is people who draw things well, they look at models. I want to use the word references. So if I have to draw a falcon, I am looking up images of a falcon. I'm watching video of a falcon. I am going to the zoo and looking at falcons. Okay, if I'm drawing a lot of falcons, I'm going to find a lot of references. When it comes to people, if I have to draw a person, I'm looking at people. I'm looking at faces. I'm looking at models. I'll show you tomorrow. I have a drawing of one of the peregrines running, and I used an action figure of the Wasp from the movie Ant-Man and the Wasp, and I posed her the way I wanted her to run. I'll show you tomorrow. And then I drew what I was looking at. So don't be afraid to find objects around your home or things that are safe that are on the internet, and draw what you see to make what you're drawing look more like what you're trying to communicate. There's nothing wrong with drawing from a model. If you're going to draw Luke Skywalker, go get yourself a Luke Skywalker and draw him. It's okay, right? Leonardo da Vinci was looking at Mona Lisa when he painted the Mona Lisa. It's not just from the imagination. So artists use references. It's a really, really important tool. I have action figures all over the place that help me draw. I have objects all over the house that help me draw. So it helps a great deal to use references. Use things to help you draw things that look the way you need them to look. I see Ron is asking about font size. Great question. 12-point font, yes. 14-point font, yes. Don't say no spoilers about Luke Skywalker. Don't say anything. Whoever's Eric, keep that to yourself. We'll talk after. The only problem with font size and me telling you yes 12 or yes 14 is the size of type changes depending on the font. So there's a font that I like to use that's 14. There's a font that I used to use that was 12. And it's really about, you have to think about how big is this going to print? And so again, who is it for so it's clear? So it really depends. And it's going to come from trial and error of printing it off and looking at it. Really, it's like learning sometimes how to make comics. A lot of benefits from having enough comics printed to trying to print things and seeing what they look like, seeing how your results go. One of the 2 kids with Aisha is asking can they show the thing that they made? I'm going to unshare my screen here, and we will continue about that tomorrow. And we can take a look at there's some of the cool stuff. But let's back out of that and go back to Zoom.
By the way, I sent you my script.
That's great.
Whatever. Hopefully it's legibly. Well, it's legible, but hopefully it flows all right.
So I'm going to let the moderators take over and help so that the kids can show, or anybody who wants to show what they drew today. Yeah. Will any of these recordings be available on YouTube or where? The answer, Glenn, is yes. Again, I'll let the moderators share exactly.
Good answer, Jason. Yes, from what I understand, there's going to be a link on their Facebook page underneath where they put the ad for the workshop, for this workshop, as well. We might be looking into having a separate link, probably there as well. Maybe, I'm not sure on the website, but definitely on their Facebook page. If you have Facebook, that would be a great way to access it, which will be posted after the last workshop. As to exactly when, I don't know, because they have to do things and edit and whatnot to get that done. Going back to Jason's thing about using references, if we look behind me, yes, those are toys, but they're also used for references for writing and stuff. You might have seen me grabbing something behind me because I was trying to figure out certain poses and stuff. As a writer, you do that too. Sometimes your imagination sparks from different things. For me, it's toys and video games and whatnot. So don't feel bad about that. Now, I know we just ran over a little bit over time. Does anybody have any questions before they go? And afterwards, I'll show you my first draft of my script, which is usually I don't show that to people, which is kind of interesting. But are there any questions, be it typed or you can actually unmute yourself and ask that question? Doesn't look like there's any questions, or is it just me?
We know that some of the kids wanted to share.
Oh, who
I see
wanted
they're
to
ready to
sorry.
share.
Yes, who wanted to share again?
Aisha's kids. You're
Oh.
muted right now. I'm going to unmute you. I don't think I can. Oh,
Yes, you
there
did.
you
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
You're unmuted.
Yeah, I
You want to
clicked at
share
the
your
same
picture?
time. Sorry.
So yesterday I drew the picture, and today before class I colored the picture.
Oh,
Willa, that's awesome.
Love that floaty, that little donut inner tube.
Are you using pencil crayons?
Yeah.
Cool.
I also made out of a squishy eraser thing.
Like a rubber eraser.
A dreidel.
Oh, very nice.
Oh,
And
nice.
there's hay. There's Sheen. I could.
Very nice.
There's none.
Yeah.
And there's Gamma.
There's Gamble. Good job. Well done. I imagine that one's a one-time spin because is the point of it soft still, or is it already hardened?
It's
an eraser. It's not.
Right.
It's
So
an
it's not
eraser.
going to work. It's like a kneaded eraser. I
It
understand.
can still spin.
One-time spin. Oh, look at that. Willa, are you sad that Hanukkah just ended? Today was the last day.
Well, not really, because on the first night or day morning, we got a huge basketball thing.
Wow.
Like that arcade thing.
Oh, I understand. Where you shoot hoops and then it counts how many you got?
Yeah, and they're like
Cool.
2, and yeah, we put it in the basement.
That's smart. Don't tell my children that. They're going to want one too.
And we've just been playing with it mostly every day.
That's great. That's a lot of fun to do.
Yeah.
Very cool. And Beckett, did you want to show any of your art that you were working on?
Oh, sure. I just did this just now. So you remember this from yesterday?
He made it into a fox.
Because I feel like it's a fox now instead of a cat, because I feel like the tail doesn't really look like a cat's tail. Looks like a fox tail.
Things change.
So anyway, I made it. Oh my god. This is a really funny drawing I did just now. I made it so that he's using his sock to kill a fat guy up in the corner.
Zap a fat guy. Read the word.
Poor fat guy.
Wait.
Oh my god, this is crazy. Oh my god.
He's zapping a fat guy. Oh, poor fat guy.
Okay, wait. His name.
Oh, he's naming them now. There we go.
Oh, don't say Jason. Don't say Jason.
I think that's a
His
great
name is Fat Guy.
His name is Fat Guy.
Oh,
His name is Fat Guy.
That's awesome. So, anybody else want to share things? Because I know where some people need to leave. Oh, it's a question on a panel. There's a question from Max. On a panel, if you use the same place as in then last shot, do you have to still write the place it takes place?
Right. So if the location is happening that's the same as the previous one, you still have to keep writing the same location, or do you only have to write new location when it's a new location?
It's only when it's a new location. There's more than one way to show that. You can use it with captions. Basically, just blurt out, "We're in a hospital now." So it doesn't matter where. If you don't even have to show art at that point because you can read it. You're in a different location with the words on it. You could use different ways to sneak that in for the change of location. Is if you have a scene, I'm just making this up, like a rocket from Earth. So you see the rocket blasting off from Earth. The next scene, without having a caption or words, you see the rocket in space. That gutter that we talked about, the space between panels. Let's make it draw it real quick with a pen here. And this is a gutter. So this is this is a gutter here. So if I had a rocket here, I'll try to draw as fast as. Why is a writer drawing? Anyways.
You like to draw too, come on.
Okay, so an awful rocket. So we have two panels here. So we have the rocket on Earth blasting off. This is the space between the panels. This is where time happens. Remember, I don't know, you can look back in the chat, I explained it's actually time moves forward or backwards depending on your story. In your brain, we imagine that the rocket continues flying upwards in the gutter. And the next panel, as you see here, it's already in space. We don't say they're in space, but we can see that. But we know where they came from and why the scene changed because of the action taking place here. So it's no difference. Scene changes. So, to answer your question, scene changes can be done like that. Because it's sort of like if a person's walking out of a store and you see them walking towards the door, about opening the door, that the next panel they're going to be outside on the street. The gutter will help you put all that action in your head, in your imagination, and you will already, as a reader, you'll understand that they went through the door. That's why they're on the street. So you don't have to say they're on the street now because we already know that. If that makes sense. Can I say something about Pashin? Yes, you can. Aish.
Pushin.
Yes. So I'm trying to read the next thing after I said that. Yes, definitely show.
So this was from this Pushin book. I wonder if I showed it already.
You did.
Oh yeah, I did. Yesterday. So I got the drawing from that.
Nice. It looks like a lot of fun, that book. That you can do a lot of like copying and changing and playing with the images in that book. It's a fun one.
Yeah, it's like the referencing you're talking about.
Right. And listen, lots of great artists spend a lot of time studying other artists and redrawing what they see in other books.
Yeah,
and that's how you learn.
They make like fan fiction and
That's
like,
right. Sure, you can do fan fiction. I mean, look at it like another way. If you see a great pitcher do something in the way they throw a ball, you try to do the same thing that you saw that pitcher do. So it's the same with if there's an artist or an illustrator who draws a certain object or a certain character, there's absolutely nothing wrong with copying, with trying it out. It's a form of practice. It's a way you get better. I mean, look at how many grown-ups, actually some kids too, especially in my house, been cooking from recipes. You see a recipe, you follow the instructions, you try to make the same thing. That's one of the ways that we can learn. Not the only way to learn, but one of the ways we can learn is by copying. And it's a very helpful thing. Just don't say it was yours. You always have to give credit. Always have to give credit where credit is due.
Somebody else wants to show their art. Anya there wants to show their art too. Can we actually have it? Where is Anya? Where are you? Where are you?
Can I say one more thing?
Whoa, look at the panels and oh wow. Whoa. Whoa, look at that.
Tell the story? Yeah.
One day at the park, the superhero get the snow and
Help the bunny.
Help the bunny to build a
Snow castle.
snow castle.
Oh my goodness, that's
I love
awesome.
it. I love it. That is great.
I would like to hear you read every story.
Absolutely. And
That was awesome.
Keep that haircut. Oh my God. So does anybody else have any questions by any chance? Or do we like us to go back to anything? This is obviously is let's see the time here. So it's obviously after 5. You have to go, don't worry. It's absolutely, as I mentioned before, the workshop does end at 5. We're now in the Q&A portion of the, well, it's not really the workshop, it's the Q&A portion. So I'm going to let's see. Oh, you're welcome. I'm going to I'm going to show really quickly, if I can do that. Go back here. What I wrote, so it gives you an idea. Oh, where did my screen go? Oh, not files. My computer's running really slow. I don't know why it's running so slow. It's awful. You know what? It might help if I have it. There we go. So I'm going to share this. This is the first draft. And usually I don't show this because it's a first draft. So as I mentioned before, I use the plot here that we put together to do. And I started using that to work my script. So I ended up with 8 panels because I told Jason ahead I'm going to try to contain it within 8 panels, which you usually don't do. You don't say to yourself, I'm going to make this into a 9-panel grid or whatever. You do it maybe more flexible, but in this case, I'm trying to keep it in 1 page. So as I started out before, mentioned establishing shot. We don't really have to because most people should know what Tarnal looks like. But as you can see, I have panel 1, panel descriptions here. And then I have captions, sound effects, and geo-talking already. And panel 2, I have him in the crater already, reaching out for the gauntlet, and he falls. We won't see it, but he will know he'll fall in because the next panel 3, we see that wherever he's holding off snaps, and he falls into the crater. But he touches the gauntlet here and turns into something. Or he has, well, technically, we'll have to talk to Jason about that tomorrow. What the full-on alien armor would be or look like. I just have that in my brain right now. So I said things will always change. So even though I finished what possibly is a 1-page introduction story of how Geo becomes a superhero, this may be changed completely tomorrow. And that is absolutely perfect to me, because comic books is never about my idea being the only idea or Jason's idea being the only idea. You're welcome, Adam. I'll definitely see you tomorrow. The thing is, you have to have something to build off on. So I had an idea. We all had ideas yesterday. Built a plot yesterday, which I showed you today, that what happens when you put all those 6 points together. And then from plot, we went to script. I know we skipped story, as I mentioned, but we went to script. So with the script now, that's, well, it's a first draft, so it's done. Jason can look at it and then take it apart visually and do his thing, and then come back to me and ask me questions and things like that. So like, for example, if this line, for whatever reason, is too long, because of the way I wrote, how I actually described the panel, how that would look visually, he might ask me to change the dialogue so I can still draw it that way, or change it completely, like he did in panel 1 when we talked about, when we started talking about layouts at the beginning of the workshop. So this is to show you that even though I'm done, I'm not done until way after. So after Jason's portion, I'm still technically writing. And that's how it works in comic books. So I'm going to stop this for now. Let's see. So I can see everybody again. So the thing is, you never stop writing until you get to it published. I know it sounds awful to me, you have to keep writing forever, but that's what happens. You keep changing it. Even when it gets to the point when someone's putting the words on the page, who's called a letterer, and I letter myself as well. Even at that point, things can change. Because a letter might say, okay, this is too long. I have to cover the art with the word balloon. Can you guys change something so I can make this work for you guys? You might have to change the whole page just to make that work. So you're not done writing until it gets to, you send it off the files to the printer to print. That's when it stops.
Yeah, Howard, I'm writing a 3-page short story in an upcoming publication for 2021. And the editor got back to me and said, can you please add a 4th page to it? I had done pencils, script, like basically done. He's like, no, add a 4th page. So, and it needs to be to connect to the next writer in the anthology's piece, to weave them together. Like, I paste things for my punchline. I hit my punchline at the end of page 3. There is no more content, but you just, okay, editor says another page, you throw in another page, and you have to write. And I had to add a panel before my opening panel on the first page, and I had to add an entire 4th page. Like,
it happens, yeah. It happens all the time. When I did the Iron Man book, I wanted to show parts of Hong Kong in it, and I actually scripted in like 3 pages, which wasn't a lot. Well, to me, it wasn't a lot to do because it was actually action happening. It wasn't just establishing shots. They said, no, can you cut that down to 1? So I had 3 pages of different locations, and they gave me 1 page to do it in.
Right.
And I sat there wondering, should I just kill it's like, do I kill the idea completely, or do I change it? I mean, I can show it to you if I can find it out as I talk to you. So I was like talking to the artist, and the artist was like, we can't show all of Hong Kong on 1 page. I'm like, no, we can't. That's kind of like crazy impossible, but let's try. Because that's my personality. I'll just try anything and make it work. So we end up doing this weird sort of pentagram. I don't know if you guys can see it, this pentagram panel layout. So each panel is a different location. Now, this is a special thing. I'm already you guys talking about, the Z pattern or Z pattern of reading. This was designed so that you can technically read it in any direction and it'll still work.
That's great. It's creative.
So this took about a day for us to figure out, because we still wanted to show all of Hong Kong, but all done on 1 page. We didn't show all of Hong Kong, but we showed a lot of different locales. So it was a challenge that makes your creativity flow a lot more vibrantly, because now you're challenging yourself to do it. I didn't think we could, but we did. And the guys the folks at Disney were ecstatic. It's like, you showed Hong Kong. I thought they were going to cut that out. Yep, they did. Marvel editors did try to cut it out to get more action, and we still had action in it, and we still showed what we wanted to show. So everybody was happy. So it does work. You can do it. I mean, adding a page to a story is much, I think, in a way, easier than taking a page away when you're done with it.
Oh yeah, I agree with you.
So adding is always easier to me. Because when you say, I'm done writing, can you take a page out? Oh God. So now you have to figure out, can I do that and keep everything else the same, which is much harder to me.
It's difficult science, that's for sure. Like surgery, you got to take it's challenging, strategic.
Yeah. Oh no, that's a good point. For those who are still here, which is great. Always be focused on the best story you can do. And
I thought you were going to say always be recording like Lego Batman.
No. Always be taking apart. You take apart everything, be it the story or the art, because you're trying to tell the best story. So you might have this amazing idea that you kept all the way through, all the way down to the layouts, but it's not good for the story. At the end, it's not a good story. You cut that out. It might hurt you because you took so much time and effort and research to do it. If it doesn't work for the story, you take it out.
Yeah.
You feel bad about it. Does it mean you throw it away forever? No. You can keep it for a different story.
Right. Or save it for promotional art.
Well, yeah, the art's done. Yeah, absolutely. I think most of the posters in the world are created by things that weren't used.
Right.
Oh, bye, Anya. Oh. If you guys want to go, you can go. This is like anyone who wants to ask questions.
Yeah, unless you
back and forth.
Exactly. We welcome any questions about comics, or comic making, or the industry, or comic culture, or anything on topic.
So I thought someone was going to show something.
I was worried Eric was going to give some spoilers today.
Ah.
Joellen has a question.
Sure.
Joellen has a question.
Okay.
Okay. This might be a little heresy here, but I'm really just not into the superhero villain scene.
Mm-hmm.
So, where does that take me then with the world of comics? Are there
everywhere? Absolutely everywhere, because I'm trying to say I don't have them up because I don't have most of my stuff up because I keep them in boxes like any good comic book person. But comic books can tell every kind of story. If you look up things like Roller Girl, to like, I'm a little older, so I read Archie comics too. So that's no superheroes in Archie comics. So that's about high school life. You know, when we still had the burger and diners and stuff like that with the milkshakes and stuff. So you can talk about everyday stuff. It can be about sports. I know some friends are actually working. Actually, no, he already came out. It's called Planet Hockey from Jay Torres, and I totally bulked on the artist. I am a bad creative person.
I forget who that is too. Joellen, what do you like when it comes to stories, like whether it's novels or film or television? What interests you?
Well, this is a whole new venue for me because I've never been much for fiction either.
Right. There's nonfiction as well.
And I don't watch many movies either. So I'm really pushing myself in a whole nother area. And I never did comics because my empathy with the characters was too much to get into all that violence and all that negativity or loser stuff, or, you know, I want it to be more learning life skills, learning to be, you know, a good person within the community, interacting with people in positive, healthy ways.
Right. There are comics about every single kind of person, every single kind of story, and it's just a question of what you have access to, what you can find. Whether you get things through Amazon or directly from creators from their own websites, or if you go to a local bookstore that carries. It also depends on how open-minded you are to age. So for instance, some of the best comics or most popular comics could be targeting 10-year-old girls as their main audience, but there's so much good stuff in there for an adult to read too. And if an adult says, oh, this looks like it's for kids, and then you're going to pass it over, which is fine too. So it's just, there is a ton. Now that you've mentioned that, I'm going to let Howard talk, and I'm going to look at my bookshelf and see what's there, because my family has amassed quite a diverse collection of graphic novels and comics that I grew up on superheroes. I'll always love that as the most oversimplified version of morality plays. I love it. But I definitely recognize the limits of the genre for a huge chunk of the population. So I'll be right back. I'll take a look and see what I have that inspires.
So I am still we're actually renovating, so all my books are unfortunately in the basement where they don't belong. I mean, where they are stored right now. So the thing is about genre for comic books, I'll tell you right now, I did not start collecting or reading superhero comics. I started reading this weird I don't know, things about monsters down to sci-fi down, and then the relationship stuff. It's like, right, especially now, of all the time periods in the world, now is the greatest time for, you know, what we call sequential art and stuff like that, which is comic books, any genre you can think of, even nonfiction. A lot of people do factual books and stuff. Like a great example, and because it's just popping in my head because my kids are starting learning Shakespeare. When I was in high school learning Romeo and Juliet, I was reading, you know, the book that the school gave me. My friend next to me had a comic book version of Romeo and Juliet that had every single line, every single act. But because of the art, I understood the story so much faster than reading it and waiting for the teacher to explain, this is what it really means, versus, shouldn't I read it and understand it, but I don't. So you can find comic books for anything, but you have to like do some research and find it. So I personally used the superhero genre because it's easy to understand for everybody. Everybody understands it, you know, good versus evil is simple. If I start talking about comic books that I enjoy or things I've written in the past, it might lose context because he has a lot of, so I'm gonna throw some words that kids might understand, like analogies and metaphoric imagery and stuff like that I put in. Like this one amazing series is limited, oh yeah, I don't think out in the 70s called Moonshadow. Definitely not for kids, but it actually quotes William Blake's poetry inside the context of the story and actually follows some of his poetry stuff. So there's like these really in-depth things that you can grab. One of my favorite series that concluded a long time ago from Neil Gaiman, which is a fantastic writer. You know, Neil Gaiman's an amazing writer. He does novels as well, called the Sandman series. That transformed the genre when he came out with it, because it was so not, it's completely not superheroes. It's talking about the Lord of Dreams and his sisters, who are, I'm not going to mention their names because there's some children here, that take upon different entities of things. So you can go as far as that down to just having a relationship, especially with manga too, the Japanese manga that have been translated into English, thank God, because I don't read Japanese. So there's a lot of things where they do that we are, I would wish we did more of. I mean, there's like manga about like a person who wants to be a tennis pro, but it's not really about the tennis. The tennis thing is the background story, and it's really about his relationship with the girl that he's going after, or he's like, he realizes that he doesn't want to be a tennis pro, but he's being pushed towards that angle. You see that struggle, the internal struggle of it, which you don't see a lot in that in superheroes. You don't. That's the honest truth.
So the manga tends to be the Japanese comics tend to have a different sort of purpose, you might say. Yeah. It's a little more psychological.
Yes, they what I would call, they play the long game, because we do things like what we call in the old days the floppies, like the 20 page or 22 pages would be like one issue, and then we'd have 5 issues of these, and then we put them together to make a book like that. Mm-hmm. So the manga we talk about is the Japanese version of sequential art. You read it the other way. It's actually, you know how you did the Z pattern to left to right and down. It's the totally opposite, because you read the other way. But the thing is, they take the long game. So instead of doing the floppy version of 22 pages, they do like 300, 500 pages and release it all at once. So you have the entire story, or you have like a chapter that takes, it's like a thick, I mean, their books are like this thick. So the art style is different. The way they produce it is completely different to allow them to do that. But they purposely do that so that you can get deep into a scene. So even if it's a fighting scene, let's just say like a hero versus a villain, as simple as it sounds, maybe the villain's actually not that bad. They're fighting for what looks like it's a bad thing, but the end goal is actually good for everybody. Just for example, that fight scene might last for 200, like I wouldn't say 200, let's say 50 pages long. But in the 50 pages, it's not just fighting. They're talking. There's inner monologue that you would get, like what you get from Shakespearean plays, where you can hear the character thinking and talking out loud to us as the audience. So they do that. I've been trying to pull that kind of writing style into mainstream comic books, bit by bit. It's very hard, especially when you work for larger companies, because they're so used to going one way of telling a story, which is fine. It works. Like Hollywood stories will always be a Hollywood story, blockbusters, and they follow a certain pattern. If you look up the hero's journey, it's a European who created that theory. Oh my God, I can't remember the name. That's awful. But if you look
Joseph
up
Campbell.
Was it?
Joseph Campbell's heroic journey, yeah, Hero of a Thousand Faces. The thing is, he doesn't create it; he recognizes that it already existed.
No. I remember somebody who found out, the first person who wrote that term and then described it.
That's like saying the person who discovered the sun. I mean,
yeah, well, I know. But the thing is,
it's there whether you want to name it or not.
That's true. But the hero's journey is like in every single
hero story. Yes.
Hero story.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if superhero or not. Even comedies, action, that doesn't matter. That's the thing that they follow. What the Japanese manga stories do, and really great comics do, they take that apart and throw it into the trash, and then just do their own thing. Like I was mentioning Sandman when you walked away as one of those great comic books. Swamp Thing is another. I'm naming all these old books. I don't want to forget. I feel so bad. I never read this. My kids read it. Lumberjanes, it's very popular for Boom Studios. I know your
Yep.
kids read the same age of that. Whereas a bunch of girls who are, I think I haven't read it yet, are investigating supernatural phenomenons and stuff like that. So not superheroes; they're just regular kids who so happen to be into that. So there's like genres for everything in comic books, and especially North American comic books. When you talk about indie creators, so Marvel and DC will have a set of books that's really for generally superhero stuff. Absolutely. You look at the other publishers as well as independent creators. They go everywhere and anywhere, and then take the hero's journey and just break it, and then take you in a whole different direction. Which is why I like the medium of comics, because it goes anywhere and everywhere. So you never know. Actually, you have books to show?
I do. I have a ton.
Excuse me. So just as I have read a fair amount of literature, and different cultures have different styles of literature and different purposes for their literature. And even within the American culture, there's multiple venues, multiple directions, right? So is this what you're saying within the world of comics? It's that broad as well? There's cultural aspects, there's...
Absolutely.
Okay.
It is as broad as any other medium, right? Like it is a language unto itself, and it's blending of two established art forms, like, you know, writing and visual arts. And it's really maybe at its most beautiful, because a person can tell an epic Lawrence of Arabia scale, Gone with the Wind scale, Star Wars scale story with a pencil and a piece of paper and just themselves. There's no studio behind them. There's just them and a piece of paper. And you are, as a cartoonist, you know, you are the writer, artist, sure, but you're also director. You're every actor. You are the set designer. You're the costume designer. You know, you are the soundtrack. You are every element of that production.
And then the best
all
part,
controlled within your pen. And it's the creative freedom, no oversight, and it can be an incredibly cathartic process, a very meditative process to make comics. There are communities in every city since COVID, you know, locked down the globe. There have been a group of male-dominated cartoonists. We meet on Zoom almost every night, and we talk about what we did that day, and we share our work. And I now have friends all over the world that make comics, and we're making a book all together in all these different cities. So, you know, all these, it's crazy. So just to flash a few in front of you. I don't know if this is backwards to you or if it's forward.
Nope, it's fine.
It's forward.
So this can get pronounced Persepolis if you're pronouncing it very Anglo, or Persepolis if you're going to go a little more Persian. And it's about it's a memoir of a girl growing up in revolutionary Iran. And in terms of its art style, it is just stark black white.
Wow.
So we're not talking about a rendering style that is highly detailed and realistic. It's cartoony and highly graphic, but she's expressing her story as clear as day. Like you won't make a mistake in what you're reading. It's completely clear, but it's a very human story, and it's just beautiful. There's a collection, encyclopedia of like creation myths from different indigenous cultures around North America. This one here, and I love this, is a technique called spot varnish, where although the cover is black, certain parts are varnished, so they catch the light in my room.
I saw that somewhere, but I didn't realize what it was.
Yeah, it's just some parts are matte and some part are varnished, so they flash. It's a beautiful technique for covers.
It's like the pottery from New Mexico.
Yes. So whether you're choosing a matte glaze or a glossy glaze, absolutely, or no glaze at all, no overglaze. You know, this one, Mouse, is an incredibly famous.
Oh,
one.
yes.
It didn't just win the Pulitzer. I think it went further and actually did it win?
It did.
A Nobel Prize?
Oh,
for
really?
literature?
That I did not know.
I should look that up before I make such a huge claim, but it definitely won the Pulitzer Prize. This is a son documenting his father's account of living through the Holocaust and retelling it as if the Jews were mice and the Nazis were cats. And it's absolutely heartbreaking, but it's also the dynamic between the father and the son and what the father carries with him, and how he raises his kids, raising his son with the baggage of what he's been through, and how there's a wall between them. Really neat. A really beautiful one that most people don't consider a comic, but I don't know how you couldn't, called The Arrival, and by Sean Tan, and it's like illustrated, it's a picture book. It's a full-on hardcover picture book, but it's images in sequence. So people don't always think that this is a comic because it's in, the picture book section of Barnes and Noble, but images in sequence is comic. That's the medium that he's using. And I don't want to tell you what it's about, but it is like, it's this gorgeous, gorgeous artwork. So you'll find, you said you're well read in terms of literature. A lot of famous literary books have been adapted to comics with questionable results. So you'll find, Shakespeare done in comic form.
Jane Austen.
The Iliad and the Odyssey are done in comic form. I don't always know if it adds something, but it's hit and miss because a lot of the stuff is public domain. So anyone can make the Odyssey, and there's no copyright there.
I asked my daughter to bring some of her books that I got her because I wanted her to read, like for Arwen, my eldest daughter, I wanted her to read about Greek mythology.
Right.
Before she learned Roman mythology, which is technically Greek mythology with different names. So you can see the stack here of comics.
Right.
These are actually Greek mythology.
Who published these ones?
That's a good question. Actually, I don't know who published them. Let me look up. Let me grab one. Oh my God, they're heavy. So let's see. It's a O'Connor.
My daughter loves that stuff too.
So this is actually, that's a good question. First Second. Oh yeah, First Second did it. So as you can see, this is about hepatitis. So it's still a comic book format. Hephaestus. Sorry.
It's okay.
Let's see. So you can tell it's actually still a comic book format, but it follows the exact story. So they learned more than I did. They basically learned more than I, because if you look at this, they finished this within like 2 days.
Right.
Now, if you ask them to read a classic, I didn't do that. So I didn't really finish it in 2 days. So the thing is, you can find things. I was lucky enough because when we started conventions, I found this about this at TCAF, the Toronto Art Festival. So the Toronto Comic Art Festival that obviously didn't run because no conventions happened. So you'll find things like this. I didn't know about this until the artist was there and had a table stacked with these, and I'm like, are these like your takes on the Greek gods, or is this a retelling of the Greek gods? These are the stories of the Greek gods of how they, up from the classics. I'm like, okay, I'm buying like the whole set here for my kids because they're not going to learn it from the big tomes I have from when I was a kid. But that leads them to other things. If you're a kid, if you have kids, that's a great way to lead them other. I'm a horrible father that way. I would do that. I'm like, oh, the source material is this, and then that's how I got them to read like one of them to read Lord of the Rings. I'm like, good movie, but it missed like 90% of the cool things. Here's the books. So you never know what will influence children, but for us as adults, we have access to this. Like, does that mean I shouldn't buy this because it's actually meant for kids? I haven't able to read this. I actually asked her nicely to borrow it because it's in her library. So I'm not technically allowed to touch it. She's actually staring at me right now because I think they're all signed. They're all signed because they're signed and autographed inside. So until she lets me, I know. When she lets me read it, I will read them because I want to see how it goes. Even though I know the story, it's an interpretation of that creator's vision of it. So I know somebody did Jane Austen.
Oh yeah. I've got Pride and Prejudice downstairs. I forgot they're just in floppy single issues, but the BBC did it better.
Is it really?
I don't think the comic added. Personally, I would rather read a comic that was not an adaptation of a novel or a film. I'd rather it went the other way, where it's the source material that inspired Hollywood or whoever to make a movie, but there's a real spirit in that story that couldn't get captured any other way. I like things in their original form, if it's up to me, but that's me being a snob, right? And that's okay too.
No, that's totally fine. I mean, I read the original stuff for the other things, but to get, especially
Yes.
today's generation, you got to take them away from, their computer screen and phones and Netflix.
But if
It
you're going to
takes,
read Jane Austen, I mean, come on. Either read the
well,
novel or watch
well,
the BBC.
I know, but you try, as adults you try, but as an adult reading comic books, because I like that. I like reading original stories in comic book format because it does two things for me. One, it pauses my day.
Yes.
If I was reading a book, and I read books, and I love reading books, and I have a stack of those too. By reading a comic book, I get to spend more time with it because there's visuals there.
Right.
So I'm like looking at the art. I'm digging into the art because I would pause in the panel. I'm like, how did he figure how to like design this panel?
Right.
Is this what he's intended for me to feel from this color scheme that he used? Like the whole 9 yards. It's like almost like looking at a piece of artwork in a gallery. You sit there. You don't. Well, hopefully you don't. You don't run by each painting and then go, I saw that. I saw that. I saw. All the Van Goghs. I'm done. You sit there at one and you take it in. I don't know. I'm like one of those weirdos who would go to, when I saw a Van Gogh painting, I went to the side of the painting to see how thick it was.
Oh yeah. Oh
and
yeah.
I took, and I would bring my kids and I'm like, look how thick that paint is. And people thought it was weird. I'm like, you do know that
man.
he doesn't
He's just
it's not
piling
flat.
on that oil
Yeah.
paint.
I'm like,
Yeah.
how did he figure that that's going to be okay? Because like there's
Trial
no
and
template.
error.
Exactly. There's no template. It's like he did this and this is the result of it. And we're like spending time with it, at this intimate closeness to it. So like even for a comic book, for me, each panel for that is constructed between a writer, an artist, and colorist, inker, and letterer, it's like they put the symphony together and I can spend as much time or as little time as I want with each panel. So it's a lot of material out there is unfortunately not advertised like Marvel and DC because they're like the big tentpole guys, right? They're like the Hollywood blockbuster stuff. You have to go down to the indie level. I don't sound like go down to the level. That sounds awful. Go to the indie level to get stuff like that. So.
I think you go to book publishers, like that side of it. But also, Joellen, I'm just going to stereotype and assume that you're interested in stories about women by women. Does that sound fair? So the comics have been, of course, like every other industry, male dominated and have been a boys club for the entire run. But what's happened now is because the method of production has shifted from needing a factory to just the internet, and the method of distribution has also shifted from being shipping industry to the internet. Creators from all around the world, no matter what their gender or sex orientation, anything, everyone has access. So there are way more women in comics now, more in the mainstream like Marvel and DC and Image, but in terms of women's narratives, there is such a vibrant community of creators across North America. It's just a question of getting on social media and looking, like Instagram and comics go really well together because people show their web comics there, or just searching in Google or on Facebook. And really, any kind of story you're looking for, there is a creator who made that kind of story right from their heart, and their work is of a professional level quality. And there's a community around those creators. It's just a question of putting your foot in the water and going for a swim. And there's so much good stuff out there.
Yeah,
this is beautiful. I really appreciate this conversation. This is the
it's
part
our
of
pleasure.
comics to me.
So we
Why
had a
go
debate.
forward if I don't have this heart?
Well, good.
I'm
we
glad.
had a debate as to where in the world you are after yesterday's sign language
I am in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Yes, I win.
I'll actually welcome you guys back to our workshop, How to Make Comic Book for Beginners, Things to Get You Started. This is workshop 3 of 3, our last day. My God, we're actually here already. If you can see my screen, people were asking both Jason and I yesterday and the day before, how can you reach us? So I put Jason's link as well as mine. I have two up there. One's my blog. The other one is my Ko-fi or Ko-fi page, depending on how you want to announce it. If you want to buy books, you're welcome to go there and grab some books that I have up there in my store. So I'm going to throw it off to Jason, who's going to teach you about layouts with the script I sent him yesterday that I showed you guys. And we're going to also show you, today's one of my favorite days. It was basically show you behind the scenes of what an artist and writers do when we work a story. A little glimmer of the creative process, if you want to call it that. So I'm going to throw it off to Jason, and if you have any questions, definitely do it in the chat or speak up, and I will try to felicitate the questions in the chat as this goes on. So Jason, it's all yours.
Excellent. Are you guys able to hear me okay? Are you able to hear me? Yeah, Howard, you can hear me. Excellent.
Yeah, I can hear you.
As long as you can hear me, then I'm happy. If no one else can hear me, I won't even notice. So just you. That's I'm happy to present just to you. It's all good. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are all well. Yesterday, we finished off talking about thumbnail sketches, and we're going to go into our content today. But I just wanted to first introduce myself, because I haven't really done that properly yet. My name is Jason. My last name is Lapidus, and I am a cartoonist and illustrator, and probably best known at the moment for the Group of Seven comic book series. My collaborator Chris Sanigan and I have been publishing comics since 2017, so it's just been a little over 3 years, and it is a World War I action-adventure series featuring 7 famous Canadian soldiers who really served on a secret and fictional mission to save the world. And we've had a real blast creating Group of Seven and going on the journey of entering into the comic book creating world, going to events around our area and meeting all sorts of new creators, and it's been a complete blast. Dealing with historical figures has been a treat as well, coming up with comic book style ways of presenting those characters and dancing around and within and without documented history has been a lot of fun too. So we've been playing with that. And just this year, I've started using a lot more color and been playing with markers a little more, doing some work outside of our Group of Seven comic series to broaden my own horizons and tickle my sensibilities when it comes to making comics. And it's been a real blast. If you like anything you see, I'm shameless about it. It's no issue. Support creators by buying their work, buy our books. It's really helpful. It helps us continue to put on free programming and continue to make more comics. Whether you buy books or print or commission an original piece, whatever it is, everything helps and makes a difference and encourages creators to keep on being creative. So I'm happy to throw that out there. With me, you can follow me on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. I'm always at Jason Lapidus. You can find me everywhere. And my website is jasonlapidus.myportfolio.com. And I'm happy to hear from anybody. It's wonderful. It's a good time. So putting that out there, and I can move on. When it comes to process, I mentioned this yesterday, and I'm happy to keep going about this. There are some mental challenges to creating visual arts, and it goes probably with every other art form too, and putting it forth and trying to get past some of those personal obstacles. And one of them is a lot of beginners think that every line that they draw is permanent and is sort of their final line. And you need to get past that in your head and say, whatever I draw right here and right now does not have to be the end result. This doesn't have to be in my book. This is a part of the process. This is part of doodling and sketching and playing. And you are going to make lines you don't like. One of the big differences between a beginner and a person who quits often and a person who persists is that the person who persists doesn't give up when they make a bad line or a bad page. They continue, and they're willing to modify, to fix it. If you're building a Lego structure and the structure falls apart, do you just stop playing with Lego, or do you figure out why it didn't work and you build better foundations? So it's the same thing with drawing. You start drawing something, when the lines aren't working, you make a change, and there are many ways to make a change. I'm gonna casually recommend don't spend your time erasing, because it's a huge waste of time. If you just draw lightly to begin with, it can really help you in your process of continuing to draw on top of that drawing. We talk about drawing as being two-dimensional, but you can think about it as being three-dimensional, and that you can draw on top of and draw in layers and continue to put things on top of one another until you get the lines you like. So one of the things you can try to do is to draw with colored pencil, or as we say in Canada, pencil crayons. You can draw on colored pencil as a beginning way to, like, figure out where you want things to be, to place objects on your figures or objects in the background where you want them. And when you're sure you like them that way, that's when you bring in your graphite pencil, your traditional lead pencil, and draw over it as to where you want it. And your eye will separate those two colors so you can figure out what it is you want to keep. On this page, I've just shown a sketch I did last week. I was watching television and playing with some action figures that were on the coffee table in front of me. And I had an action figure of the Wasp from Ant-Man and the Wasp. And I put her in a running pose that I liked. And I have a comic book coming out next year in 2021 called Peregrines from Group of 7. And in it, there are 4 female action heroes in World War I. And when I got her in that pose, I'm like, I kind of want to draw a peregrine like that. So I brought my drawing board down while I was watching TV, and I doodled that second image you see. So there's the Wasp there, and then the second one is my first doodle. And I liked some of it. And I went over my red drawing in pencil, and I fixed a few things, and I wasn't quite in love with it. And then I did a little trick. I traced. I took another piece of paper, and I put it over top of the piece of paper I started with, and I traced my drawing and changed a few more things. Changed the angle of her head, for instance. I changed the position of her left arm slightly, so it was more in the frame. I changed the angle of her left foot, so she was a little more stable on the ground. You modify a few things. And then I scanned that image and put it in Photoshop and colored it. And I even changed a little more when I got to Photoshop. But it's that going through that process of making changes as you go. Don't be afraid to change what you've got. It's really okay. Your lines are not permanent until you send it to the publisher, or the printer, I should say, then it's done. But until you send things to the printer, you're okay. You're okay. You make changes to it, and it's fine. One of the best strategies you can do for tracing, which is something that almost every cartoonist does, is you take a piece of paper that has your drawing on it, and you tape it to the window during daylight hours. Then you take a second piece of paper, tape it on top of the first piece of paper on the window during daylight hours. And the light from behind, coming from outside, will illuminate your page, and you'll be able to draw line for line whatever you like to draw. The second option for that is to get an LED light board. They're not that expensive anymore. They used to be really bulky, about this deep, and they were full of fluorescent light tubes. Now they are about this thick, and you can get them on Amazon depending on how big you want it to be. Sometimes they range from about $50 to $100, and they can be incredibly helpful for helping you draw in layers. Put your sketch on, put your good paper on top, and trace the lines you want to keep, or whatever, to do those iterations of drawing. It can really help. If you're curious about that process, hit me up in the Q&A at the end, and we can talk about that some more, for sure. Excellent. So let's get on to, pardon me, there we go. Some things also to consider when you're laying out your page. These are 2 pages that are exactly the same content in terms of script. One was what I made in 2017, and I don't like it anymore. I was barely hanging on by the skin of my teeth when I made it the first time. And the next one is the same script, just updated in 2020. And my collaborator, Chris Sanigan, and I took the 6 issues of our comic that we made, and we combined them for a graphic novel format, trade paperback, which we call Group of 7, A Most Secret Tale, in stores now. And I had the opportunity to change artwork that I couldn't publish. It was just, I just couldn't stand certain things. And one of the great rules of storytelling is to show, not tell. So if you want to show that your character is hungry, you don't have to say, your character doesn't have to say, I'm hungry. They can show it in other interesting ways. So I had a scene that I needed to illustrate from the writer, Chris. And there's 2 characters talking about the team they want to assemble. And I thought of the most boring way to have 2 characters talking about the team they want to assemble was by showing these 2 characters talking. And you can see the page on the left. It's full of, first, badly designed word balloons, badly lettered script, and boy, oh boy, do those balloons ever block my drawings, which were beginner drawings for me. They were beginner drawings. That's totally fine. Put that aside. The skill level 3 years ago was where it was, and it needed to happen. I'm not too upset about that now. But then I had a chance to redo, and so what I did was, for the 2 or 3 full pages of the 2 characters talking, as they went through the members of their team that they needed to discuss, I showed the characters living their lives as part of the military, and had the characters then narrate over top of the images of the characters. So when you're saying that someone is a map maker and a scout, show them being a map maker and a scout. So I have A.Y. Jackson sitting in a tree looking at a town that is far away. He's got his compass, he's got his sketch pad, and he's drawing the map while they're talking about the fact he does that. We talk about a character, historic figure who co-discovered insulin, Sir Frederick Banting. He's in the military, so I show him joining in that military. We talk about Norman Bethune, who's one of the most famous Canadian communists of all time, and a renowned figure in 20th century China. Well, we are portraying him as someone who's comfortable with knives, so I'm going to show him using his knives. He was a surgeon, so I'm going to show him using knives that he has, proficiency in combat. Instead of saying, hey, he can use a knife, I'm going to show him using a knife. So I much preferred my second attempt at illustrating ideas. Instead of having characters simply just talk about it, let's show it, not just tell it. I wasn't going to change the script. It wasn't my choice, but I could at least illustrate it in different ways.
Hey, Jason.
Anyway, yes, sir.
There's a question from, let me scroll back up because it just spun down. Ron Wild asked, in Photoshop, do you use the wrap, I think it says wrap feature? Sorry, it went off. I guess it's for sketching. My chat was bumped down again. Give me a second. I think that you can look at the chat.
The warp feature.
Warp feature. There you go. For
I do not usually use the warp feature. I will, if I want to change a sketch, which I will show you today, I usually use something that changes the size and the scale of an image. Warping will change all the dynamics if you want to. I'll warp words for sound effects for sure. I do warp, but I don't warp sketches. I try and do as much of the sketching traditionally as possible. And one of the reasons is it's the same as like my taste in music. I do not like hearing auto-tuned singers. It's just my choice. I prefer to listen to Aretha Franklin hit those notes like a queen than hearing someone get auto-tuned into sounding like one. So as an artist, I try to learn to do things traditionally, and I will modify things digitally for publication as sort of like a last resort. Or if I only notice a problem later in my process, I will make a digital change. But I try and do everything I can traditionally on paper with line work, with pen and ink. And that's just me. And everyone has their own taste, and that's totally fine. But for me, traditional. But I do use the warp tool for sound effects, for sure.
I think that's it for questions.
Okay, so that's just, I want to move on to Photoshop now and get to the sketch. Oh no, I left it open. You can see everything. Let's hide as much as I can, as quick as I can. You're not seeing that yet. Okay, one sec. My view just changed. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still on this. And there we go. It is not coming with me. Forgive me for a moment as I
well, as Jason
figured
that out. Yeah, I hope you guys had time to work on your script and stuff. Though I sent Jason my first draft of a script, which I actually do send to artists, but I tend to not to say that's the final draft and then work on it, but to give them an idea where I'm going. I also continuously make notes, and I don't think you can read all that, but I still question myself as I do things. So if you can tell, I even change my dialogues. I make questionable things like I see what I wrote here. So I have a first one where I think Jason might be going that way too. Is this a montage? Is this something that we're going to do later? so forth and so forth. So I think the process never really ends. I question myself all the time. I even added possibly another scene or a panel. So you never know what you're going to do. So the thing is, it's always an ongoing thing with us. So as Jason moves forward, you're going to see this happen. I've never, essentially, I don't know. I've never worked with Jason to do something like this before. So it'd be interesting to see how we work together to create something in front of you guys. So I guess let you know that if you're not done writing, don't worry about it. I'm not done writing. I'm still working on it, actually, as we're doing this. So that's how it works. So,
if you're also interested in drawing the scene that Howard has written or the page that Howard has written, feel free to draw along and take a different approach than I'm taking, because that's where things get interesting. And maybe your work will be inspiring to the other people here if you decide to share, and that would be really cool. Okay, I'm just confused as to why there are two views on.
That's all right.
Everyone can still see my Photoshop, correct?
I can. Can anybody else see Jason's
I think
Photoshop?
everyone can see Photoshop. I'm surprised that you can see my camera and that. But anyway, let's just move on if that's the case. So I've got your script here and I've been looking at it, and we talked yesterday about how there's going to be, 8 panels is sort of what you're asking for.
Mm-hmm.
This to me poses some interesting challenges already. I know 8 panels can be a lot. And one of the things that I think about when I see this is that if I have 8 panels going, that means that if I want to make something bigger, I lose space somewhere else.
Yep.
So I have to use those considerations. I have to think about things as like, okay, if I'm taking away from somewhere, then I am adding to something else. And if I'm adding to somewhere, I'm taking away from somewhere else. So as I read the script, there are certain scenes that seem more important, and that's what I'm going to emphasize. I'm going to put the emphasis toward the most important moments in my mind. So I love that establishing shot where we can see my favorite city in the world. And so I sketched it yesterday. I had that idea for Toronto in there. And, maybe it's what you're looking for. Maybe it isn't. I'm not quite sure. So I moved it over. Originally, I thought it would cover the whole top area, I call them tiers. So we have panels, but every time we go like a level down, I call it a tier. So I can split each tier into as many panels as I want. So I decided that since I only get 1 page to tell the story, I'm going to go outside of the gutter. One of the confusing things with comics is comics get printed on a page, and then that page gets trimmed with a paper cutter. And usually these panels are away from the trim of the page so that you don't lose any art. And artists can still choose to go outside those panel borders if they want to and risk losing part of their art as long as they draw all the way to the edge. But it will also give me a little bit more room to draw what I need to draw because I have to get in 8 panels with some serious content. So I'm going to kind of scrap this 8 panel grid and be a little bit more easygoing about it. So my first panel, I'm going to go outside of the boundary of my page. I'm going to go over the trim line. And if some of my art gets trimmed off, that's fine, as long as it's not the CN Tower. So I'm going to have to probably move over my CN Tower a little bit. And that's okay. That's all good to move the CN Tower. Maybe I'm going to rearrange my view a tiny bit. I might have to put it over here so that everyone can see it, but I still want to have highway and the river, and I still want to have the park. And maybe I put Geo in an action pose, put his legs a little wider, his arms a little wider, so that he's reacting to the meteorite falling at the same time as we're reading all of it. Because I don't have 2 panels to show a meteorite crashing and show Toronto at peace and show Geo reacting. I have 1 panel to get all that done. So it's going to have to kind of happen all at one time. And that's just okay. That's just going to be the style of this page. It's got to get done in a quicker time. So I'm gonna go with that. He's going to have a bit more of a dramatic reaction as that meteor falls in. For my second panel, originally I had this whole first panel covering the entire top, but I moved it over because, again, I got to save space. So for my second panel, this looks a little odd at the moment. Let's see if I can, So I kind of showed my dotted trim line, or my dotted edge of my page. So I'm going to have my Toronto scene go in and behind. I'm going to draw Toronto all through that area here. So there'll be a little bit more of the city I can show, as if it's, that drawing is behind the other drawings. So after things crash, I'm going to have Geo go, and it says that he's going to climb down into the crater, holding onto a root and reach toward the glowing whatever's there. So I'm going to have a glowing effect all over here. It's going to stop at the border, wherever this border, this panel is going to be. I'm going to have it glowing. I'll just making notes for myself. I'm going to have his hand here larger than his hand here, because it's closer to the camera, if there was a camera, a hypothetical pretend camera, filming this scene or taking a snapshot. I'm going to have his head looking down. I'll have his arm coming out and getting larger as it comes closer to the front of the panel, and he's going to be reaching in. And I might show in detail like a little tear there. I can zoom in on that. Right now you can see these drawings are incredibly loose. They're really, really loose. They're just doodles, right? So I'm going to have him hang on to root. Here's going to be the top edge of that crater he's in, and I'll have all sorts of detail to show it's mud and rock and grass at the top that's maybe a little singed. And I'll have him hanging on to something. Here's his left hand, or his back hand, as he's leaning in. His legs are going to probably be out of the frame. And then let's see, what am I going to do for panel 3?
Just so everybody knows, I just uploaded the script that I wrote yesterday onto the chat as a PDF. So you're feel free to grab it and follow along with Jason.
Awesome.
I just got it to work, so hopefully it's working. It looks like it's working. But if anybody has a problem downloading it, just let me know in the chat. This to me is really interesting because I usually don't get to see the artist work the page right in front of me. So this is actually very special for me to see this as well.
I'm glad you think it's interesting. That's good, because I have no idea what's going to happen, right? Yes, these lines are really sloppy. And again, this is where I stand by my previous statement that my lines are not going to stay in. I'm not planning on keeping any of these lines into the final version of this page. I'm going to change it as I go. This is just eventually going to get traced over. And so I don't mind making lines that aren't straight. Of course I'm going to use a ruler when I do this for real. Of course I am. Or I will use if I want to do it digitally, I'll use a digital shape, like a rectangle. But for now, yeah, let's just doodle it in because it's faster for me to get my ideas out. I don't want to have anything getting in the way of my ideas. Please, I heard a voice there.
Yeah, sorry, that's me. Someone's asking to illustrate in Photoshop or any online drawing tool. Is it better to use the mouse or trackpad?
Is it better to use the mouse or trackpad? If you have to choose between a mouse and a trackpad, I empathize because I've tried drawing with both. It is extremely hard. I am lucky that my favorite local first cousin, because I only have one local first cousin, he's my favorite, he gave me a Wacom bamboo small tablet with a stylus. So I got that maybe in the summer, and I'm able to finally draw digitally, because up until then I was trying to once in a while draw digitally with the mouse. It's really, really hard to draw with the trackpad. It's really hard to draw with a mouse. I would try and find some secondhand technology on a purchase platform like Kijiji or something like that, or on eBay, and get something from 2011 or 2012, something old that people are upgrading away from, and don't spend too much money, but get something secondhand and start drawing. If you want to go digital in the first place, start working with a tablet and a stylus of some kind. I'm a lefty, so when I did my drawing with a mouse, I had to use my right hand, and that was a challenge too. But I did a lot of drawing in my graphic novel in the first few months on with the mouse, and it's tricky stuff. I would recommend neither of those two. I would definitely recommend a stylus, but I prefer traditional, using pen and paper anyway. Okay, so I'm going to move on to my second tier of panels here, which are panels 3 and 4, and in theory panel 5. So in panel 3, I'm instructed from the script that the root's going to break. So this is Geo's forearm. This is Geo's bicep area. This is his left hand. He's gripping onto the the root, and it's going to snap right about here. There probably will be a sound effect of the word snap or something like that. It's a good word, so it'll probably be around there somewhere. There's lots of room for it without it being an issue. And if my drawing is decent, it will be very clear that this is Geo's arm. I will clarify it by having maybe using color in both of those images so that the reader knows it's the same person, even though we can't see his face. In panel 4, it's a little tough to see what I was trying to do here, which is normal. These are all challenging to understand at this stage. Let's see if I can move that over. This is just a quick gesture of the human figure getting energized, because as Geo falls from his position, he touches whatever is down there and energy goes onto his body. And I'm trying to give myself the fastest way to understand what's happening. Maybe I need to draw this bigger. Maybe Geo should start breaking the panel borders because it's sort of a powerful moment. I'm not sure. I'm going to talk to the writer and figure out if this is what he's looking for, something more dynamic, something, I'm not sure, but I wanted to at least get something down. Now, I thought there was a need for another panel in there. So I kind of made one. And I called it panel 4A because I don't have anything else. And this is where Geo is now armored up and moving into the air. So I kind of wanted to get Geo from the location of being within the crater to show that there's some, I don't know, I wasn't sure. I'm playing, right? You're playing as you go. So I have Geo kind of levitating and moving up. I don't have the crater there, but I guess I could kind of show there it is and maybe show the landscape again so that the reader knows where this is happening. Maybe there's a bridge over the DVP, the Don Valley Parkway, and maybe there's the Riverdale Park on the other side, and Geo's moving up away from the crater that he was in. Now the tricky part in the script. And notice, by the way, I'm not spending any time on the dialogue. I'm going to figure that out after. I want to get the motion in there. And part of that is to do with my mindset around the goal of communicating images and the goal of communicating words. My mindset, and this might be different than yours, and that's fine. My mindset is that if I can communicate it by showing it in the pictures, then it might make some of the things that the characters say less important, and maybe they'll even get trimmed down a little. Because if I can show that a character is happy, the character does not have to yell, "I'm happy." So sometimes they yell those things out, and I can show glee on a face. I can show a big smile and bright eyes and go from there. So I'm not going to worry right now about where word balloons are going to go or speech bubbles. I'm going to focus on, can I tell this whole story without any words? And then I'll make changes as we go. I'll make changes, especially as the writer puts their foot down and says, listen, Jason, you've underestimated the value of this line. It's coming up again later in the story. They need to say, golly gee willikers right now, so that when they say it again in shadow, you know who it is. Like, all right, I understand now. So there has to be that communication between everyone collaborating so that we're on the same page. But at the moment, in the doodling, sketching, layout stage, I'm trying to just communicate the whole story through my little doodles. And if I do a great job of that, then the script simply adds value as opposed to it being the only thing that explains the story. So I have the character moving up into the sky. Now this is the tricky panel, panel 5. I'm going to read this to you, okay? I'm going to read it to you in my best reading voice. Panel 5. This is one of Geo's alien armor abilities. He is going to see a near future event happen. Not a sequence, but a montage as he's just starting to use them, referring to his powers and the armor. Profile of Geo that goes off panel. On the other side of his profile, we see an ECU of a truck tire blowing out. A truck out of control and about to hit a school bus. Perhaps a wavy panel border to show that this is Geo's near future vision power activating. That's the description for one panel. I have to show through line art that this character has near future vision abilities. This is not an easy thing to show. Now, it's easier to show if I use digital effects, without a doubt. I can actually have images that are overlapping, that are faded, and I can do all sorts of interesting trickery digitally. I can also try to think, okay, what would a golden age artist or silver age artist in comics do? Like a Will Eisner. How would one of those people, if they don't even have color, they just have ink, you know, the black of their ink and the white of their page. How would one of those artists tackle a challenge of showing a future event that had yet happened? And the only thing I could think of so far was that instead of having white paper with black line, use a black panel with white line to show that it's different. And that's sort of where I'm starting my thinking, is to go with a negative view. So maybe I can overlap an image of what's actually happening with some negative image of what could happen. Because again, I'm trying to think of myself as a beginner artist, meaning that my tools are beginner's tools. How am I going to show a future event that hasn't yet happened, happening within Geo's visor? So he's seeing two sets of time at the same moment. It's a tricky one. So let's
on that note, there's actually a question for you.
And here, okay, let's go for the question, and then let's hear what Howard. He wants to explain some more and brainstorm with me to try and solve this graphic problem.
So the question is another question: is it better to use Photoshop or Paint 3D?
Easy answer. Easy answer. It's not the answer you're expecting, Howard. Yeah. Again, this is comic book making for beginners, not comic book making for pros. So what you're making is for you to practice and learn to make comics better. So what's better? Which software are you better at? And that's the answer. Whichever one you're better at using, that you know how to do more with, use it, because you're better at it. It's a tool you've got. In your spare time, play with Photoshop, learn how to use it. It's pretty universally respected as a tool. And if you want to try and make a living in visual arts, digital visual arts, having a foundation of Photoshop is a valuable thing. It's a good starting point for sure.
There's a lot of graphic programs out there. I mean, there's even free ones. I mean, I know some people might have, because Adobe is subscription based, which which I can't afford to do. I do some graphic stuff, but I can't afford it. I don't solely do graphics. So it's everything from Sketchbook Pro, I think, is free still. Don't quote me on that. From, oh my God, what's that company called now? It's a Canadian company. I just logged out their name. And there's also what I found recently, Affinity. Affinity has a pretty decent program as well. They have a Photoshop-like program as well as an Illustrator-like program. And I've been using it for about a month. It's not perfect. It's not great, but it's pretty good. But there's a lot of different graphic programs that you can use specifically for comic books, like somebody just posted can I suggest for one people? Rob Price suggested one of the programs I was going to mention. Clip Studio Paint is one. Manga Studio, I think, is another one. You can actually, there's a lot of specific programs for comic books that actually will gear towards that end. But Photoshop and other just general graphic programs are good for technically everything. So from what from everything, wow, Rob actually gave a price point for it as well. Interesting. Okay.
I saw there was a question about where is the script posted. There's a there's a PDF in the chat if you scroll back a little bit there.
Yeah, I shared it twice at this point, so you should be able to see it as a PDF. I think I just missed it. Is there? So the answer, Photoshop, or is the answer what is more comfortable? Because I know more about Paint 3D.
Then use Paint 3D. Use whatever you're comfortable, because the primary goal is for you to communicate your idea. And if you're spending 6 months learning Photoshop, you're not communicating your idea because your book's not done. I want you to get your book done and in the hands of a reader. So whatever's going to help you do that, that's the tool you need to use now. And then practice with whatever tool you think is where you want to go next. So I know it sounds like a different answer for everybody, but use the tools you're good at. There isn't one way to make a comic. There was a participant in our workshop yesterday who was talking about using oil pastel. Okay, use oil pastel. If that's the way you best communicate your idea, use that thing. That's going to most clearly, communicate your feelings. If the technical proficiency, if your ability to use a tool is getting in the way of you communicating your story, then don't use that tool because it's not helping you. Use the tool that you're best at so that you can communicate your idea, because that is the primary goal, is to communicate that story. Speaking of communicating a story,
Yeah.
Howard, let's talk about this panel 5.
Okay. So
Okay.
let's assume that that Jason gave me a ring and then asked me a question. This is what would happen. So
Actually, we'd probably go on Zoom now, buddy.
yeah, now we probably go on Zoom because we won't see each other for coffee. So yeah.
Right.
So panel 5. What's the question you got for me?
So can you tell me more about what you really want and what's maybe really most important in this panel? Because I'm not sure I understand all of the complexities that are in the description and how it's supposed to be one panel.
Okay.
I'm not sure I get it.
It's almost like a montage in a sense. So I like in my head, I envision where we see Geo's partial profile. So say basically
Like
you see
here on the left?
where are you? Something like that, but basically he might be facing the other way. Like basically his back would be so the back of Geo's head is what we would see mostly of basically, and then it would behind his head would be what he sees. So we see that what he's seeing in the back of his head. So I'm just thinking of it as a montage of him, him going through his mind.
Oh, so we're seeing an image inside the back of his head?
Possibly, yeah, something like that. Basically, he's seeing it in his head. He's not seeing it. He's seeing it in his head. So, if so, it would be. Let's see.
I think I'm getting it now.
Yeah. So, if let's see. What I would do sometimes I would talk, but sometimes I would sketch too, and hopefully I would have more than one marker with me, but I don't. So sometimes when you write, it's great, but if you can't convey what you're saying in words, sometimes drawing it's a lot better.
Well, this is really abstract. So
yeah, it is. It's one of those things I use. Like I actually like to use this a lot in my scripts, so it's bad. But
would you say it's a trope of Howard Wong comics?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, what I like to do mostly in my stories, and a lot of some of my editors actually pick it up real quickly. It's like I like to put human, not emotions, but when let me put it simplified because I know there's some kids out there. I like to put in situations where people might say something and do something, but it's completely opposite of how they feel. And then you see it pay off later on the story that they actually wanted to go and do this thing, but because we're so used to doing this thing, they did it and now they're sort of regretting it, and you see it pay off later on. This is an awful drawing I'm doing for you, but I'm going to show you what I think will work. I think. So let's see if you guys can see that. Or are you see that by any chance?
It's hard to see.
Okay, well, so this will be Geo's head. He's facing this way, away, like basically off panel. You don't have to see his, even if you have to see his, technically see his eyes if you don't have to.
Okay.
Back of his head, and then here we can just sort of like, it's a montage. Therefore, it's like faded imagery of the bus and the red things that shows, it says truck is the out of control truck, going to hit the bus.
Right.
So basically, I thought if it was done in color, I would say it would be like that part would be faded. So the color is like a little like we just faded a color out, clouded up a bit. So therefore, it's not like you can tell it's not like the actual present art. It's basically something that he sees in his head. It's like a psychic imagery. That's basically what it is.
Drawing psychic imagery.
Well, hey,
no. So the way that I've seen a lot of cartoonists do this in our favorite era of comics, maybe in 1980s Marvel, like X-Men stuff, would be that they would not use the actual ink line to express it. They would use color line to express it. So they would have the way they had to color back then is it's a lot of cutting.
Jason, check out Rob Price is giving you. Well, that's actually really good.
Do I have a beef now?
Oh, that's actually really good. See, look at that. See?
I'm looking forward to this.
Look at that. Did you see it? Can you show it again, Rob?
Oh, I have. Sorry, I was looking in the chat. Pardon me.
No, look at the video. Oh,
I see Rob Price is showing. There's a face with the eyes closed.
Panel 5.
Right.
Ah.
Now, how do we know that? Okay.
So, the art's there, the line art there, the ideas there. For me, to see it as like an imagery in his head,
Yeah.
like
Awesome, Rob. Thank you.
You're welcome. So the idea I have is the border at the top is kind of like a thick border, kind of like Doctor Strange, you know, planets and stars, and you know,
Right.
so it shows something ethereal,
Nice.
and that kind of cuts that border cuts the action off from everything else.
Okay, I'm
If you want, I can
understanding.
scan this and then.
Good for you.
He's
I
taking
love
your
it.
job. There you
No,
go.
No way,
Listen,
no way.
No,
I'm here
no.
to learn. I'm here
No,
to
I'm kidding.
learn.
No,
And that's the right thing, is because so am I.
you know what?
As we said at the beginning, exactly.
We're
As we
figuring
said
it
at
out.
the beginning, if you put your ego ahead of the goal will not get met. My goal is to do the best job I can to help tell this story. And if one of the things I can do to help is step out of the way for a moment, then that's exactly what I'm going to do. So if there's an idea that comes, listen, every cartoonist, every artist of every kind looks at material that inspires them. So when I'm faced with things, I go flip through work by other artists to give me clues as to how to solve creative problems. And if I'm lucky enough to have friends like Rob, then I would say, Rob, I got a problem. How would you solve this? And he'd say, here you go, free of charge. You owe me a beer. And I'd say, okay, next time we're together, we have a beer. And when he has a problem with something, I will collaborate the other way. So in my head, what I was trying to do was to show the literal back of the head as if it was happening inside, you know. So I was going to do this.
Like dark it
one
out.
side, one vehicle from the other, and then have them colliding in his brain in the middle.
Oh, that's different. I never even thought about
different.
that. That's actually
different, but it's not what you asked for.
You don't have a space for it, though. I don't think.
Boy, oh boy, are you right about that.
So like
this is one of those times where I just have to, if Rob's idea is the idea that works for the writer and for the editor, which we haven't talked about yet.
Oh, we'll talk about that last.
Go with it. And that's simply what I would do. Is I would take Rob's notion and I would call it, you know, Rob's Panel 5.
Yeah, go ahead.
He gets a special thank you in the liner notes for being the inspiration of my life. And we go from there. Let's get that glue back. So I would, again, put the profile, like Rob was saying here, and I can work on the details as to where the features are. The eyes closed really helps me get a sense of the fact that the character, that Geo is thinking, you know, that the eyes closed really, really helped me. And I hadn't thought of that because I wasn't thinking profile, I was thinking back of head. But this definitely helped me. And then that interesting panel border, that Doctor Strange reference, like something ethereal, and we'll play with that later, but knowing that it's in there really helps me. And then having the collision of these two vehicles in whatever way that I would talk to the writer and say, Howard, how are they colliding? Is it a T-bone? Is it head on? Get some details going there and figure it out. But for now, I'm just going to leave it like this. And you say it's too big, right, Howard?
Well, I originally I thought about him like going like full on Jack Kirby. Like I say, I wanted to use a reference that people might not get. Jack Kirby with the use specialist. You know, basically Jack Kirby is a wonderful artist from back in the day. Jack basically did all the visuals for all the Marvel characters that you guys know today. What he's great about when he did stuff like for Doctor Strange, whatnot. He uses
That's Ditko.
That's Ditko. That's true. No,
it's okay.
I'm like flipping through books trying to find like a bunch of books stacked here. When you're looking at me looking down, I'm actually looking through like books like this, trying to find and help Jason out.
Ditko definitely does the imaginative, ethereal stuff. You know, he's sort of the foundation of that in modern comics.
For Jack, he does the
energy.
What he did for what he did for Nick Fury, the Shield, when he did like the big, giant, crazy ass panels where basically there's like a bajillion actions happening at the same time, taking that small tick from there, and then the Ditko energy stuff, because this is an alien ability. This is not his own ability.
Right.
So for the border panel, like for the panel borders, you don't have to be square or a cloud. You can make like weird energy thingies, whatever. So you know that it's not a normal thing. It basically illustrates. So
I'm changing the size of the panel. I'm using a tool that allows me to do that. And if I was doing this traditionally, I would just draw it on another piece of paper and cut and paste. Yeah. So you're thinking about half page?
So This is definitely not the this is not the big thing. I don't know if it should be.
It isn't. I agree with you that it isn't the big thing.
It
To
should
me,
be
the big thing is panel 7. To me, was the
exactly
the key moment. That's how I read it.
Exactly. And then if people are asking, like I saw, there's some people who ask me what books I popped up. I will show you at the end, because I'm going to show you some of the Bibles I use for comic book creating, which everybody who writes comic books should have, or draw should have them at least. But I'll show them at the end. Don't worry, because I have them with me all the time. Like even like when I'm doing this for a workshop, I flip through them. If I start flipping through my comics, I would literally have to go to my basement to grab boxes. And I don't think that'd be a good idea to see me go away and do
No,
that.
it's not a fun video to watch. Howard going to the basement. So is where I've got it right now is just where I've got it right now. Is that sort of what you're hoping for? As a can it be a placeholder right now?
Yeah, placeholder for sure. I mean,
okay. So then for panel 6, I have Geo flying in, because now he knows there's a problem he needs to go solve. So I have him flying toward the truck. As it's skidding out, there's smoke, there's screeching from the tires, there's all sorts of dynamics happening. But again, to me, that's not the big panel. So I wanted something small.
It's not. That's why I originally had a bird's eye view. A bird's eye view is basically if you're flying over something and you're looking down at something.
Right.
That's a bird's eye view. So if my camera was the bird's eye, which is basically what you guys are seeing, and let me grab something. Okay. This is
not far off from a bird's eye view.
So this would be a bird's eye view. So if the bird's eye was for the camera there, you'd be staring at that and be looking.
Is that die cast?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I got to get me one of those.
Well, I got it from a farmer a long time ago when I was driving around looking for actually wood to make something, and then I spent my money on this.
So let me ask.
But it was worth it.
I should maybe not have this bird's eye of the truck going down.
Well, I'm going to tell you right. Sorry?
Do you agree with me that the truck, if this is the front of the truck here?
I can tell you right now, I'm not crazy about the bird's eye view. I mean, I wrote it like that to make it so that it'd be easy to see a wide scene, but I was sort of like, do I need that? Because technically, we're cutting from panel 5 to 6 without showing him taking off to fly. So that's why I was like, a bird's eye view will allow you to do that, the trail of him flying and stuff.
True. It will. We also have, that's one of the reasons I think I stuck in my panel 4A, have him already in the air so that we already know he's like, something's happening. He's already like about town, I guess. Either way. So do you want me to do something different than bird's eye view?
Yes, definitely. As always, anything, like I mentioned before, anything you have in your script, when it gets to the artist, it's basically a suggestion. It sounds horrible, it's just a suggestion, but it is, because when you get to it, because I didn't lay out the page like this. Obviously, you saw basically, I'll just do a grid and go, okay, here, basically, I know it's going to flow in the Z pattern, no matter how I do this. But when you start playing with the art, you'll see that the panels are different sizes. Jason's already mentioned that this is not the money shot, like the big, the big action shot or whatever you want to call it for this page. So we don't want to put too much attention on it. It's sort of like if you're making a film and there's the star here and you have all the background actors here, you don't zoom on the background actors and totally ignore the star and then show the star itty bitty smiles, right? So that's what's happening here right now we're discussing. So when I wrote this, I had that in my mind, like, okay, this is not the big one, this is not the big one. This is where we're gonna have the, hopefully the biggest panel, it has the most, attention drawn to it. So that's why when I write down like hammer angles, if I have them in my idea, is to try to facilitate that, try to make that happen. But sometimes I change my mind, like I just did. Like I even have my own notes here where it says better angle, because I knew that it was like, it was a good idea when I wrote it yesterday because I was just banging out really quickly. But after I sat last night and I was like, nah, maybe not. So I made a note.
What I've come up with, and I'll just, again, it doesn't have to be the final thing. It's just where I'm at the moment. I would have the truck moving from the middle of the page toward the edge of the page, because we talked about reading in the Z pattern. We talked about this idea that we're reading from left to right. So I'm going to have the motion, when I can, move left to right to get the reader to go across the page. As well, I'm going to have them moving toward the bottom corner because they're going to have to Z back the other way. So I'm having that happen. They're moving this way. But again, if it's not the best choice, I have to be open to change that. So right now I have a tractor. I didn't even look to see what kind of truck it was. I just drew a truck. And, you know, G1 Optimus Prime is on my mind. So there's my beautiful 18-wheeler. In real life, if I'm drawing this panel, as I'm reading the script, I'm also making a list of all the things, all the references that I need to gather, visual references put together to draw this page effectively. So I'm going to have to get photographic reference of a few spots in Toronto, of the bridges that I'm talking about, of the vehicles that are in it. And if I was going to include something like a tractor trailer, I would definitely find a visual reference or references of a tractor trailer. As well, I would be using a technique called foreshortening and perspective lines to make it look like it's coming toward the camera and getting smaller as it's going further back, and have all the lines work together. So the bridge, the road, sewer grates, the way the smoke is moving, everything is going to be working together and be correct to the same vanishing point, which would be out of panel. But it's a complicated art technique that you can learn. Usually when, I think in Canada, we study that maybe around grade 6 or 7.
Sorry, Rob, do you have a question, Rob? You're muted. I'm not sure if you have a question or not.
No, sorry, I'm reading the script and thinking of different ways to do this. Sorry, I'm just like looking at the script. Sorry.
No worries, no worries.
So I've got about 5 minutes left. I just want to get through panels 7 and 8, and then let's change whatever we need to change before we get into Q&A. Okay? Does that sound good, Howard? It's good?
Yep, definitely.
All right, so for panel 7, to me, this was the most important part of the page, where we see the character being their most heroic self. Originally, I had the character overlapping into the other panels because that's how I had the panels set up. Now it looks like they're kind of not in the most important spot because I've moved other things around. So that's one of my advantages of laying things out as separate images. You know, maybe if I'm doing this traditionally, I might lay things out, I might do layouts on 7 or 8 different pieces of paper and then cut them out and overlap them and then trace onto one master. That way I can move elements around and I can change size. This I can see from Howard's expression, he's trying to figure out if he likes what I'm doing, and I'm not sure if I like it. It's just what I did by instinct. I would highly recommend anytime that you're doing layouts that you have more than one point of view for every single panel in your mind, so that you are able to compare between 2 different versions. You know, they say that you're much better as an editor, as a visual editor. You're much better if you can edit what you see. If you can't see it, it's not always easy to know what's better. But when you can compare 2 things side by side, you can say, I like version A better than version B. So that means you have to have version B there as well. So you're drawing everything 2 times, at least in the layout stage, to compare. The fast way I would say that is you can't edit what you can't see, but that's not necessarily true. So it's easier to edit what you can see.
Yeah, I'm gonna give a quick tip that I use as a writer when I have time to write. When I'm trying to figure out angles, is your cell phone. This is one of the most creative inventions for a writer, because you can take an action figure. I'll just grab a random one. Hopefully I don't drop it. Okay, an action figure, and you can literally choose different angles from it. So by you doing this, exactly, you have also a reference for the artist and the angles. And then if you have lighting, you can do lighting. So if you're not sure, if it's not working for whatever reason one day, you can do this, take a photo and shove it into your script. Have I done that? Absolutely. I've done that a couple of times where I'm like, this is going to save me time writing a whole paragraph of explaining this, and I just can take one photograph and then do a short sentence, and then hopefully the artist will understand what I'm trying to convey. For Jason, for this panel, I would say put his back to, I would flip it so that his back is actually touching or going towards panel 8, because the momentum of the truck is coming towards him. Therefore, the eyes would travel that way towards him and then towards panel 8.
I'm just going to read what it says here so I get my mind straight. It says, Geo with his hands out in front of him and peeking out one eye to see what happened. The alien gauntlet is emitting energy to stop the truck safely. Depending on the camera angle here, the school bus makes up the background here. So I tried to follow that, where the school bus is in the background. The character is looking away because he's wincing as he's, you know, and one eye is open, and I haven't drawn the eyes or the face. And we don't always know if it's going to work or if it's going to be what what your collaborator wants. And you're saying that you wish this was a different way. So can you say again how you'd like this to be?
I would like it so that his back, basically flip the image so that his back is actually heading towards panel 8.
Just as simple as flipping the image. Well, that I can do.
Yeah.
In this case, I can just do that here.
Because I want the energy.
Not upside down. That was wrong.
Well, no, that'd be kind of interesting, but no. Because I want because the truck is heading towards them, and therefore the eyes would follow the truck to him and then to panel 8. Yeah.
Right. So if the panel is this way, it moves the action toward the next panel.
Yeah.
As he's looking back toward the center of the page. And yeah, and then again, I would play with where on the page it's going to go.
Yeah. Well,
play with it a little bit here and there, but I want it to be the most dynamic image on the entire page. It looks to me in this panel like he is well above the truck or the school bus.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if he's catching it or if I need to change the angle so he's below. You know?
Well,
here, let's play. Again, I want to just express this is not the way I would normally do. Like, you know, doing this, all of a sudden he's below it. So if it's falling off the bridge, he's catching it.
But he's not. He's in between the bus and the truck. He's putting himself in between harm's way.
So I got to put.
So I'm not sure how
I
you
got to change the angle of both vehicles.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So I'm going to leave it here, and I'm going to change the way the bus looks. So normally I wouldn't do things this way. I wouldn't go through this process. I wouldn't do this stage as digitally as I am now. But boy, oh boy, does this ever allow me some flexibility. I'm able to make all sorts of crazy changes to this as I'm going, which if it makes the process better, you know, again, if I'm having a better dynamic with my collaborator, if I'm able to create a better image, then why wouldn't I try things this way in the future?
There you go.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, here's a good reason, because you're not always at home where your computer is.
Yeah, that's one thing. Well,
right? Being able to draw on the go.
And some artists don't draw digitally. Like I worked with I forgot his name. The guy who helped co-create Miss Marvel. Adrian Afona. Thank you. He's actually a close friend of mine. He works. I know. I'm such I'm one of those days.
Don't worry.
He works with a mechanical pencil that he learned how to draw since high school.
Right.
And I don't know. He has like a giant ass box of them. And then one day I asked him, like, why do you have a giant ass box of mechanical pencils as well as pens and other tools? He's like, in case they stop selling them because they can't draw anymore. And I was like, that kind of makes sense because you've been using this since high school. So if the company goes away, then yeah, I can't draw. Like, wow, that's like a lot of things you can't do. It's interesting. But when we work together, like this is not a comic book we did together. I don't know where the other one is, but this is like a children's book we did together. So when we did this, let's take a good page. Yeah, it's not bad. So something like this, he was like drawing in pencil as I was writing it, because this was a crazy production. Don't do this in 2 weeks. We did this in 2 weeks. We did a whole children's book in 2 weeks because I was going to an author festival. Where was it? In Hong Kong. And they asked me if anything they want us to would like to help me publish there. And I was like, I got an idea for a children's book, but it's not like done at all. It's like it has some scripted notes and we can put it together, but probably digital. It's like, we'll publish it. Just get it done in 2 weeks. So I was with Adrian 2 weeks in his apartment every day working on this thing. So he worked by pencils. And the thing is, did he make a lot of changes? Oh, absolutely. Like things like this, he drew this, I think, about maybe 10 times, different angles and different ways for our main character, which is an unhappy little pig getting stuck in the fence. And the thing was, part of it was he wasn't happy with it, which was funny because I'm like, well, happy with a lot of them. He's like, oh, I could do better. I'm like, well, we don't have much time. We have 2 weeks, but sure, go for it. And it turned out that, you know, at the last thing he did was the one that worked the best. It's just really strange because sometimes you never know. Like, it doesn't matter if you're doing digital or pencils, be ready to, you know, do it again and again till you're happy with it, as long as you have time. So it's a different kind of way of working at something. You know, for work in school, you're like, I got to get done by this deadline. It's done. Whatever, it's done.
Speaking of time,
when you have something doing something creative, you putting your soul into it and stuff. Oh, I love that. That's great. He's turning away. Perfect. I didn't even think about his head turning away. That's
you
great.
said he just had one eye closed, and
yeah.
every time I punch a person I meet, they always turn their
well,
head
because
down.
I was sort of like, but you know, turning the head sells it a lot better, and you have a better expression too.
Thank you. So we'll have one eye closed and one eye
open, peeking,
open, looking that way, and we'll figure it out. You know, as we get further into it, and as we figure out what the character's mask actually covers, you know, what their helmet is, how much hair they have showing, and all that stuff.
Well, you know, so people who are still here, and we're great. Usually, I would do a character description and have as many visual references as I can give to an artist before all this, because of the speed and time that we were doing this. Character development is a whole different workshop with me, and you know, for completely different thing. So you build your character not just about, you know, their emotions and, you know, their high school student. You do the visual thing too, so you have a whole full package. It's one of those things that I love doing. I love process. Oh, I love that. That's cool.
We'll get some Kirby Crackle going for Kirby fans in there.
Well,
anyway,
I am.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, so you have to be ready to make changes and be dynamic. So as I said, there's things that we skipped. Like, remember, I went from plot to this to the script. Usually I go from plot to story to script. So I know that some people have mentioned like that it'd be easier to do this on 2 pages. Absolutely, I think so, because then you have more time for the emotional reactions and him have that pause of thinking, what should I do? Should I go there and save them, or was that a real image in my head that's happened? Yes. But at the same time, if you're able to tell a full story in 1 page, that is a good indicator that you can tell a longer story. Because I'll tell you right now, the 1-page story is one of the hardest things to do. It sounds ridiculous because it's just 1 page. You know, it's like, you know, I typed this in like in 2 pages. That's really simple, right? That's not a lot of work involved in doing it, but it's actually one of the hardest things to do. Some of the people who, okay, I can't think of comic books right now, but some of the things that I can mention that does it really well is like Pixar's Up, the first scene of relationship between, I'm not going to ruin it because people haven't watched it.
Up is the statute of limitations has passed. If you haven't watched Up by now,
so the husband, basically they show the whole relationship of a husband and wife since they were kids until, unfortunately, the wife passing. But they didn't do that for the whole film. They did that for, I think, what, the first 10 minutes even, or less? I think it's less than 10 minutes of an entire film.
Yes, they were incredibly concise and poetic.
Yeah, so you got the entire story, their whole life, and you felt like it was fulfilled. You didn't feel like you were missing anything from their life. And you sit there and you hit it. I mean, I cry. I sound bad. I cry. I cry every time I see it.
It's a beautiful
But
movie.
the thing is, you're able to condense a story, but not lose any of the beats. If you can do that on 1 page, you can write anything, like any length, doesn't really matter, because you can stretch out scenes as much as you want. It's the fact that I know a lot of young writers and artists who go, I'm going to do an 100-page graphic novel right now. And I always ask them, when they ask me to help them or to give them direction, like, can you do a page of story and show me? And they can't. It's like, I can't. I can do this in 10. I'm like, no, I give you 1 page. I give them the same example from the Iron Man comic book where I wanted like 3-4 pages to show Hong Kong. This is like a book I did for Marvel and Hong Kong Disneyland to promote guess which ride I was promoting there. And I wanted 3-4 pages to show different parts of Hong Kong because you know, you're in a different locale, it's exotic, you should show it. They gave me 1, no joke, 1 page. This is after me negotiating with my editor. So we did this in 1 page. And there's weird pentagram panels that for some reason worked out. So we showed different parts of Hong Kong as best as we can on 1 page. So can it be done? Yes. Is it easy? No, because that actually, they gave us, I think, a little bit over 24 hours to come up with it because of the deadlines and stuff like that. So you just have to figure out the best way to tell a story in the space that you have. But if you can do it in one, that means you can do it in 10, 100. Beat hopefully not 1,000, because no one's going to publish 1,000-page
I have an important question here.
Yeah.
10 past 5, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Are there any trucks that have that hood ornament?
The
I'm
Mack
not a
truck?
truck guy.
The Mack
Does it
truck?
have a hood? What does it have on the hood?
It's the Bulldog.
Okay, so I would put a Bulldog right here.
Well, then that would be infringe on licenses, but you can put another
okay.
animal on there.
All you have to do is put the Bulldog in a different position, but any reader would know that this is the hood ornament of that truck.
Exactly.
That way, I can have this in complete silhouette in black. And the reader will know that it's that close to there being the collision, that Geo got basically right up to that bumper, or right up to the hood of the vehicle as he's stopping. We are out of time for us to kind of go through this, but this is where I'm at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I try to put together over the time. But now I would go back and I would look at where I'm distributing lights and darks. Does it add to the flow of the page? Is it graphically pleasing? Is there a balance of where the light and the dark is on the page? Right now, just for example, the only time I put in any kind of serious tone is on the hood of this supposed truck and some of this energy crackle around Geo. But I would need to have balance. If there's a lot in the bottom corner, I need to have some spread out. I need to have some serious dark tones here too to balance the page out, and a little bit, spread out through the whole thing. And I would want to read it over and over again. And then I would do the simplest test. I'd show it to one of my kids and say, "What's happening here?" And they'd say, "Dad, I love you, but I really don't know." I'll say, "Okay, talk me through which pan." And I would test my communication. If I can get one of my children to read the page and describe for me what's happening, and if they can give it back to me clearly, I'm like, I'm doing it. At least I'm doing a readable job. It's readable. Is it poetry? Not necessarily. Is it the most brilliant page of all time? I'm not going to worry about that. I just need to know, is my communication clear? So I would test it, and then I would even not to throw my wonderful wife under the bus, so to speak, figuratively speaking. I would ask her. She doesn't read a lot of comics, and she also isn't impressed by if I draw something well or not. She's like, "Okay, that's good, Jace," or "That's not very good," or "I don't really." She gives me a really straight answer, which is what I absolutely need. So I would flash this by the people that are COVID safe in my proximity and say, "Is this working or is it not?" And they'll give me a straight answer. They're not going to worry about hurting my feelings, which is exactly what every creative person needs.
That's actually a good point. You basically, especially when you get to the art part, if you don't have, and this is the best part of the time to do it, is that you have no text on your page. If anyone can tell what's going on, or he has a really good idea, then you know you're on the ball.
Exactly.
If they're like telling you something completely different, that's not a good sign. It means you have to go back and figure things out. We are going to be here until 6 p.m. for Q&A. And if anyone wants to leave, don't worry if you need to leave, because Figment Toronto will have the 3 videos of the 3 workshops from Thursday, Friday, and today on their Facebook page, Figment Toronto. I believe next week sometime, or whenever they finish editing, but it will be there. So if you miss anything and want to go over anything, that's where you can go. But we're open for Q&A right now. I know somebody asked me about my book, so I'll start that off real quick. So this is one of my favorite
keep drawing
books.
While you do that, okay?
Oh yeah, hell, like I care about you. Anyways, so this is one of my favorite books from what's called see if I can show the camera. Sorry. So Understanding Comics, right? There you go. This is the author, Scott McCloud. I'll pull back a bit so you can see it. This is one of my favorite books that I use to learn how to write comic books, because it goes through the theory and also practicality. And guess what? It's written like a comic book. So you'll read it like a comic book, and he explains everything. See if I can bang out one. But the thing is, the theory is really good. You don't have to be a theory-heavy person to appreciate this. But he gives things like, we talk about the gutter, the space between the panels and stuff. He explains what that means and what you can use it for. So things that are like that are great. So this is definitely one recommended book. Some other ones here. Let's see. I can grab it. Okay, here's one of my other favorites from Will Eisner. This is, you have this book, right?
I have a lot of books.
Right. So this is Will Eisner's Graphic Storytelling and Visual Narrative. So this is one of the key books that you should have as well. And it's like same thing. It goes like it's almost like a textbook. It gives you explanations and examples. And I'll show you some things that I love that we don't do anymore, to be honest with you. Look at the way he designed this page here, like alone for his example. It integrates the panels into the art of the story. I mean, we don't do that anymore these days. Like cartoonists still do it, but for comic books, we just go for the straight up panels, which is kind of sad in a way. I mean, if you look at the composition. Ooh, there we go. What happened here? Composition of this page. I mean, we don't do that anymore. And the thing is, we can do that. So that's one other book. So Will Eisner's Graphic Storytelling and Visual Narrative is one of the other ones. And let's grab this other one. So another Will Eisner book here. So this is Will Eisner's Comics and Sequential Art. So this is actually meant for artists who want to do comic books, but as a writer, we should know this stuff. So it helps you visualize your story and stuff. And I'm trying to see if I can find a good page or not, but it talks about, yes, here, this is the one I want to show you. It talks about expressions. So when you write a script and you say, you know, Superman is there, he's dealing with something very scary, but you don't tell the artist what expression he has. He has no expression. He's basically, you're telling the artist to draw this. Doesn't really sell that he's, you know, worried or anything. So knowing what visually sells a scene helps you write better. It also helps the artist when he asks you a question. Is he scared? Is he worried? What kind of expression should he have? And if you ask yourself, I don't know, that means you should really go back to your script and find out why you don't know and fill it out. Those are like the three books that I would mention. There's actually another book from Scott McCloud. It's not my favorite. This is the one he wrote afterwards, Making Comics. This is sort of basically, it felt like he took out all the theory and basically put the practicality stuff in here, which basically doesn't help you learn it as much. I know people have bought this book and it got more confused. And then I asked them, well, did you buy the first one? Because he did a way better job in the first one. And the thing is, this is the funny thing. I actually met Scott McCloud at San Diego Comic-Con by accident on the floor, which is insane. You don't meet people and like that. And I bumped into him. I had a 5-minute conversation with him. 3 of it was me praising him, thanking him for writing it because I learned how to write comic books and stuff, but asking him like specific questions about what makes it easier for someone to write a comic book. And the funny thing he said to me is like, it's like people always say you should read a lot of comic books, you know how to write them and draw them. It helps. It helps to see what the final product looks like. But what's best is when you get down and you make mistakes and you fall and you get frustrated and you pull your hair out. And he's anyway, he's bawling. So he's like, he was like actually showing like you pull your hair out because you know what you want to see. You know what you want to tell in your story, but you can't do it. You see it here, so you know it exists. But to get it from here to a piece of paper or to Photoshop or whatever medium you're using, that's what, you know, the practice and the hours you spend doing it over and over again until you can find that connection between here into production. So when he said that, it was crazy because he was talking to me about that, and I mentioned that I saw your YouTube video from a million years ago about lettering. That's how I learned how to letter. It's like, oh, that was awful. I learned how to letter like because I just needed to do it for my book. He did it lettering for this, by the way, and he's like, I hated that. It was the most awful thing. But after I figured it out, it felt so easy. And I did a YouTube video this just so people wouldn't have to go through that hair pulling experience. So you have to do that. You have to be, if you get frustrated, that's perfect because it means you know you have something more in you that you want to show.
Mind if I give some shout outs to some books that
definitely
help with the visual side of things? This is not a comic one, but just an art book in general from Batman, the animated series. This is mostly work by Bruce Timm, the visual producer of Batman the Animated Series. And in it, that's one of the places where I learned the most about drawing on top of drawing and using different pencils, like colored pencil, which they often call blue line, as a way to sort of start drawing and then building it up with marker or whatever it is on top of that. But this idea that you're drawing things in iteration and steps, and his results are unbelievably beautiful and graphic, in the sense that, not that they're violent or anything like that, but they are extremely well put together visually. So his graphic sense is unparalleled. But this book really helped me get inspired to work in blue line and improve the process of my drawing. Another absolute classic of drawing. If you're looking for an anatomy book, this is the place that you start. Whether you are a fan of Silver Age stuff like Neil Adams or modern age stuff like Jim Lee, these guys all learned how to put bodies together through Bridgman. So Constructive Anatomy by Bridgman is the place to begin. It's not a very big book, but what I would recommend that I do, I'm not saying I recommend because I do this. I mean, what I would recommend that I should do every day is you pick a specific spot, pick a specific page of Bridgman and draw that thing just like he did. Draw it every day. Draw one page of Bridgman every single day. Learn how bones fit together within joints. Learn how muscles go over top of other muscles and over top of bones, and build some anatomy. Constructive Anatomy by George Bridgman is the place to begin. It's like fundamental. When it comes to how to make comics from a visual point of view, we haven't talked too much about anything specific, but Watchmen by Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons is one of the best books from the 20th century in any genre. But this one is called Watching the Watchmen, and within it, Dave Gibbons, the artist, generously shows not just the scripts that he was given by the incredibly verbose Alan Moore, which are awesome to see, but he also shows his sketches, and I'm just trying to find a page that really... Friends, his thumbnails. Oh my goodness. So you get to see thumbnail sketches, his layouts, all the way to finished artwork. So this is kind of like a textbook on how these individuals made arguably the best comic book of all time. And again, that's up for debate, of course, but it's an amazing book, and the process is fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
Can you show the Batman book? Can you show the Batman book again?
Sure.
Somebody
Batman book is called
title.
Batman Animated. The book itself is by Paul Dini and Chip Kidd. Paul Dini being the head writer of the Batman Animated Series, and Chip Kidd being a book designer, that kind of thing. But the artwork featured within is primarily by Bruce Timm. So although Paul Dini kind of narrates the book, because he's the writer who was there and he's good at narration and telling the story of the series, the artwork that leaves me breathless is the artwork of Bruce Timm that is featured within, including a little bit of comic artwork that's there from Mad Love, the Eisner Award-winning single issue that they put out. So the last book I would show you is by an amazing Canadian cartoonist named Scott Chandler. This is a book called Bix. You're laughing, Howard, but I can't imagine.
Scott. I love Scott.
as you should. Generous guy, really nice guy, but incredibly talented cartoonist. So from our conversation about wordless comics or thinking about can you communicate clearly without words, Scott's book is a biography, a biography, with a certain angle in it of a jazz musician nicknamed Bix. His last name is Beiderbecke, but known as Bix, and it's largely wordless. And Scott finds a way to communicate music in the book. So as you can see, the toddler makes his way to the piano. As he plays, Scott uses the steady rhythm of panels that are all aligned, but when they go out of alignment, it's because the sound is different. And as you read, he plays with that idea, and the panels get more up and down, and up is different notes in one way. When things get sad, they might go down, and it's all in it's monochromatic, sort of toward the blue, and it's just the most beautiful book. and this is one that I sat and read in one sitting. When it arrived, the night it arrived at my home, I put this one on the table and read it in one sitting, and it is a phenomenal work that, again, is like a textbook of how to make a comic book that is not just something, mainstream and like everything else, but it is a unique piece. And he is able to do most of it without words. There's words on occasion when it's necessary, but the pictures tell the story, and it's absolutely amazing. Books is fantastic. And yes, Eli Schwab from Los Angeles, who we heard here on Thursday, yeah, you got to get that book for sure. Shout outs to Chris Barnes on the East Coast and Eli Schwab on the West Coast. There you go. Putting that out there. Any other questions in the chat?
Not yet.
That's good. I was thinking about, was it Ron Wild who asked yesterday about font size and how we were talking about 12-point font and 14-point font. Again, hopefully Ron is still here. I realized that part of the problem with my answer to that was that my artwork shrinks, right? We shrink down. So I scan things in at full size, which is like 11 by 17, which is the full-size artboard. And then I'll letter at a, somewhere between a 12-point font and a 14-point font. But then I shrink 66%. So it comes out closer to 8-point font or 8.5 or 9, depending on where I started. So like you and I both said yesterday, Howard, you need to print and take a look and see what the results are once you print. But when at full size, my artwork gets lettered at the font I'm using now, it's a 14-point generally. That's my baseline. And I'll shrink it a little bit if characters are whispering, and I'll increase the size if a character is shouting, as well as using things like bold and italic to help create tension and emphasis at the desired moments. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, Jason.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Yes,
Jason,
sir.
for the clarification. Appreciate it. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that, realized we didn't talk about shrinking images. So yeah, 14 will be too big at print size. It'll come closer to somewhere between 7 and 10, but you play with it and you find your style, you find the font you like. I'm just going to encourage you to do what I don't do, which is I'm going to encourage you to try letter by hand. And learn that craft, which it's its own skill set, and figure out your own style, because yes, letters in a can, letter made by a graphic designer, they're beautiful and they're really effective and they're fast. But you have a unique story to tell. Like, you have a voice that no one else has and a perspective that nobody else has. So having things in your own lettering hand is eventually, it's definitely worth it. But the books I showed here, Scott, I'm pretty sure uses a digital font. If he finds out that I said that and he doesn't, I apologize in advance. The letterer in Watchmen, I've already forgotten who it is.
Well, here's the thing about lettering too, is there's a difference between lettering, obviously lettering by hand and digital is one thing. Lettering for printing and lettering for digital comics is a different beast. Technically, you should make your font. Don't ask me which size it is, because it depends on your font type that you chose. The font size in general for digital should be bigger than what you'd be doing for print. Now, I know we laugh about lettering by hand because no one does it anymore, but
oh, people do, absolutely.
Because of time constraint, once upon a time when I did this with this is like an anthology, it means a collection of short stories called True Patriot Volume 1. Adrian Afona ended up lettering because no one wanted to letter the anthology at that point, so he's like, I'll just do it. So these are basically his hand letters. When he was doing his layouts, he already did the lettering. So I was like, just, ink them, and then we're done for the lettering. And this is actually hand letters. So is this the first time he lettered? I don't know, actually. I never asked him that. It's a good question. Somebody asked me that, because he's not known for lettering. He's known for his art and penciling and Runaways and Ms. Marvel. So I was like, this is, so I saw his lettering. I was like, it's clear, it's great, it works, and you have it already sized because it's your art, so we'll just use it. So you never know if his hand lettering is going to kick in and when it's very important to use. And for us, it's perfect because our time constraint was so tight that there's no way we could have got someone to letter it at the time.
Gibbons lettered Watchmen himself, of course. So Yeah, there we go. That was the answer to my question before, is who lettered it. But it's Dave Gibbons, the illustrator, did all that stuff and gave color guides as well, but didn't actually do the coloring. Time. Like you said, there you go.
Oh, there's two questions here. One from Matthew. Let's see. Scrolling up. One from Matthew Chan. Hi, I'm doing.
Yes, Matthew. You can
CAS.
put me down as a supervisor if that helps you. And
What is this CAS anyway?
CAS is it is a requirement for school, and I don't want to throw Matthew under the bus.
Okay.
Matthew is looking for creative things to do that he can get credit for as a requirement for school.
Okay, I'm sure.
I'd rather you do this than something else.
Yeah, definitely. Then obviously you put my.
And
Jason
Matthew likely lives in the same town as you and I, Howard.
Oh, that's fine. I just shared the screen of how you can contact somebody. Some people asked, how can we contact both you and myself? I've shared a screen here where you can contact Jason at jasonlapidus.myportfolio.com.
Well, that's my website.
His website. We can reach you from there, I guess.
They can. There's a email contact page there.
And my blog is howard-wong.blogspot.com. If you want to look at books, you can go to Jason's website has his books, I would assume, there. And you're like, no. Well,
no, because it's just my art website. Group of Seven.
You're a horrible creator. Anyways,
come on, group7comics.ca is where to buy Group of Seven books.
Great. And, so if you want to buy any of my books that I have available, you can go to, this is interesting. We've been having a debate on this. Ko-fi or Ko-fi, depending on, I guess, where you're from.
Or just coffee.
I think it's coffee, personally. So it's ko-fi.com/Howard Wong. I have a little store there that sells my books and little descriptions of what they are. Some of them are not meant for all ages, and some of them are. So if you want to look for us there, you can find us in those links, and definitely reach us at any time.
Looking to see who's still here and how many of them I know that are children. I recognize one child's name so far, but I'm not sure about any others. So I'm glad that you mentioned that not everything is for everybody.
Yeah. Well,
so that's good.
Yeah. So
there's at least one kid left.
Okay, because for me, I purposely list out and make sure in the description of my books in the store to tell you if it's all ages or not, because I'm a parent too. So a lot of things that I wrote, my kids will not see until many years later. So this is how
we'll have to chat after this. I don't know about this stuff. This sounds interesting.
Well, yeah. Well, it's just the theme.
I'm just teasing. I'm teasing.
Oh no. It's actually a good thing, because there's a lot of themes and metaphors that transcend ages, which I think is like the greatest stories that you can write, and those that can't are just now like basically in a way tunneled into the slot, and it won't really budge because you can't. Because people who are certain ages or certain generations can't connect to it. So it's an interesting thing, and I found that out that it was really restrictive in when I did work from other people. I won't mention which companies there are, but they were really restrictive. Like this is our target market. So if I add a little bit, like no, but make the story more interesting, absolutely, but no. So it's a really interesting thing when you look at writing and who you're writing for your target, for your market as well, and which publisher too. Not every publisher is going to want to take everything, right? So it's an interesting thing to keep in mind too when you write and draw as well. Okay.
Joellen has a question.
Yeah.
And I'm answering it in the chat as well. So she asks, do you have suggestions for the number of different scales, angles, or open panel borders per page? And I answered, yes, Joellen, whatever clearly tells your story and looks good. Not the nicest answer because it doesn't give you anything specific. But what it really comes down to is there is more than one way to make a good looking comic book page. And a lot of it will have to do with how much line work you put down on a page. So for instance, if your pages, what's inside of your panels doesn't have a lot of line, from our conversation yesterday, it sounds like it's more color and shape. So you will have a little bit more freedom to use the line of panel borders in creative ways that without making your pages look too busy, because there aren't a lot of lines inside of the panels. On the other hand, if your panels are really, really busy with a lot of line work, and your panel borders are really busy and have a lot of detail to them, and they're ornate, the page will get too busy and it will be more complicated to read. At the same time, if you're just making a single page of graphic art and you want to throw your entire heart and soul into it, and you're not expecting a person to read a book, but just to look at this one piece of graphic art, you do whatever works for you. So a lot of it, the answer is really, it just depends on what else you're doing. Our work, good comic book art is all about balance. And if you do a lot of one thing, you kind of don't do a lot of something else to even things out. Just like flavoring a good soup. You know, if it's too much salt, it's not going to work. It has to have the right blend of elements. I like, on my pages, now, I mean, in 2020, I've started really enjoying having at least one open panel on every page. I find it gives a little bit of breadth and adds a little bit of variety for the reader as they're going through countless pages. It adds a little something. You'll also find that you're going to figure out what your style is and how panel borders can create tension because they're confining. So for instance, there's a cartoonist named Jim Rugg, and he had a character that was imprisoned. And while the character was imprisoned, there were very strict panel borders. And as the character then got out of prison and they were free, the panel borders all disappeared. And so he's telling even the larger narrative. He's using simply the boxes as a way to express freedom, or the lack of boxes to express freedom. So you will figure out ways to be more creative with all the peripheral elements. The more you read, and the more you read a variety of cartoonists, you'll see how people use those things to express different ideas. And yeah, they're just, it's endless. There's so many cool ways you can do things. I have one in front of me now called Making Comics from Drawn and Quarterly by Linda Berry. And like this cover, it's a notebook that is an instruction book, kind of like. I would recommend that, you know, if you wanted to learn about making comics, there are exercises and fun activities throughout. It is for mostly all ages, but I mean, some of these pages are, look at how much stuff is on there. This is pretty wild. It's original. It's not like anything that Marvel or DC would ever do, but it works. Within Linda Berry's voice, this stuff works. And, you know, you do things your own way. She has a lot of workshops on YouTube, for sure. She's an original, and her voice is not like anyone else's. And if you try to tell her to do something in someone else's way, then we're losing the thing that she brings that's unique. So it's pointless to do that. But so there's a lot you can do. Like she's using patterns, you know, in the margins. Why not? For me, it would just bog things down. It wouldn't work in my style, or it's not to my taste as an artist. But for her, it works completely. You know, I also don't see a lot of. She doesn't overuse straight lines. Like even her borders she does have look like she's kind of going back and forth with a ruler. It's not necessarily one smooth straight line, but again, that's her style. It's sort of this do-it-yourself, doodling in a notebook style, which
you know what, I'm trying to think
feels very real.
Oh, I remember. Because there's actually one book that well, it's a trade paperback, which means it's a collection of singles. It's one of my favorite ones, actually, written by Kurt Busiek. Sorry, my dog's here, so he's trying to.
Hi, dog.
We woke up, so. Yes, he was with here with me all the time, so it's kind of interesting he woke up just now. So Kurt Busiek wrote this amazing story called Superman's Secret Identity. It's not a Superman story. It sounds bizarre, right, already. And it doesn't even take place in the proper continuity. I mean, it's on his own. And I can't, for the life of me, remember the Canadian artist who drew it. I hate it because I actually know him, too. I'm blanking out.
A pattern here.
Well, I was up watching The Mandalorian a few times last night, so that's my fault. That's what I did. So the amazing thing about art for that story was he used so many different techniques of coloring and rendering. It was absolutely amazing to see it. I mean, the story is amazing, like on its own, but the art just transformed because the character. That's one way in the story. The character isn't Superman, but he may not have his powers, and then you sort of see what happens after that. But as the story becomes more aggressive, the coloring changes, the paneling changes, and then when he's like with his wife and kids, it's a different kind of thing. So it shows that emotion and the theme of the story, the theme of the story at that time, the scenes, through the paneling and layouts alone. And the other one, see, I didn't read it. I actually have a few copies of it. It was the Batwoman series from J.H. Williams III. His paneling is insane, man.
Grant Morrison, did he not write? No, who wrote that
He did
one?
that?
J.H. Williams. Sorry, yeah, he did the
Batwoman. If we look it up right now, I'm sorry, my dog's trying to like jump down and he can't. All right. Well, if I look up Batwoman, I'll look it up in a second. His paneling is madness. It's just, you look at it, it looks like it's chaotic. It looks like it won't work, but for some reason it just works for him, and I love that his layout for that too. And those are two that I like a lot. But if you want to see someone who's amazing at it's like kind of prolific for really functional paneling and pacing, would be Leonard Kirk. Holy smokes, Leonard! If you look at Leonard Kirk on Facebook, I mean, you can probably find him on Facebook. But his thumbnails are pretty much what people would ink over and get it done. Like, it's insane because he also includes the word balloons in his thumbnails, which most people don't. But he actually numbers them, so he knows like this is going to be the first line of the dialogue. This is the second one. This is where I'm going to put them. This is where I'm drawing. This is the back. He'll still draw the background. He'll show. He knows where everything goes. So he knows the flow. And then when you get to see it as a writer, editor, letterer, you know where everything's going to fall really quickly and easily, and it's insane. And he's like, right now, I think he's still doing the Star Wars comics for Marvel. I can't remember which. I think so, right? So unfortunately, I actually did a short story with him for a charity anthology, but the charity fell through. So it sounds kind of sad. But when I saw his stuff come in, I was like, "Is this your finished stuff?" It's like, "No, this is my thumbnails." Are you kidding me? Then he starts showing them on Facebook. I'm like, dude, if you just send this, like, you can just ink over this and you're done. But then he adds on to it. So it's just incredible, and his speed is insane. It's like really, really fast speed for that. If you start looking up, it's gonna sound weird. Looking up artists is great. Looking up colorists as well is a great way to handle comic books. Like, oh shoot, who colored Kerry Norden and Conan? It's the whole Conan series that Kurt Busiek wrote. I love Kurt Busiek, obviously, writer. Kerry Norden, which is a Canadian artist, and a colorist, Dave Stewart, I think.
Dave Stewart's beautiful.
Was a colorist, and they pitched. This is a funny thing. They pitched this to Dark Horse as the art, and what happened was they didn't have time for Kerry to do his regular inking, because Kerry does pencils and inks, and basically he colored over his pencils, but they loved that look. So there's no real strong hold line. There's no real black lines for him to hold to do that. So basically, Dave was just coloring over like loose pencils, but the look of it was because Conan is a fantasy, fantasies of swords, there's magic and stuff. It was perfect, and you can create a new look just by experimenting something outside the norm. Because normally Kerry would do pencils and inks and they'll get colored. So because of this happy accident of them having not enough time to pitch it, they created this whole new look, and they won awards and stuff for it because of that. So always feel free to experiment with comic books. What we teach today was what I would consider almost like teaching the alphabet in a way. So from this, you build other things. This is not the end all and be all. If it is, then that would be kind of sad, because in comic books, it's like a very narrow medium to work with. But it's like if somebody gave you some paint and a brush, you can do almost anything with that. That's the whole point. We're trying to give you the tools and the basic knowledge where you build up from there. And I'm sure books and stuff that we could technically teach all these books that I showed and what Jason showed for sure, but it's best to have this in your your own library and go through it on your own time. And then, like, I mean, I've been reading this stuff forever. I mean, I still have my own notes in them. I've been from, I won't say how many decades, but I still go through them daily. Before I script and stuff, like before I scripted yesterday, I was literally flipping through them just to make, just to get ideas and flashes, and I go, oh yeah, I could use this, and then I start doing it. Right. So don't feel, like, oh, once I don't know this, it's going to be hard. We're still learning it. Jason's still learning it. I'm still learning it.
Always.
It's an ongoing process. That's how it is.
You mentioned about, lettering in thumbnails. So these are some thumbnails from maybe early 2019. And yeah, I'm throwing the first word of every bit of dialogue into the bubble so I know where they're going to be. You try it, you try different ways, whether it's you number the script, or the script is numbered and you put the numbers in, or you throw a cue word in there. Yeah, these thumbnails are teeny tiny. They're probably only maybe about 2 inches tall. They're very small, but you have a lot of fun. Like making thumbnails is where you really get to play, and you want to find your problems now. The sooner you find a problem in a drawing, the better off you are. The last place you want to see a problem is when you're holding the book in your hand and you're like, oh, there's a problem I could have solved at the thumbnail stage. So you want to make it does, of course.
It happens. And it's fine.
And you want to learn your lessons.
But it's fine, because it means next time you do better, right?
But let's ask the serious question. When's the best time to find that you've made a problem?
Way before the deadline.
Well, the answer is as early as possible. I'll use the purest analogy. Howard, if I tell you to drive to Ottawa and you get on the 401 and you start driving towards London, how quickly do you want one of your kids or your brilliant wife to say to you, Howard, you're driving west, you should be driving east?
Well, at the get-go,
the answer is right away.
Right away, exactly.
So as soon as you can find a problem in your artwork or in your lettering or whatever stage you're at, the sooner you find it, you want to find the errors as fast as possible. And that means you got to have openness to see problems in your own, work, right?
That's why you get more than one person to look at your stuff. And I mentioned when we talk about editors, and now we're like Q&A section, which is kind of a cute thing to talk about editors. Good editors help facilitate the story as well. And they will find these mistakes most of the time. And they also will make suggestions. Like when we were talking about different scenes in different ways, we can redraw something or show something differently in the panel. They do the same thing. And sometimes they would add things that we, both the artist and the writer would miss. And that's the brilliance of having an editor. But if you don't have an editor, you have friends. And there's also, and it's going to sound weird for me to say this, it's going to mean you have friends who read comic books and ones that don't. You want both. You want both friends here. They're both types of friends. The ones that don't, if they look at the story visually, understand it, and you can see their faces and their emotions change, then you know you're doing a great job.
Right. Then
you give it to people who read comic books. They will reference everything that they know from comic books in the past. Same thing. You'll see the emotional connections. They'll be like, oh, look at that. Oh, you did that from that story. That's great. Totally different way of responding to the same story, but you want that because this is the only way for you to see it. When I'm writing, I'm literally writing for myself. The first person I write for is myself. It's just me and my keyboard or my pad of paper. But I need to know if this is just me thinking it's amazing or not. So I give it to people. I now don't give it to my kids because actually they basically tell me that I could do better, which is kind of, I think, a cop-out now. But I've created friends who don't read comic books and those who do. And those who don't, it's interesting, those who don't focus on the dialogue and you ask me, what's this scene about? And I would explain it, and then you start reading the dialogue, and it always comes down to, it's a little short, or it seems kind of weird, he just grunted out like 3 words. And I'm like, That's okay, because you don't understand that we only have so much space in the panel for it. But that's great that you said that. But is the message okay? Do you understand that this person's angry, or he's like frustrated, but he can't show it because, you know, if he does, then, you know, he'll get all these other characters in trouble. You understand that? Yep, good. Then I did my job. I'm going on to the next one. So you have, you know, if you don't have editors, you have friends that will give you good critiques. That's what it's for. That's why the comic book community, to me, is one of the best communities, because I could shoot off anything to somebody who's working for Marvel and DC at any time, and they'll come back and tell me A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the things that, you know, they would like to see better, or whatever. Or someone who's like starting out or wherever. It doesn't matter what, you know, where they are in the comic book industry, or, you know, or to me in a different field even. I like to do that because you get different feedback, because you don't know where you want to go with your story, you know. So for editors, you may, you know, if you work well with one, that's great. If you don't think you want to work with one, that's fine. But definitely get critiques from people, both those in the know of comic books and those who are not, because you get the best response that way. Yeah.
Essential. I agree with you. Yeah, for sure.
So I know this is a Q&A, and we kept on talking through the Q&A, but is there any questions that you guys have by any chance before we almost close up? With about 10 minutes left, I think. Yes, Rob.
Yeah, I put it into the chat, and it's for you actually, Howard. As a writer, do you find yourself, when you're watching TV shows and films, do you find yourself analyzing them?
Yeah, well, I'll be honest. I try not to. I really, really try not to. But I fall into the prey of I kind of go in that game. It's almost like a game where like I kind of know where the story's going to go. I kind of have an idea that this is going to happen within the next few scenes. I'm like, oh, there it is. Because it depends on what you're watching. So if I'm watching like a typical Hollywood movie, I kind of know where the beats are going to hit. And then it happens because they have to have that beat at that certain time. So you know that. So what makes me happy is when you watch a movie or a TV show where it just deconstructs that. And you're like, oh, they're going to go on this beat. Oh, like, whoa, they did not. But it works. And then your brain's like now going, how did they do this? And now you're trying to figure it out. And you see it in a different way. It's almost like, for people who don't understand it, it's like when you studied Shakespeare in school, and some people just cringed here yet, but when you study Shakespeare in school, you're not reading it to enjoy it. You're reading it to analyze it. So unfortunately, you fluctuate between those two things. Now, I know I jokingly said I watched The Mandalorian yesterday, and I did. Did I analyze it? No. I purposely didn't, because I had the first season to do that, and I know they were taking a lot of things from Westerns and samurai films in the past. So I know that's where they're going to go with the pacing and the camera work and the tones of their scenes. So I already knew that going in. What they did with the last episode was, you know, pop in things where I'm like, you know, as a geek, I was like, oh, okay, you basically made me like a 9-year-old kid again. Great. And then after the credits, I was like, oh, okay, now they made the adult and made me happy too. So the thing is, you still get me surprised. Even though you're making up stories and you're writing stories professionally, you still get surprised. And that's what makes me even more happy when it goes beyond what you expect it to be. You know, it's not the best example. Like, I'm sort of like this with it, but like watching Tenet, I only watched Tenet once, and I came out watching it, scratching my head, and like I really asked myself, did I like it, or am I so enthralled in trying to figure it out? Because if I liked it, I would know I would liked it right at the get-go. But I didn't say that in my head. In my head, it was like, I wonder if this was filmed this way or that, like thinking all the technical angles of it. So I'm pretty sure that wasn't his goal in making a film, was for someone to come out and go, I wonder how he technically did this. And I wonder how he wrote this film script, because it's so weird going backwards and forwards and making a producer understand his vision with just with words. That is definitely not what you want to come out of a film or a story or a comic book. It's like, how did he, come up with this, how did they write this? Or, you don't want that to be the first thing. The first thing you want is to go, oh, this is really cool, or this was really exciting, or this, touched a part of my past and my memories. So I go in watching something with a blank slate. It's only when the story starts having a lull, where it's like a little bit boring, where I sort of know what's happening, I start analyzing it then. And then if you were one of my family members, you always telling me to shut up, because I would say, you don't have to worry. That character's going to be alive in the next scene. It looks like he's going to die, but nah. And then sure enough, probably he's alive. It's like, why do you keep doing that? I can't help myself. I'm just going to be quiet now. Because it's sort of like, yeah, he's the hero. He's not going to die yet. It's like, you know what? There's like 2/3 of the film left. No, don't worry about it. But I'm glad you guys are following enjoying the roller coaster. But it has that, yeah, you have that weirdness where you find yourself doing that and falling into that trap of, oh, I know what's going to happen, and then you see if it's going to happen or not. And most of us do that, and it's kind of weird, but it's part of the fun too, because you learn from that. Like I mentioned Tenet, I'm not sure if I liked it. I know I like it. I want to analyze it. So it's one of those things like, is this something that's like something so far forward in storytelling that we don't understand it to enjoy it yet? And then once we analyze it, do we enjoy it? So it's one of those things where, as a creator and storyteller, it's enthralling to have a challenge in a way. It's almost like a Rubik's Cube, I guess, in a way, to see if you like it. Because some people like, I want to solve this Rubik's Cube. This is my goal. I'm going to do it. And as you do it, you get more frustrated, or you become more enthralled into trying to do it. So it's a really fine line of watching entertainment and being entertained, and being the writer going, I'm going to pick this apart as I watch it. So like something like the Queen's Gambit, I haven't watched it yet, but all my friends are like telling me about it. It's really good and stuff. But the way my comic book friends tell me, and my animation friends tell me, these shots are amazing. They're cropping these, like they're not telling me the story whatsoever. It's like the tones and the lighting, and it's like this is the most bizarre. Like I sit back and like, this is the most bizarre conversation, because I'm actually enjoying what you're telling me, but you're telling me nothing about the character, nothing about the story, but the way it's shot and framed. It's like, and all the block shots and stuff. I was like, oh, this is really bizarre, because if I say the same conversation to my family or someone who's not in any creative industry, it's sort of like you lose that connection. So sometimes the best thing to do is to try to turn it off, watch it, enjoy it, then go back. As I said, I watched Mandalorian the last episode twice. First to enjoy it and go like a kid and wave my hands in the air, and I did. And the second time I was like, okay, why did I not like certain these scenes where I found like, and I would analyze that, and in my head I'd go, I can make this better if you did this and this and this. So I try to do that as much as I can. I hope that answers your question. I sort of went in and went beyond. Right. Any other questions?
Absolutely, thanks.
Oh, I'm glad I answered it in a roundabout way. Any other questions by any chance from anyone, or from Rob? I mean, Rob, I just followed you on Instagram, by the way. I hope that was you.
Cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll follow you back.
Oh,
I know Joe Ellen asked about sizes and angles and panels. And I just wanted to, what I've found is it depends on the size. These are all from the base here, yeah? And they're published by different companies. So they're like, if you can see that, they're 3 different sizes. These 2, I think, let me see, this one in the middle is with KDP. That one is Arctic Merrick's in the UK. And this one is by Blurb. And I would say there are some that are going to be even bigger than this. And the number of panels that you could comfortably fit on per page would vary depending on the finished products. That's all I wanted to say about that. That's really, unless I'm trying to strike a happy medium that they'll fit on each one. But if you've got a specific page size that you want to write for, that you want to draw for, then you've got to take that into consideration as well.
That's great.
That's really good. That's actually excellent.
Rob, I got to ask the obvious question. You're in the UK, yes?
No.
Where are you?
Germany.
In Germany. It was a fair, loaded question with a good twist ending.
No, I'm actually from the UK, but I've lived in Germany for the past 20 years.
Wow.
So how did you come here to us?
Eventbrite.
Right.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Since the lockdown, I've just been following Eventbrite and looking for different comic workshops and festivals, etc. And it's been great. I mean, the lockdown is terrible, don't get me wrong. But the amount of stuff that has just shifted onto the internet is overwhelming. It is brilliant because, now I can take part. You guys are in Canada?
Yes.
Yes, we're outside Toronto.
Toronto, and
Exactly.
and soon I'll be joining a group in Seattle. That's at 2 o'clock in the morning here.
Hey, that's the best time.
Yeah,
Wishing-
absolutely.
wishing
I
out-
think. But you know, over the past couple of weeks, festivals in the UK, another festival in Canada, different workshops in the States, in New York, etc. And if it hadn't have been for the pandemic, then I probably never would have found out about them. I would never have been able to take part in them. So, you know, silver linings, eh?
Yes,
exactly.
Agreed. It's the same where being an active and involved parent with my children's social and extracurricular activities, that has all come to a close. So I was a very active hockey coach the last 5 years, and having to not go to the rink 4 times a week and lose 4 hours my productivity has gone up significantly, which is great. Then the downside is that people are home all the time, and getting a block of time uninterrupted is getting easier as my kids age, but it's challenging, you know.